Hokage I Uchiha have unparalleled insight. Chapter 1 Traveling through Uchiha, Awakening Heaven-Defying Understanding. On the border of the Fire Country, there was an open space in the forest. Li Ming only felt a sharp pain in his head, and his whole body seemed to fall apart. Ah hiss! What's wrong with me? Was I beaten severely while sleeping last night? He slowly sat up while holding his head, feeling as if his body was about to fall apart and his muscles were torn apart by severe pain. The moment I woke up, countless memories in my mind were decoded. After a moment, he froze. The Land of Fire, the Third Ninja War, the Uchiha clan. Did I travel through time? I became a member of Uchiha's tribe, Uchiha Dali. Li Ming felt as if fate was playing a joke on him. He never thought that such a thing as time travel would happen to him. He never imagined that he would travel through time and become an ordinary member of the Uchiha tribe. But he quickly accepted this reality and gradually accepted his new identity. Just travel through time, just think of it as a new life. There is nothing wrong with the name Uchiha Dali. Dali can do wonders. As a good young man in the 21st century in his previous life, he loved reading novels, and of course he also knew that cheat was a must-have for time travelers. So at this time, I can't help but naturally think about my own cheat. And it was at this time that a clear electronic synthesized sound came from his head. Ding! Traveler benefits have been activated. Congratulations on your heaven-defying understanding. The sudden voice in his head made Uchiha shake his body vigorously. But after waiting for a while, he didn't hear any more noise. This is gone. Heaven-defying understanding refers to. Before Uchiha could figure out more information, he suddenly felt refreshed all over his body. Not only did the drowsiness and the severe pain in his head fade away quickly, but even the fatigue that seemed to weigh a huge mountain on his body disappeared without a trace. The feeling of mental fatigue and weakness disappeared, but the physical pain did not disappear. Especially pain in the chest and head. Uchiha glanced down vigorously. The injury on his chest was the fatal injury to his body. As for the reason for the injury, it is very simple. Now is the time when the Third Ninja War breaks out. Although it has reached its final stage, the participating countries are already preparing for peace talks. But it was at this stage that the major ninja villages invested more combat power in the battlefield in order to gain a greater advantage on the battlefield so that they could gain greater benefits for themselves during negotiations. This directly made the battle more brutal than before. Many ninjas lose their lives every day, even Konoha, the strongest ninja village, is no exception. For this reason, the Uchiha tribesmen, under the orders of their tribe leader, followed other tribesmen to support other troops on the Eastern Front battlefield. But unfortunately, Uchiha Dali, who was a cannon fodder, fell down on the chaotic battlefield in such a daze. During the Great Ninja World War, even members of prestigious families like the Uchiha family were unable to protect themselves, let alone ordinary people. Uchiha, who is familiar with the plot of Hokage, knows very well that this is just the beginning. Even if the Third Ninja War ends, it will not be good news for the surviving Uchiha people, because there are greater challenges waiting for them. The Nine Tails Rebellion will occur later, and the Uchiha clan is considered by Konoha village to be the culprits who secretly used Sharingan to control Nine Tails to attack Konoha. This makes the situation of the Uchiha clan, which has been secretly suppressed by Konoha village since second Hokage Senju Tobirama was in power, even more difficult. Shimura Danzo, the head of Konoha's Hawk faction, was bent on destroying Uchiha, while Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, acquiesced. As a result, in the near future, the Uchiha clan will face a tragedy of genocide. With these challenges alone, even if Uchiha Dali, a cannon fodder who didn't even deserve to appear or be nominated in the original work, could escape the brutal Third Ninja War, he would basically not be able to escape the subsequent crises. Not to mention the Fourth Ninja War where gods fought. Even if we don't talk about such distant things, let's talk about it now. It is obvious that the Uchiha clan is good at fire-style ninjutsu, which is well known in Konoha. However, 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi and the advisory team chose to send the Uchiha clan, who are good at fire-style, to the Eastern Front battlefield to fight against the ninjas of Kirigakura village in the country of water who are good at water-style ninjutsu. Although the Uchiha clan also has powerful blood-limited powers like Sharingan, not every clan member can open their eyes. Even though they have grown to Chunin, there are many Uchiha people who have not yet opened a Sharingan. It is well known that water style restrains fire style. Therefore, the intentions behind the combat arrangements of 3rd Hokage are worth pondering. How many Uchiha people died on the battlefield because of this arrangement? By the way, how do you use this heaven-defying understanding? Uchiha came back from his meditation vigorously, calmly, and began to prepare to explore the cheat he had just obtained. In the face of difficulties, it is useless to complain and lose your temper. Even if you want to change the status quo and change the fate of the Uchiha clan, you must first master enough strength before you can do it. From the literal meaning, it is not difficult to understand the meaning of the 4 words heaven-defying understanding. Uchiha strongly guessed that it should be some kind of innate ability. For example, he learns super fast, has an extraordinary photographic memory, has the ability to comprehend and kill all kinds of genius monsters instantly, and so on. Realizing the effect of his cheat, Uchiha Dali felt a little happy, and started to try it with the mentality of giving it a try. What I currently master is the basic fire-style ninjutsu, so I'll give it a try with the Great Fireball technique. Thinking in his heart, Uchiha vigorously made the seals with both hands in the order of using the fire-style Great Fireball jutsu. As the movements of the seal unfold, the chakra in Uchiha Dali's body also follows his movement and circulates in the meridians. Concepts such as how chakra operates, how to form seals, the effects of using fire style, etc. all come to mind one by one. But the strange thing is that Uchiha Dali gradually realized that in addition to the original memories, there seemed to be some additional information in his head. Not only that, there are more and more of them, and they are gradually filling up my mind. Although Uchiha Dali didn't quite understand, he still knew clearly that these memories definitely did not belong to him. And it was at this time that a system prompt sounded in his mind. You tried hard to remember the sequence of fire-style ninjutsu seals, and suddenly realized how to use the entire series of fire-style ninjutsu. How to use all series of fire-style, including all sealing methods from D level to S level fire-style ninjutsu, chakra distribution ratio, corresponding power effects and other techniques. Chapter 2 Heaven-Defying Understanding shows its power for the first time. The notification sound in his mind made Uchiha Dali's heart tremble, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. As expected, I suddenly realized all the fire-type ninjutsu. Is this the powerful effect of heaven-defying comprehension? This cheat is really awesome. Uchiha couldn't help but give a thumbs up. But new problems also emerged. After understanding all fire-style ninjutsu, my head is full of relevant knowledge. But the problem is that if you want to use high-level fire-style ninjutsu, you must have a corresponding amount of chakra. Chakra is the one and is the basis for using all ninjutsu and taijutsu. Without the one, no matter how many zeros there are behind it, it will be false. How chakra is refined. Uchiha vigorously started to recall relevant information in his mind. Sure enough, as he tried to recall the method of refining chakra, relevant notification sounds actually appeared in his head. Ding! You are working hard to refine chakra, your chakra has increased by 100%. Along with the notification sound coming from his head, Uchiha Dali could clearly feel that there was a warm current flowing out from his limbs. To be precise, they did not emerge out of thin air from the limbs and bones. In fact, they emerged from countless cells in their own bodies. This is chakra, increased by 100% in an instant. It's amazing. Like a trickle of chakra, after being extracted from the cells, it gathers towards one's danshin through different meridians. Finally, they and the chakra that Uchiha already possessed gathered together to form a larger chakra energy group than before. Uchiha Dali only felt that his energy had become very energetic and his physical strength was much stronger. He knows very well how difficult it is for ordinary people to refine chakra. Not to mention ordinary people, even genius ninjas like Kakashi and beings like Uchiha Itachi are always faced with the dilemma of insufficient chakra. And now, with the help of heaven-defying understanding, chakra has doubled, and it only takes less than a second. If those geniuses saw this, they would be jealous to death. Really awesome. Uchiha Dali couldn't help but admire again. Now his overall chakra amount has increased a lot, and he has mastered all fire-style ninjutsu. It's time to think about where you want to go now. Currently, there are probably a few choices before you. Uchiha Dali can completely leave Konoha directly and become a rebellious nin from now on. The sea is as wide as the fish can jump and the sky is as high as the birds can fly. Or, he can choose to return to the front-line battlefield to continue fighting. Represent the Uchiha clan against Kirigakure village. As for the third option, he could continue to return to the rear as a seriously injured person and return to Konoha to recuperate. The first choice is not suitable for Uchiha Dali, because it is not easy to travel through time, and he also has his own ambitions. It is currently unrealistic to continue to return to the front line to participate in the battle. Although he has mastered all fire-style ninjutsu, his current injuries have not fully recovered. Heaven-defying understanding cannot heal one's serious injuries out of thin air. If you go back to the battlefield to participate in the battle, you will most likely become cannon fodder again. After much thought, Uchiha decided to return to Konoha. The first thing is to take care of your body and recover from your injuries, and then start making plans to help the Uchiha clan get out of trouble. Since he's already here and he's a member of the Uchiha tribe, it's impossible for him to do nothing. The Uchiha clan will no longer allow others to take away their own flesh and blood as they please. Genocide? Impossible. When I come, this kind of thing will never happen again. There was a cold light in Uchiha's powerful eyes. After making the decision, he was ready to find Konoha's logistics troops, and then return to Konoha as a seriously injured person to wait for the opportunity. So Uchiha squatted down vigorously and began to search for traces on the ground, intending to track the whereabouts of the medical logistics troops. And at this moment, the system prompt sound came again in Uchiha Dali's mind. Ding! You have activated the tracking and reconnaissance technique, and your tracking and reconnaissance skills have been raised to the full level. Full-level reconnaissance and tracking skills can greatly enhance your perception. You can see tiny details that you cannot usually notice, and you can hear sounds within a certain range. Full-level tracking and reconnaissance skills. Uchiha Dali shook slightly because the corresponding information appeared in his mind at this moment. At the same time, his insight, hearing, smell, etc., really began to improve exponentially. The most clear and intuitive feeling brought about by such changes is that first of all, Uchiha clearly noticed that his eyesight had become very, very good. Just like the system prompts just now, the tiny details that are usually invisible and unnoticeable are clearly displayed in front of my eyes at this moment. In the woods, there was a small insect eating the trunk of the big tree 100 meters away. 200 meters away, a small centipede was hidden among the dead leaves. 300 meters in the air above the woods, a little bird was flying quickly. It's not just eyesight that's improved. Uchiha's strong sense of hearing and smell have also been greatly improved. Originally, it was impossible for ordinary people to hear the sounds made by small animals such as birds flying in the air and small centipedes hiding under dry leaves hundreds of meters away. But at this moment, Uchiha Dali could clearly see their every move and heard the sounds they made. The feeling that seemed to be right next to my ears and right in front of my eyes was unbelievable and shocking. Even Uchiha's powerful sense of smell has improved countless times. He can smell thousands or even tens of thousands of different smells in the air in an instant, and accurately and clearly distinguish which direction they come from and what target they come from. It's awesome. While Uchiha was amazed in his heart, he also accurately captured the location of the logistics troops. But at this time, Uchiha Dali frowned slightly. Because whether it was the strong smell of blood that he could smell, or the smell of those members of the logistics force, or maybe it was the sounds of fierce fighting, screams, groans, and painful wails. All these signs tell Uchiha a fact. Konoha's logistics troops are being attacked by the enemy. How to do it? Uchiha's eyes became sharp. Judging from the information perceived, the number of enemies is not large, only 5 people. But it was actually able to defeat Konoha's logistics and medical troops, causing heavy casualties. Without even thinking, Uchiha rushed directly towards the enemy's location. Chapter 3 Fire Style Can Really Kill People. Uchiha decided to mind his own business, and soon followed the movement and aura he sensed to the battlefield where the enemy and ourselves were fighting. As soon as they arrived at the edge of the battlefield, the strong smell of blood hit their nostrils. The disadvantages of extremely sharp perception are also obvious. Uchiha frowned vigorously and subconsciously controlled his perception. I didn't expect it to be really effective. The strong and pungent smell that penetrated the nostrils was no longer so strong. This unexpected discovery made him a little happy. He didn't expect that his perception could be freely controlled by his own willpower. He easily landed on a big tree, glanced down quickly from a high position, and the situation of the entire battlefield was clear at a glance. The number of Konoha's logistics force personnel who were attacked was approximately 20. Because there are many non-combatants in the logistics support force. After being attacked by the enemy, they suffered heavy casualties at this moment. Except for those Fugenin who were still resisting tenaciously, the rest were either seriously injured or died tragically on the spot. And the 5 ninjas from Kirigakura village were still hunting the wounded unscrupulously and fighting with those Konoha ninjas who resisted. Reinforcements. One of the Kirigakura ninjas quickly noticed the sudden appearance of Uchiha Dali in the periphery. Then 2 kunao shot towards Uchiha with great force. Although they fly very fast, their flight trajectory and the location where they will hit are clearly outlined in Uchiha's powerful eyes and even in his mind. Such a wonderful perception shocked Uchiha Dali, and at the same time he was suddenly overjoyed. He raised his hand to take out his kunao, and at the critical moment, he blocked the 2 kunao with 2 dang-dang sounds, and quickly formed seals with his hands without saying a word. Fire style Great Fireball Technique. All Uchiha's movements are done in one go, and they are completely natural counterattacks due to being attacked. This Great Fireball, in normal times, would not have a maximum diameter of more than 3 meters. However, at this moment, as Uchiha's powerful chakra condensed in his throat, a large amount of fire attribute chakra spurted out, forming a giant Great Fireball with a diameter of more than 5 meters. The giant Great Fireball carries terrifying heat and crushes the enemy head-on. It's too late, it's fast. That Chunin from Kirigakura village probably didn't expect that the opponent who came to support him would be so troublesome. I thought that 2 kunao could take care of the pale guy who looked sick and dying. Who would have thought that not only could the opponent easily block his attack, but he could also instantly counterattack and release such a powerful fire-style ninjutsu. The enemy has obviously experienced fierce battles and has developed strong fighting instincts. Facing a life-and-death crisis, the opponent burst out with astonishing strength. While retreating quickly, he also immediately launched a counterattack. While the person was still in mid-air, he had already begun to form seals quickly. The enemy's movements were clearly seen by Uchiha. Yin, Si, Zi, Water Barrier. Uchiha Dali saw the order of the opponent's seals and immediately understood what ninjutsu the opponent planned to use. The corners of his mouth turned up contemptuously. It's too late. At this distance, the Great Fireball has already arrived in front of us with a high temperature that is hot enough to cause a person to be instantly scalded. According to the speed of the opponent's seal formation, even if water barrier can be used, the high-temperature Great Fireball can still form high-temperature water vapor of hundreds of degrees Celsius after heating the opponent's water style. What's more, Uchiha Dali will not just sit and wait for the opponent to fall. He raised his hand and added 2 more kunao, which was considered as retaliation for the opponent's sneak attack just now. Even if the Great Fireball can't kill the opponent, these 2 kunao can definitely kill the opponent. And at the same time that Uchiha was making a powerful last-ditch attack, the system prompt sounded in his mind again. Ding! You witnessed the enemy using water-style ninjutsu, and automatically understood the full range of water-style ninjutsu. Full series of water-style ninjutsu, including D-level to S-level water-style. As the reminder sound in his mind sounded, Uchiha Dali clearly felt that there was a lot of information in his head. This information, of course, is all about the use of water-style ninjutsu and chakra-saving techniques. Awesome! Uchiha Dali now has a deep understanding of the power of heaven-defying comprehension. He didn't make as much fuss as he did at first. All of this actually happened in a blink of an eye. At this moment, the great fireball he threw had already hit his opponent. Boom! There was a burst of flames. As expected, the Kirigaku ninja didn't have time to release water style to resist Uchiha's powerful attack, and was swallowed up by the great fireball on the spot. After the explosion, sparks flew out, and the man completely turned into a burning man, screaming miserably amid the raging fire. After a while, he fell down and became motionless. Who says fire style can't kill people? Isn't this just killing one? Uchiha Dali just glanced at it and confirmed that the Kirigaku village ninja had lost the ability to resist, then turned around to attack other enemies. The remaining 4 enemies are currently being restrained by members of Konoha's Logistics Force escort team. Both sides are novices pecking each other, they are evenly matched, and no one can do anything to the other. Seeing that one of their own members was defeated, the remaining 4 Kirigaku ninjas were also very thieves and had no intention of staying and confronting Uchiha head-on. This guy is a member of Uchiha's clan. Be careful that there are other Uchiha nearby. Retreat first. Kirigaku Uchnin, who seemed to be the leader, shouted a reminder to the other companions. At the same time, he slashed the short sword in his hand at the Konoha ninja Su Huang who was fighting with him before flying back. It looked like he was obviously trying to escape. The other 3 Kirigaku ninjas immediately turned around and retreated. However, the Konoha Uchnin from the logistics escort team did not pursue them. The battle just now made them uncomfortable. Everyone was either exhausted or almost exhausted of chakra. If you go after it now, you won't get the slightest advantage. After several Konoha ninjas stopped, they subconsciously looked at Uchiha Dali, who was coming over, with a hint of surprise in their eyes. But before any of them could say anything, Uchiha Dali had already passed them directly and went to pursue the 4 escaped Kirigaku Uchnin. You've killed so many of us and now you want to escape unscathed? It's not that easy. Uchiha used his strength to catch up with the 4 enemies first and then sneered while taking decisive action. Fire style Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. This move is like a goddess scattering flowers. Under Uchiha's powerful control, small fireballs as big as a wash basin flew out one after another, flying towards the backs of the 4 enemies. Chapter 4 Kill them all, no one can escape. Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu, unlike Great Fireball, is suitable for attacking multiple targets. Each fireball can not only fly according to a fixed trajectory, but can also be directly controlled through chakra according to the user's will, thereby changing the flight trajectory to track the target. At this moment, Uchiha took advantage of this and controlled more than a dozen fireballs to attack the 4 Kirigaku ninjas. These are his heaven-defying understanding, the usage skills he has learned. He definitely couldn't use it before, but now he seems to be able to do it with ease. The 4 Kirigaku ninjas faced the incoming attack, and their expressions changed greatly with fear. The one on the far left is not sure whether he was exhausted due to too much consumption in the long battle, or whether he was shocked by Uchiha's powerful attack at this time. He was unable to dodge or react in time, and was hit in the back by a fireball controlled by Uchiha on the spot. Immediately afterwards, the clothes on his whole body burned, and the high temperature burned his skin and made him scream in pain. Quickly put out the fire. The loud reminder from his companion made the Kirigakure ninja finally react. The opponent instinctively starts using water-style ninjutsu. After a lot of effort and much fuss, he finally extinguished the burning flames on his body using the water style. The enemy had not had time to rejoice that he had escaped disaster. Suddenly, he froze. The blood spattered from the wound on the neck through irregular trajectories in the air, splattering the surrounding vegetation into a mess. What caused this fatal blow was the sharp kunai flying from his back. The other 3 Kirigakure ninjas could only watch helplessly as their companions were killed, but they were unable to do anything. They also have their own troubles. Not only do you have to avoid Uchiha's powerful fireball attacks at all times, but you also have to avoid Uchiha's powerful shurikens or kunai sneak attacks. At this moment, strong despair arose in their hearts. They simply didn't understand why the Konohachinin chasing them behind them could be so powerful. Damn it, let's fight him. The Kirigakure-chinin in the middle said angrily, unwillingly. Being chased away like a fugitive rabbit made him feel very aggrieved. Don't be impulsive. There are Konoha ninjas behind you. Not to mention the opponent is Uchiha. The other 2 companions were frightened and quickly reminded them. Unfortunately, it's too late. The Kirigakure ninja in the middle suddenly turned around. It turned out that what he just said was deliberately distracting Uchiha's attention. In fact, he has completed the seal in this process. The moment he turned around, the guy opened his mouth and spat out a water arrow at Uchiha. The water compressed by chakra forms a high-pressure water cannon, which is so powerful that it can even directly penetrate metal and rocks. If it were an ordinary person, with this distance and attack speed, there would simply not be enough reaction time. However, the enemy's opponent is Uchiha Daki. From the moment the opponent formed the seal, Uchiha Dali could actually see it clearly. With his ears, he could even hear the slight sound of the opponent's fingers rubbing against the air when he was forming seals. Based on these gathered details, he could outline a clear 3-dimensional picture of the enemy's every move in his mind. In other words, Uchiha greatly anticipates his opponent's attacks in advance. So at this moment, facing the enemy's sudden use of water iron cannon, he calmly moved about half a meter to the side. The water iron cannon passed by his right side and failed to injure him at all. In the battle of life and death, the opportunity is fleeting, and victory or defeat can be determined at every turn. The enemy never expected that Uchiha Dali could predict his own attack and dodge in advance. He was confident that the move just now was enough to kill Uchiha vigorously. So after taking action, he felt complacent, thinking that not only could he escape the pursuit of a powerful enemy and kill an Uchiha ninja, he would also be able to show off to the villagers when he returned. Little did he know, even with such a brief distraction, Shinigami had already arrived. The sharp kunai in Uchiha's powerful hand made a gash in the enemy's neck, passed him by, and threw himself at another enemy. The Kirigakure ninja, with an incredible look in his eyes, just fell down and died. Everything happened so fast. It only took half a minute from Uchiha's vigorous counterattack, killing the first enemy, to now the 3rd enemy being killed by him. When Uchiha vigorously appeared in front of the 4th enemy, the enemy was so panicked and nervous that he was busy running away. He didn't even come back to his senses, thinking that the person coming was his companion. This guy is really awesome, he deserves to be Uchiha. This stupid Kirigakure ninja said vigorously to Uchiha who came next to him. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized something was wrong, and hurriedly turned to look at the companion on his left. At this glance, the expression of the Kirigakure ninja suddenly changed, and he was stunned. "You? Thank you. I appreciate the compliment." Uchiha gave a strong and cruel smile, but the kunai in his hand was not as kind and polite as he looked. The sharp kunai was directly grasped by Uchiha with both hands and stabbed into the opponent's heart. Until the light of strong shock and fear in the opponent's eyes faded away, life quickly passed away. Uchiha pulled out the kunai with great force. He raised his head and looked at the last remaining Kirigakuuchnin in front of him. The opponent also happened to see the scene where he killed the enemy just now. At this moment, the only remaining Kirigakuuchnin, how could he dare to fight with Uchiha vigorously? He just looked at Uchiha vigorously, then turned around and ran away without looking back, even ignoring the body of his companion. 4 of them have been killed. How could Uchiha Dali let the other party leave like this? He raised his hand and threw the kunai, which was still dripping with blood, towards the heart of the last Kirigaku ninja's back. At this time, the distance between the two parties has exceeded 30 meters. Under normal circumstances, if you want to hit the opponent by throwing a kunai at this distance, without 10 or 8 years of kunai throwing practice experience, it may be difficult to hit the target. Therefore, when Uchiha vigorously took action, he also went over and over in his mind, quickly recalling the knowledge and skills he had learned before at lightning speed. And at the moment when he threw the kunai in his hand, a familiar system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! You tried hard to remember the kunai throwing method and power technique, and realized that kunai is always on target. Kunai is always on target. It can accurately throw kunai to any target within sight in the most energy-saving and most powerful way. Chapter 5 Temporary Team Formation. Uchiha's powerful final blow not only eliminated the last remaining enemy, but he also learned the complete kunai throwing technique and hit the target with perfect accuracy. As long as the target is within his sight range, he can hit it accurately no matter how far away it is. Moreover, the way of exerting force has been strengthened, and it can throw the most powerful kunai attack with the most energy-saving technique. Don't underestimate this move. If used properly, it can even have the effect of killing enemies unexpectedly. Uchiha was very satisfied with this. He turned around as if nothing had happened, and at this time several Konohachinin guards also walked towards him. During the fierce battle just now, I focused on killing the enemy and eliminating the threat, so I didn't feel any discomfort. Now that the passion of the battle has subsided and the enemy is no longer a threat, Uchiha Dali suddenly feels a dull pain throughout his body again. The wounds on the body that had not yet fully healed began to crack and bleed again. He endured the pain, frowned slightly, and looked at the young female ninja who walked in front of him. The other person also happened to raise his head and look at him. Are you the medical team? I remember that you fell in the woods before, and your injuries were probably hopeless, so we left you there temporarily, but now you... The female ninja, who was about in her early 20s, stared into Uchiha's powerful eyes, and said to herself in surprise and confusion. Ah, yes, I was hurt a little. Help me bandage it. After Uchiha finished speaking with a strong and free smile, his eyes suddenly darkened and he fell down on the other party. When he woke up again, Uchiha found that it was already dark. But they were still in the woods. Judging from the environment, it was no longer the open space where the conflict with the pursuers of Hidden Mist Village initially broke out. However, it is obvious that they are still on the battlefield. Because whether it's the smell of gunpowder smoke and blood that fills the air, or the residual elemental smell of ninjutsu's confrontation with various attributes, they are all telling Uchiha that this is a real battlefield. Uchiha turned his head with great curiosity and looked at the escort ninjas of the logistics support force sitting next to the campfire. Are you awake? The pretty female ninja looked towards Uchiha vigorously. There was a hint of curiosity in his bright eyes. Another male ninja also followed up and said, according to the extent of your injuries, you should have received further rescue from medical ninjas on the spot, or been transferred back to the village. But unfortunately, all the medical ninjas we escorted have been killed. We can't contact your original team, so we can only leave you here. While this man was talking, the beautiful ninja stood up and took a roasted pheasant and handed it to Uchiha vigorously. And she further said, we have received a new mission from our superiors. Now we must stay on the battlefield and continue fighting to prevent the troops from Hidden Kirigura from raiding our border. Your injury recovered quickly. Since it's nothing serious, you can temporarily form a team with us. We will retreat after we find your original team or receive new orders. In short, let's eat something first. With a few simple conversations, Uchiha quickly understood the current situation. The medical unit that was originally responsible for supporting the battlefield, treating the wounded, and transporting the wounded was attacked and dispersed by the enemies in Kirigakure village. Death, injury. Now, let alone rescuing people, they have problems protecting themselves. Regarding this situation, Uchiha has nothing special to say. The cruelty of war is such that in a confrontation between ninjas, it is normal behavior to kill the wet nurse first. But will my injuries recover so quickly? While muttering in his heart, he subconsciously touched his wound. You can actually touch the scars. But I still feel a little sore, but fortunately there is no infection or signs of further deterioration. In that case, there is no need to return to Konoha. Uchiha Dali thought silently in his heart. I decided to return to the village first, mainly because of my injury. Now that his body is fine, there is no need to follow the original plan. While eating the roasted pheasant in his hand, he asked the beauty in front of him, "Your eyes are very beautiful, what is your name?" The female ninja, who was about to turn around and return to the bonfire, was slightly startled when she heard this, and turned her head to look at Uchiha in surprise. The incredulity in her eyes flashed away, and she replied, "My name is Maoyu Xian." Maoyu Immortal. Uchiha Dali murmured in his heart, wanting to ask what the relationship between the other party and Uzuki Xian was. But in the end he held back his words. At this time, Maoyu Xian also introduced the names of several other ninjas to him. His name is Sarutobishio, this is Hyagakoji, he is. Maoyu Xian looked at the man lying next to the two people, who seemed to be at the end of his life, and his eyes darkened. He is our captain, Shinsuke Aoyama. Uchiha remembered that the opponent was very brave in previous battles and seemed to be a ninja who was good at physical skills. At that time, the opponent's ninja who was fighting Kirigakure was already injured. I just didn't expect that when I woke up after sleeping, the other party would burp like this. The battlefield is so cruel, what should we do now? Uchiha quickly devoured a roasted pheasant. He was not at all cautious, as if he had known the ninjas in front of him for a long time. He walked directly to the campfire, picked up the remaining half of the roasted pheasant and continued to eat. Next to him, Hyagakoji was a little surprised when he saw his actions, but he remained calm and replied, "We are just resting and eating here for a short time, and we will go to the front line for support later." What he means is that we are waiting for you to wake up. Sarutobishio then explained. This guy obviously doesn't know how to chat. Of course, it is also possible that he himself dislikes Uchiha Dali. So the attitude at this moment seems to be obviously colder than that of Uzuki-sen and Hyagakoji. Uchiha vigorously finished half of the roasted pheasant in his hand, looked down at the opponent meaningfully, and casually threw the remaining skeleton in front of the opponent. Then, he ignored the other party's reaction, turned around, expanded his perception, and began to investigate the nearby situation. Seeing Uchiha Dali's casual behavior, Uzuki-sen, Hyagakoji, and Sarutobishio looked at each other. And each other's expressions looked a little surprised. But they did not express their inner thoughts, but looked at Uchiha vigorously and looked a little strange. At this time, Uchiha vigorously walked directly to the left front. Chapter 6: A Tough Opponent. Seeing Uchiha vigorously and silently walking towards the woods on the left front, the three people behind him suddenly frowned. "Hello!" Maoyu Xian couldn't help shouting in a low voice. And Sarutobishio also complained with a slight dissatisfaction, "This guy, judging from his pretty good strength, and our captain is dead, so I agreed to form a temporary team with him. I didn't expect him to be so reckless. He's going to kill us all." Hyagakoji did not say a word, his expression remained as usual and he didn't know what he was thinking. At this time, Saratobi Shio had just finished speaking, and Uchiha's powerful voice from the front immediately followed. If you want to complain, wait until you can return to the village alive. If you don't want to die, come here quickly. Hearing what Uchiha said vigorously, Dozuki-sen, Hyaga Koji, and Saratobi Shio looked at each other in confusion. Did he discover something? Hyaga Koji said to himself in confusion. Humph. I think this kid is just pretending to be a ghost. Saratobi Shio said disdainfully. But at this time, Hyaga Koji had already opened his Byakugan and looked around. 2 or 3 seconds later, when he turned around and looked in the direction where Uchiha was observing vigorously just now, his expression changed instantly. Seeing the change in Hyaga Koji's expression, Dozuki-sen and Saratobi Shio were also shocked. What's wrong? Mao Yuexian asked quickly. 1 kilometer ahead, there are several people coming towards us. It looks like the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure village. Hyaga Koji replied. 7 ninja swordsmen. Dozuki-sen and Saratobi Shikshun's expressions changed drastically when they heard this. That was the well-known elite ninja in Kirigakure village. Each possesses Janin's strength, enough to handle them all alone. I have long heard that Kirigakure has recently sent them out to hunt down other Konoha troops on the battlefield. These guys are ruthless and cruel. They like to attack the new ninjas of Konoha village and never leave them alive. When ordinary people encounter them, they will only die if they don't run away quickly. It seems we should retreat. Hyaga Koji reminded. Then the boy has already noticed that the enemy is coming. Saratobi Shio frowned and asked in disbelief. No one answered him. Dozuki-sen and Hyaga Koji have already turned around, following Uchiha's vigorous retreat. Damn, how did he do that? Although he was very unconvinced, Saratobi's Hikshung still followed. 1 kilometer away. The 7 first-generation ninja swordsmen were on their way quickly. The man with yellow, needle-like fluffy hair, a Kirigakure Enbu mask on his face, and several bandages wrapped around his neck suddenly spoke. Oh? They seem to have discovered us. It seems that there are also sentient ninjas. This person is one of the 7 first-generation ninja swordsmen, the user of the long sword and stitching needle, Kurikaru Kushimaru. Hearing what he said, the watermelon mountain puffer ghost with the big sword muscle on his back grinned, showing a mouth full of sharp teeth. To deal with these little ghosts, we actually need to go out personally. Hey, if this is still possible, it would be our fault to allow them to escape. Immediately afterwards, the one-eyed Mori Jinpachi snorted. Because the team responsible for attacking the opponent's logistics medical unit did not come back, we felt something had happened, so we came to take a look. I didn't expect that there were really enemies here. The people who killed us still want to leave alive. Nothing in this world is that cheap. After saying that, Mori Jinpachi waved the blasting sword in his hand into the air in front of him. The other members didn't speak. They silently accelerated each other and quickly launched a pursuit in the direction where Uchiha Dali and others were retreating. Uchiha Dali felt a little depressed. I didn't expect to meet such a powerful opponent at this time. He had only sensed that the opponent's aura was very strong and the chakra was extremely surging. For the time being, he could not defeat the opponent. But he didn't know the identity of his opponent. However, Hyaga Koji directly saw the target's appearance through his Byakugan, and based on this, he judged that the opponent was the 7 ninja swordsmen. Now, of course, Uchiha Dali is even less likely to fight them. They were speeding up the pursuit. Hyaga Koji and Uajiki-sen quickly caught up with Uchiha, the former reminded subconsciously. He had seen Uchiha take great action against those Kirigakure ninjas. Objectively speaking, he is stronger than the 3 of them, so he naturally and subconsciously regards Uchiha as their captain. Uchiha turned his head and glanced at him vigorously. If you are so unlucky and caught up by them later, everyone should go their separate ways. Such an answer surprised Uzuki-sen, Hyaga Koji, and Saratobi Shio. You Uchiha people are really special. Abandoning your companions is something you take so naturally. Sarutobishio snorted coldly. At this time, let's not argue. It's better to escape for your life first. Mao Yuexian saw that the atmosphere was not right and quickly reminded him. Hearing this, Sarutobi's Hiksheng snorted again and stopped talking. Uchiha Dali turned to look at her and asked, "Are you a medical ninja?" When he woke up, he found that the wounds on his body had been bandaged again. But all the other medical ninjas were dead, so there was a high probability that it was Utsutsuki Sien who bandaged it for him. "Yes." Mao Yuexian replied. "Then you can follow me." The other two wished themselves well. Uchiha vigorously no nonsense. Facing the pursuit of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he didn't want to bring 2 oil bottles with him. "I still have to save my life to realize my plan." This. Uzuki-sen was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and hesitantly looked at Sarutobishio and Hyaga Koji. "If you don't want to, then just follow them." Uchiha accelerated forward vigorously. The 7 ninja swordsmen were very fast. From the initial distance of 1 kilometer, they were now less than 800 meters away from their own side. If you continue at this speed, you will be overtaken sooner or later. "Hey! Are you really going to leave us alone? Damn it! Uchiha Speed!" Sarutobishio cursed angrily, turned his head and glanced at the woods on the right, then suggested running there. "Since this guy doesn't want to lead us, let's split up." "Humph! It will be easy for you to return to Konoha when the time comes. If you abandon your companions and leave without authorization, such a person is not worthy of being a ninja." After he finished speaking, he turned around and left towards the right, calling for Utsutsuki-sen and Hyaga Koji to follow him. After all, these 3 people were members of the same team. Although they were a little tangled in their hearts at this time, Uzuki-sen and Hyaga Koji still followed. Chapter 7 Top Trap, Perfect Disguise. Facing Sarutobishio, who led his team away without permission, Uchiha vigorously neither tried to persuade them to stay nor made any excuses to them. After both parties left a distance in different directions, Uchiha Dali stopped. He began looking for a suitable location where he could place the detonator trap. Facing a powerful enemy with unequal strength, it would be unwise to stay and confront them head-on or just run away. The only way is to outsmart them. "I can only say I'm sorry," Uchiha muttered to himself vigorously, and at the same time began to take out the detonating charms he had stored in his body, and prepared to set up a trap. He deliberately said those words to make Sarutobishio and others popular, mainly to buy himself time. If you act separately, from a probability perspective, the enemy will often choose to pursue the party with more people. After all, they were sure of victory. And just when Uchiha was trying hard to remember how to set up a trap, the system's notification sound immediately came to his mind. Ding! You carefully recalled the trap setting methods and understood the top trap setting skills. Top trap setting skills: you can perfectly set up detonating charms, kunao, shuriken and other traps, making it difficult for the enemy to detect. Can I also learn the skills of setting traps in this way? Uchiha Dali felt a little surprised. His heart moved and he quickly tried it. In an instant, a large amount of information about how to set up detonating talisman formations, kunao, and shuriken mechanism formations flowed in like a majestic river. These perfect skills are difficult for enemies to detect. It can be used to deal with the 7 ninja swordsmen who are about to pursue them. Uchiha vigorously began to take action without saying a word, while using his powerful perception to determine the opponent's position and movements. While starting to set up various traps where the enemy is about to pass. On the other side, the 7 ninja swordsmen who were in rapid pursuit did not know that there was a deadly trap waiting for them in front of them. At this moment, they were still speeding up the pursuit and persevering. They split up. Kurumi Kushimaru reminded. Humph, wouldn't this make you die faster? Muli Jinpachi sneered. The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost said with a ferocious smile, leave those 3 to me, and leave the remaining one to you. You're kidding. Do you want to monopolize 3 enemies by yourself? Black Hole hummed and questioned. It could be seen from their tone that these guys did not take the opponents they were about to face seriously at all. After all, whether it is based on intelligence or based on the traces left by the enemy after tracking them all the way, all the clues were telling them the fact that the few Konoha ninjas they were tracking at this moment were no more powerful than Chunin. Isn't this just random killing? Get rid of them quickly and then go to the next ambush location. Before the negotiations make progress, we must try our best to inflict harm to Konoha that they cannot bear, especially killing their living forces and draining their fresh blood. Tonko Yebaman also said at this time. Hearing this, the 7 people became even more excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood, causing cruel killings and making Konoha pay a heavy price. This is an important reason why they come to the battlefield. Uchiha Dali has already laid out 5 traps, located in different directions, basically the routes the enemy is most likely to pass through. This also includes the retreat route of Sarutobishio, Hyagakoji, and Uzuki-sen. At this point, all the kunao, shurikens and detonating charms on him were used up. If I had known, when we separated just now, I would have asked those guys to give me all their equipment first. Uchiha Dali felt pity in his heart. He hadn't finished his fun yet. If he hadn't run out of Chunin tools, he would have wanted to set up a few more traps to prepare a big surprise for the upcoming 7 ninja swordsmen. Hide it first. Thinking in his heart, Uchiha used the camouflage technique vigorously and blended directly into a big tree next to him, as if he had completely become a part of the big tree. And it was at this time that the system prompts sounded in his mind again. Ding! You used the camouflage technique and learned the advanced camouflage technique. Advanced camouflage technique allows the user to perform a relatively perfect disguise, making it difficult for enemies to detect. Listening to the system prompts in his head and feeling the sudden flow of information in his brain, Uchiha Dali secretly rejoiced. This heaven-defying understanding is becoming more and more useful. At that moment, Uchiha vigorously used the advanced camouflage technique he had just learned. He first cleaned up all the traces left by his recent activities nearby. Then he reintegrated into the big tree next to the trap. This time, the aura on Uchiha Dali's body almost completely disappeared. Not only that, his heartbeat, breathing rate, etc. also began to become lower and lower under his conscious control. This way it becomes almost completely a part of nature. Even if the enemy stands face to face in front of Uchiha Dali, he may not be able to detect the existence of Uchiha Dali. Now, you just need to wait patiently for the enemy to come to your door. Through his strong sense of perception, he could not see the enemy's position despite being blocked by numerous lush vegetation. But Uchiha Dali still clearly heard the enemy's movements. At a distance of about 500 meters, the 7 ninja swordsmen split into 2, and one of them pursued Uchiha vigorously. The remaining 6 chased towards the position where Mao Yuexian and the others had just retreated. Exactly what I thought, haha. Uchiha vigorously snickered inwardly. The 7 ninja swordsmen really divided their forces into 2 groups to pursue their side. And only one came to his side, and the rest all went after the 3 Konoha Chunin. All this is due to Uchiha's strong prediction. When he set up the trap just now, he focused on the retreat route of Uzuki-sen, Hyagakoji, and others. If we can kill the 7 ninja swordsmen here, it will end their fate in advance. Uchiha Dali thought silently. Since the team of the 7 ninja swordsmen is still intact, it means that they have not encountered Mat Dai yet. If these guys die here, maybe they will become the hero who ends the 3rd ninja war early. Thinking about it in my mind, time passed by minute by second. Not long after, Uchiha Dali clearly heard movement about 50 meters away. But before his eyes, the enemy was about to enter the detonating talisman trap he had laid, and would soon be shattered into pieces and wiped out in ashes. But just at this moment, there was a loud bang in the distance, and fire and smoke penetrated the woods and rushed into the sky. Chapter 8 Escape. Judging from the smoke, fire, and the direction in which the sound came from, it was definitely one of the detonating charm traps that Uchiha had set up before. It seems that those unlucky guys triggered the trap first. Uchiha thought vigorously in his heart while spreading his perception. His keen hearing and keen sense of smell immediately and clearly fed back the situation on the battlefield. About 700 meters away, there was a sound of rapid breathing and the enemy's uncertain voice. "Damn, what's going on? It's a detonating talisman trap, and we actually fell into it. How is it possible? I didn't find anything just now. I'm afraid the enemy deliberately lured us here. Be careful to fall into their ambush. Anyway, retreat first. Let's go." Judging from the sounds heard, the enemy was indeed attacked. It's a pity that although they were caught in the detonating talisman trap, they were only injured, not too serious, and could still move. At this moment, the 6 enemies had begun to retreat rapidly in the direction from which they came. The 7 ninja swordsmen who were about to enter the trap here also turned around and left after realizing something was wrong, very decisively. As expected of Jainin, Uchiha's eyes darkened slightly. These elite ninjas from Kirigakure village have demonstrated strong and professional ninja qualities. If he had been a ninja of a lower level, he would have been shattered into pieces if he rashly broke into his trap like this. Of course, Uchiha Dali has no intention of giving up. He quickly appeared, turned around and threw a kunai towards the 7 ninja swordsmen who were escaping. The other party was already 100 meters away at this time. He can still be vaguely seen through the gaps between the branches and leaves of the trees. Uchiha threw the kunai vigorously, breaking through the speed of sound in an instant, and flew towards the enemy's back with a harsh sound of breaking through the air. Snort! The person responsible for chasing Uchiha was a middle-aged man with a beard. Similar to the outfits of the other 7 ninja swordsmen, he also had a bandage wrapped around his neck. And the weapon he used looked like a huge hammer. This weapon is called blunt knife kabutorai. These various characteristics all tell Uchiha that this guy is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the Tonko Yejiren. At this time, it was too late when the Tonkai Abate people heard the movement behind them, and there was no way to dodge or block them. After a muffled groan, his body swayed, and he quickly stepped on the branch to use his strength to speed away, not even daring to look back. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared into the dense woods. The 3 people who were escaping, Sarutobishio, Hyaga Koji, and Uzuki-sen, were already a little exhausted. Seeing that they were about to be overtaken by the enemy, they were very surprised when they suddenly heard the sound of a violent explosion coming from the direction behind them. It sounds like the movement caused by the explosion of the detonating talisman, but it is not a single detonating talisman, but the detonating talisman formation. "When did you set up the trap?" Sarutobishio asked the other 2 companions in surprise. But at this time, Hyaga Koji and Uoyuixian were also very confused. They looked at each other and shook their heads. "We didn't set the trap." "Not you. Who could that be?" Sarutobishio showed a puzzled and thoughtful expression. "Could it be that Uchiha Daiki?" Uoyuixian asked. When Uchiha was injured and unconscious, they had already checked his ninja certificate. So naturally I know Uchiha Dali's name. Let me see what's going on. After speaking, Hyaga Koji opened his eyes and observed the situation behind him. Upon seeing this, his pupils suddenly shrank slightly, feeling very incredible. Those guys were injured and are retreating quickly. It seems they were the ones who triggered the detonating talisman trap just now. Hyaga Koji's words also surprised the other 2 people. The 2 looked at each other and then looked at Hyaga Koji again. Sarutobishio narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice, "Are you sure?" "Make sure, that guy is now 800 meters southeast of us. And besides us and him, there are only those enemies here. No one else would set such a trap here." Hyaga Koji's answer made Sarutobishio squint his eyes again. He stopped talking. And Uoyuixian said, "So he deliberately asked us to retreat first, but he chose to stay to deal with the enemy. Humph! Pretending to be a hero. Sarutobi Shio curled his lips. Anyway, at least the enemy was finally repulsed. They were the 7 ninja swordsmen. Hyagakoji's face was filled with lingering fear. He was even mentally prepared to die here. Now that I am alive, I am somewhat grateful to Uchiha Dali. That kid is just lucky. Sarutobi Shio curled his lips in disdain again. What do we do now? Mao Yuexian asked. She was suddenly chased by 7 ninja swordsmen, which frightened her into confusion. Such a powerful enemy is not something they can handle. Let's go over and join Uchiha vigorously. Hyagakoji suggested. But this decision was rejected by Sarutobi Shio. The 7 ninja swordsmen were injured. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we can take this opportunity to catch up and kill them, we will have done a great job. Maybe we can become Jainin from now on. There were 2 passionate lights in his eyes. Extremely excited about this matter. But when the other 2 heard his words, they showed worried expressions on their faces. Although you say that, are you taking some risks? Mao Yuexian asked. Hyagakoji continued to propose, I agree to pursue the injured enemies. Taking advantage of their injuries is the most suitable opportunity to counterattack them, but we need to vigorously join forces with Uchiha first. Unnecessary. That boy just used us as bait. This kind of behavior of sacrificing your companions to achieve your own goals is selfish and completely irresponsible. He doesn't care about our lives at all. Sarutobi Shio once again rejected it. This time, neither Hyagakoji nor Utsutsuki Sien spoke. The former is a member of the Hyaga clan. In fact, he knows some things well. The Uchiha clan's reputation and treatment in the village have not been as good as before in recent years. Many people in the village have certain prejudices against them. Even though Uzuki-sen was not from a prominent family in Konoha, he had certainly heard of this. They knew in their hearts why Sarutobi Shio was so aggressive towards Uchiha, but they were not in a position to intervene in such matters, and they did not want to be thought to be leaning towards the Uchiha clan. Chapter 9 Let's work together to kill him. 800 meters is not a long distance. For Uchiha, who has acquired top-notch sensory abilities, he can hear all sounds and movements clearly within this distance. At this moment, Uchiha Dali heard the conversations between Sarutobi Shio and Hyagakoji. He couldn't help but sneer. When I didn't time travel, I always saw idiots on the internet saying that I don't want conspiracy theories. What can I say? In fact, the Sarutobi clan headed by Sarutobi Hiruzen is not that bad to Konoha and Uchiha. The only really bad person is Shimura Danzo. Now, reality can be said to be a slap in the face. This was still during the Third Ninja World War. The Uchiha clan was still one of the main battlefield forces of Konoha village, acting as a pawn for the country of fire and Konoha Ninja Village, resisting attacks from other ninja villages. But even so, Sarutobi Shio, who came from the Sarutobi clan, actually made such malicious speculations, obviously targeting himself. Or to be more precise, everyone with the surname Uchiha. A glimpse of the leopard in the tube shows the current situation of the Uchiha clan in the entire Konoha. Uchiha Dali wanted to turn around and leave. Never mind these guys again. But just when he turned around to leave and look for the enemy alone, he suddenly heard a few whispers from farther away. Do you think these guys will be fooled? The voice was very familiar, it was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen speaking. This couldn't help but make Uchiha Dali feel a little scared. Are these guys planning to lure the snake out of its hole? He stopped and listened. More voices came immediately. Humph, I think they are probably fooled. Let's just wait here for them to catch up and see if my judgment is correct. Those guys from Konoha will definitely come, let's deal with them here. Just listening to the conversation between these enemies, one can judge that their previous injury retreat was most likely just an act. The purpose was to lure Sarutobi Shio and others into pursuit. Then they can catch all these Konoha ninjas. No wonder the 7 ninja swordsmen are famous in the ninja world. They are not easy to deal with. Uchiha Dali thought silently in his heart, hesitated for a moment, and decided to stay. He definitely wasn't for that guy Sarutobishio. But the Hyuga clan is worth winning over. Establishing a good relationship with their clan will be helpful to your future plans. As for Uzuki Immortal, although he is only a commoner in Konoha, but it can also bring the relationship closer to each other and build a good impression. Just when Uchiha was making a decision in his mind, another voice came. "You're actually injured. That guy hit me with a kunai from a distance of more than 100 meters. It doesn't look like an ordinary thing. 100 meters away? A ninja who can hit his opponent with a kunai from such a long distance is not an ordinary person. Have you seen clearly what that guy looks like? Judging from the family crest, he must be Uchiha." Uchiha. I knew there was something weird. The conversation between the 7 ninja swordsmen came to an abrupt end here. However, they did not leave, but remained where they were. Uchiha Dali could clearly hear their breathing and heartbeat, and could even clearly smell their lingering scent in the woods. Sure enough, after a moment of silence, someone spoke again. "Is that guy a person?" "There's only one I saw." "That's good. There are 7 of us. Let's just get rid of that guy here. As long as someone like Shisui or Golden Flash doesn't come over, the other Uchiha will be nothing if the 7 of us join forces." They obviously never imagined that Uchiha Dali could hear their conversation from such a long distance. After the 7 people made their decision, they began to ambush. Uchiha is very funny inside. Thanks to the heaven-defying enlightenment awakening of super perception, it looks like I have to kill 1 or 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen today. He hid his aura and began to move towards the enemy's position. On the other side, Sarutobishio took Hyuga Koji and Uzuki-sen to the vicinity of the detonating talisman array that Uchiha had not arranged before. After checking the remaining blood stains on the ground, they locked the direction in which the 7 ninja swordsmen escaped. They are indeed injured. "Koji, look where those guys are going," Sarutobishio ordered. "Should we wait for the body recovery team to arrive before we act together?" Mao Yuexian still looked a little worried. In order to prevent the leakage of intelligence from ninjas killed on the battlefield, their bodies are usually recovered by their teammates. But now it is a state of war, and living forces need to continue to perform combat missions, so there will be troops dedicated to recovering remains to take charge of these things. Just mark the location of the body and they will find it. By the time they come over, maybe the enemy has already escaped. Sarutobishio responded. Hyuga Koji followed up and said, "It seems that they have left the 1-kilometer range. That is the limit of my insight. I can't see them now, but I can clearly see the blood stains left on the trees. I'm sure they were all injured. Then we need to speed up. If you don't dare to participate, then you can stay here and wait for us, so as not to delay us." Sarutobishio gave Uzuki-sen an indifferent look, and then took the lead in chasing the enemy in the direction in which he had fled. Hyuga Koji also looked back at Uzuki-sen in confusion, and then followed him. Seeing his 2 teammates leaving, Mao Yuexian hesitated for a moment and could only bite the bullet and follow. They didn't know it yet, but Shinigami was waiting for them in front. Uchiha quietly and vigorously approached the location where the 7 ninja swordsmen were ambushing. At the same time, Sarutobishio, who was full of confidence and eager to make meritorious deeds, also led Hyuga Koji and Uzuki-sen to the enemy's ambush location. Hyuga Koji suddenly stopped. Sarutobishio immediately turned around in confusion and asked, "What's wrong? The blood stains have disappeared here, it's really strange." Hyuga Koji said to himself. "Hey! Is it weird? Because we have been waiting here for you to come to our door. Sure enough, there are only a few of them. There are no ambush reinforcements at all. We are just careless. It's really embarrassing to be injured by these guys. Let's silence them here. Suddenly, 7 figures appeared at the same time, surrounding the 3 of them. One of the middle-aged men with a beard said in confusion, "Why are there only 3? Chapter 10. This guy is not simple." The 7 ninja swordsmen glanced around and found that there were indeed only 3 Konoha ninjas surrounded. Suddenly their eyes became alert at the same time. "The Uchiha who hurt me with the kunao is not here," Tonko Yebaman reminded in a deep voice. "Ignore him for now, he probably ran away in fear, hehe. It's the same thing if we kill these guys first." The Sugawayama Fugu ghost holding the great sword Shark's muscle laughed ferociously and jumped down from the tree while waving his great sword Samehead's muscle, and swept across Sarutobishio's waist. 2 of the remaining 7 ninja swordsmen also launched attacks against Hyuga Koji and Utsuki-sen at the same time. The remaining 4 did not take action, but took a defensive posture, ready to deal with other enemies that might appear at any time. It can be seen that these 7 people are very professional and have rich combat experience. Sarutobishio's face changed slightly when he faced the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish ghost who suddenly attacked him. But he was not afraid in the face of danger, and instead shouted, "The Uchiha you are talking about, yes, he has fled, he is just a coward. The one who kills you here today will be your Mr. Sarutobishio." As he spoke, 2 strange-shaped weapons appeared in his hands, and he used his hands to resist the big sword of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer demon. Huge power swept across. With just one encounter, Sarutobishio was swept away. There was a muffled sound. Sarutobishio's body hit the trunk of a big tree more than 10 meters away, and blood came out of the corner of his mouth. But before he could catch his breath, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish ghost smiled ferociously and chased after him again. "You don't think you can kill us with your little abilities, do you? Grow your eyes well in the next life." The Watermelon Mountain Blowfish ghost swept out with his sword, and with a bang sound, it cut off the opposite Sarutobishio and the big tree that at least 3 people were hugging. But it was at this moment that there was a bang. Sarutobishio was cut into 2 pieces and turned into a piece of wood. Seeing that his opponent actually used the substitute technique in front of him, Zigwashin Pufferfish ghost sneered, "The kid is quite capable, but that's all." As he spoke, he suddenly flew up and kicked out to the back on the right side. Sarutobishio, who had just appeared to prepare for a sneak attack, was kicked backwards for more than 20 meters as if he had rushed up to kick someone. He hit another big tree again and spit out a mouthful of blood. 8 trigrams 64 palms, hell. In the other direction, Hyuga Koji fights against Kurihara Kushimaru, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. This guy's weapon is a long knife and a needle, which looks like a needle more than 1 meter long. His attack speed is extremely fast, and his attack angle is very tricky. Although he was injured, his combat power was still enough to suppress Hyuga Koji, forcing Hyuga Koji to use the absolute defense of the Hyuga clan. "How long can you last with this move?" Kurihara Kushimaru was cold and ruthless, constantly attacking Hyuga Koji who was in Kaishin state from all directions, trying to break through the opponent's defense. Seeing that his 2 companions had been attacked by powerful enemies and were unable to fight back, Utsutsusen Lyashin Wazu, the medical ninja in the team, didn't know what to do. Just when she was distracted, a ferocious laughter suddenly sounded from behind her. "What are you looking at?" When Mao Yuexian heard the voice behind her, she was shocked and her beauty turned pale. She turned around suddenly and saw a huge hammer hitting her head. This weapon is the blunt knife, kabuto, which is the weapon of those who use grass and wild bait. Just before his eyes, the flowery and jade-like Mao Yuexian was about to be smashed flat by a hammer from the wild bait man. But at this moment, 2 kunao suddenly flew out of nowhere and flew directly towards the chest, heart, and throat of the wild baitman. "He's here." The Tonko Yebate man's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly took back his weapon to block the attack. This time it was attacked from the front. He was able to see the incoming kunao immediately and fight back, saving his life. But he also missed the opportunity to kill Mao Yuexian and was scared to death. The other 4-7 ninja swordsmen who did not take action also saw the scene clearly. Hearing the Tonko Yebai people say that the hidden Uchiha tribesman was coming, they entered a fighting state at the same time. But looking around the entire battlefield, he didn't see any enemies appearing. Everything happened in a blink of an eye. Just when they were confused, a heat wave suddenly hit behind them. The fire illuminated the entire dark forest. The 4-7 ninja swordsmen turned around and looked back in horror, and saw a giant great fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters flying towards them. The speed was so fast and the power was so powerful that they had to choose to avoid the edge temporarily. 4 people jumped up in different directions at the same time, trying to avoid the attack of the giant great fireball. However, their retreat route seemed to have been planned by this invisible enemy. The moment they jumped up, 4 huge water balls appeared from behind them. A poof sound sounded at the same time. 4 ninja swordsmen and 7 people were imprisoned directly by the water prison that appeared out of thin air. Is this kid the Uchiha? On the Zigwashin Pufferfish Ghost side, the winner has basically been decided. Against Amir Kanahujnin, he was relatively slow this time based on his ability. At this time, he heard the noise and turned around to see his teammate being attacked. He slashed the Sarutobi's sword on Sarutobishio's left shoulder and pulled it down hard, causing the dying Sarutobishio who was nailed to the tree to spurt out a large mouthful of blood on the spot. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost smiled ferociously and raised his head to glance at the 4 teammates imprisoned in the air by the water prison. Immediately afterwards, he glanced again, who had also stopped and was standing not far away on the other side. There! Kurumi Kushimaru flew up and rushed towards the dark forest ahead. However, the moment he stood up, 3 kunai suddenly shot out from the darkness, extremely fast, accurate and cruel. If Kuritara Kushimaru doesn't retreat, he will definitely be hit by at least one of them. As a last resort, Kuritari Kushimaru could only wave the long knife and needle in his hand to block the attack, while he was forcefully shaken back to the ground by the force of the rebound. Is this the Uchiha? The face of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost became solemn. At this time, the Tonko Yaito, who had just been scared away by the flying kunai, reappeared at the side with lingering fear. He stared at the darkness ahead and said in a deep voice, "It seems that it will take some effort to deal with him." Chapter 11. Just give it up when it's good. At this time, the attention of the Tonko Yebai man, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, and the Kuritari Kushimaru were all focused on Uchiha Dali, who was hiding in the darkness. He didn't care at all about Hyuga Koji and Uzuki-sen next to him, as well as Sarutobishio who was seriously injured and dying. This allowed the 2 men to survive and breathe. Uzuki-sen and Hyuga Koji reunited. The 2 of them were still frightened and confused, and they followed the enemy's eyes and looked towards the darkness ahead. Is he really here? Mao Yuexian asked in a low voice. I didn't see him. Hyuga Koji was rolling his eyes, but after looking around, he found that he didn't see anything. This made him wonder if there was something wrong with his eyes. Zhiksheng, he seems to be in trouble. Hyuga Koji reminded. Upon hearing this, Uzuki-sen quickly jumped over to check Sarutobishio's injuries. Are you guys too unscrupulous? If he doesn't show up, I'll kill you first. Kurisu Kushimaru turned around and took action against Utsuki-sen who was about to save Sarutobishio. The long knife and needle in his hand flew out and shot towards Mao Yuexian's back. Watch out! Hyuga Koji rushed to the rescue, but was still a step too late. It was at this time that another kunai suddenly flew out from the darkness at a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye, accurately hitting the long knife and needle. There was a dang sound. The long knife and needle fell down in response. There! Water-style water dragon bullet. The Tongkusa Yaito used water-style ninjutsu in the direction where the kunai flew just now. But after his water dragon flew over, it was like a mud cow entering the sea. Except for the strong water impact that caused several big trees to fall, Nothing happened. This kid is very fast. Could it be that he is? The face of the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost changed slightly as he thought of something. After his reminder, Kurisha Kushimaru's pupils shrank slightly. He quickly retracted his long knife and needle through the rope connected to the tail, and carefully observed the movements around him. Uchiha Shisui? The guy who became famous for his excellent teleportation technique. The Tonko Yebai people are also a little afraid. The ninja troops of Kirigakura village have fought against the Uchiha clan many times, and they are even more afraid of the name Shisui than the Golden Flash. The 7 ninja swordsmen, who were themselves injured, had to seriously consider whether it was really beneficial to them to continue fighting. At this time, a cold voice sounded from the darkness, "If you continue to fight, my companions may not survive, but you also cannot leave." It seems that the other party is not willing to get too entangled with the 7 of them. Realizing this, Zigwashan Pufferfish Ghost immediately spoke first, "You can leave, we promise not to make things difficult for you, but we must let the 4 of them go first. You two, take the wounded out of here first." The voice in the darkness sounded again. This time it was obviously a reminder to Hyagakoji and Utsuki-sen. Those 2 people were also very sensible and quickly took Sarutobishio, who was seriously injured and unconscious, and left first. The dark jungle suddenly became extremely quiet, and a strange atmosphere spread. Suddenly, the water prisons on the bodies of the 7 ninja swordsmen who were restricted by the water-style water prison technique suddenly broke. The 4 of them fell from the air to the ground. They were finally rescued and gasped for air. "I was almost killed by suffocation." The tense watermelon mountain puffer ghost, Tonko Yebaman, and Kuritari Kushimaru couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief when they saw this situation. Is that guy really Shisui? Not sure, but this guy's strength is not weak, let's retreat first. It's not easy to gain the reputation of the 7 ninja swordsmen. If something unexpected happens here, it won't just be a matter of face. The 7 people who narrowly escaped death did not dare to stay and fight for a while, so they quickly turned around and retreated to escape. Uchiha Dali, who used advanced camouflage skills to hide in the darkness, watched the enemies leave, and after confirming that they were not playing tricks this time, but were really far away, he breathed a long sigh of relief. To be honest, if he really had to fight against 7, he was really not sure that he could completely defeat these 7 guys. If you push your opponent hard, and both sides try their best, you may be the one who suffers. Therefore, this time we can only let the other party go temporarily. Uchiha vigorously sensed the position of Hyagakoji and others, turned around and chased after them. Hyagakoji put down Sarutobishio, who was covered in blood, seriously injured and dying, and let him lean against the trunk of a big tree. Uzuki-sen hurried over and used chakra to release medical ninjutsu to help him heal. But no matter what she did, the huge wound on Sarutobishio's body was still bleeding out. The gurgling blood flowing down, coupled with the bloody wounds, was shocking to see. Mao Yuexian's hands couldn't help but tremble slightly. "Wake up, Zhixing." She tried to wake up her teammates. But no matter how he called, Sarutobishio not only failed to wake up and get better, but his body became increasingly cold. Hyagakoji looked at his teammates who were gradually losing their vitality and knew that he could not be saved. A pair of eyes couldn't help but dim. At this moment, a figure fell beside them. It was Uchiha Dali. "Sorry, I'm late." Uchiha stared calmly at the ground, Sarutobishio, who was starting to become colder, and said to the other 2 people, "Is it really you who saved us just now?" Hyagakoji asked in surprise. "Yes. But, how did you do it? My Byakugan didn't see you at all. Maybe the power of your eyes hasn't been fully developed yet." Uchiha vigorously did not explain much. He changed the subject and said, "We must leave here quickly. If those guys catch up again, I may not be able to continue to protect you." "But Zhixing, Uzuki-sen looked at the pale and lifeless Sarutobishio in confusion. The recovery team will come and dispose of his remains. Uchiha reminded vigorously. Hokage also said sadly, we are still in a war period. We must first ensure that we can survive before we have a chance to avenge Shikshun. Mao Yuxian cried loudly. He tried his best to use his chakra to revive Sarutobishio. But, obviously she failed. After struggling for a while, Mao Yuxian finally had to accept this cruel fact. She stood up, wiped away her tears, and then looked up at Uchiha with firm eyes. There is a big gap between our strength and the enemy's strength. If you want revenge, come with me. Uchiha Dali didn't wait for the other party to speak, and spoke first. Chapter 12 I am your grandfather. When daybreak was about to break, Uchiha, as the temporary captain, led Hokage and Uzuki-sen to encounter the Konoha troops who came to support them. What is surprising is that the person leading the team is actually Uchiha Fugaku, the current leader of the Uchiha clan. After listening to Uchiha Daiki and others' explanation of the enemy they encountered last night and the process of the battle between the two sides, Uchiha Fugaku was impressed by Uchiha Daiki's strength. Now that you have met, you should return to the team, Dali. As for you two, you can choose to continue to follow us to fight on the front line, or you can return to the rear to join other troops. They are less than 2 kilometers behind us. Uchiha Fugaku reminded Hokage and Utsuki-sen. The two looked at each other, and then decided to go back and join the other teams. Before leaving, they both walked towards Uchiha vigorously. Although I know these words are redundant, I still want to thank you for saving us. Hokage said. Me too, thank you for saving me, Dali. There was a strange light in Uzuki's clear eyes, and she looked seriously at Uchiha's powerful eyes. Live well. Uchiha said vigorously to the two. After the two sides separated, Uchiha Dali was arranged to form a team with 3 other Uchiha tribesmen, and split up with the large army to go to other areas of the battlefield for support. They are Uchiha Iron Fire, Uchiha Rice Fire and Uchiha Yashiro. These 3 people are currently only in their early 20s. His strength has actually grown into that of Jainin. And both have double Megatama Sharingan enabled. Seeing that Uchiha Fugaku actually arranged for the 3 of them to team up with Uchiha Dali, a previously unknown boy, the 3 of them obviously felt disgusted. So, you defeated 7 ninja swordsmen by yourself. Uchiha Yashiro looked a little skeptical. How many Megatama do you have in your eyes now? Uchiha Inari couldn't help but ask questions. Hearing the unfriendliness in their voices, Uchiha replied calmly, I haven't opened my eyes at the moment. It's just good luck to repel those guys. I hope you guys will take care of me next time. When the 3 of them heard his words, they all showed contempt in their eyes. But after all, we are all members of the Uchiha tribe, and we are on the battlefield. The 3 finally said, next, we have to go directly to the front line to confront the enemy face to face. You have to follow us closely. If you encounter a strong enemy, don't show off. Let us deal with them. Now I am the captain of the team. You should also know me, so I won't introduce myself in detail. Let's go. It was Uchiha Iron Fire who spoke. Uchiha vigorously didn't say much about this. Uchiha Dali and the 3 of them hurried on at full speed. At dawn, they finally arrived at the eastern border of the Land of Fire. A few kilometers beyond the woods is the sea. Our mission this time is to attack the dock where the enemy logs in, destroy their ships and cut off the logistics supplies of the troops in Kirigakura village. Uchiha Iron Fire repeated their mission again. The 3 people around him nodded at the same time. Boy, remember to follow us closely and don't show off. Uchiha Inoha gently patted Uchiha Dali's shoulder and reminded him. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Yashiro suddenly fell from the tree and made a gesture to remind them to be careful. A Kirigakura combat team has just landed and is coming this way. Hearing this, the others immediately became alert. The 4 people jumped at the same time and jumped into the tree to hide. Uchiha's powerful perception spread out, and he immediately sensed the exact location and number of enemies. The combat team in Hidden Mist Village was also a 4-person team. 1 captain plus 3 team members. At this moment, they were indeed rushing into the woods from the seaside quickly, and the direction was this way. Hearing the sound and identifying their position, he judged that the distance between them was still more than 1 kilometer. Uchiha vigorously and silently put his hand into his ninja bag and took out 4 kunai. "Shall we make a trap and blow them up?" Uchiha Yashiro suggested at this time. "It's too late." Uchiha Inari shook his head. And Uchiha Taihuo said, "One of the opponents should be the leader Jainin, and the strength of the other 3 is unknown. We will fight later, so be careful." While they were talking, they saw the enemy breaking into the woods. And it was at this time that 4 kunai suddenly flew out at the same time. 3 of them hit 3 enemies with lightning speed and precision, knocking them all down. The last remaining one was blocked in time by the leading Kirigaku ninja. The Uchiha Iron Fire trio, who were startled by the sudden change and were extremely shocked, looked at Uchiha Dali, who took action in disbelief. It took a few seconds to finally come to his senses. That guy is indeed a Jainin. They temporarily suppressed the shock in their hearts at Uchiha's powerful display of strength, and instead focused on the remaining enemy. At this time, the Kirigaku Jainin also discovered their position, and he waved his sword in defense vigilantly, and asked, "What a powerful kunai! I guess he is not an unknown person. I wonder who made the sneak attack." "Sneak attack? Haha." Uchiha Dali appeared directly and looked at each other. "The one who attacked you just now was your grandfather and I, Uchiha Dali." He pointed at himself with his thumb. Uchiha vigorously. The other party's pupils shrank slightly when he heard this, and his eyes subconsciously looked at the other 3 people who appeared behind Uchiha Dali. 3 Jainin, 1 Chunin. After judging the strength of the opponent's lineup, a cold sweat suddenly appeared on the cheek of the opposite Kirigaku Jainin. But he didn't pay much attention to Uchiha's powerful words. How powerful can a Chunin be? Subconsciously, I thought that the person who had just taken action was one of the 3 Jainin. The Uchiha clan, we in Kirigaku village remember. Lands and rivers meet each other. This Jainin of Kirigaku village is not stupid either. He knows that he alone cannot defeat the 4 powerful Uchiha people, so he throws a smoke bomb directly after saying these words. With a bang sound, and with the help of the thick smoke, he turned around and ran away. This guy is so cunning. Uchiha Taihuo quickly intervened to stop him and jumped to catch up. But 3 shurikens immediately flew out from the thick smoke. Fortunately, he was prepared and dodged in time, otherwise he would have been killed on the spot. Seeing that the enemy is about to escape successfully. But at this moment, a muffled groan came from the smoke in front of him. Then the 3 people saw Uchiha vigorously throwing 2 kunai forward again. Chapter 13. Isn't this a normal level? It was not Uchiha Iron Fire, Uchiha Inari, or Uchiha Yashiro who stopped the enemy immediately. These 3 Jainin from the Uchiha clan couldn't even take action in time. In the billowing smoke, the enemy hit by the kunai screamed in pain and accelerated away. The 3 men, Uchiha Taihuo, once again showed expressions of disbelief and looked at Uchiha Dali. The look in his eyes seemed to be asking, "What kind of kunai throwing technique do you have that makes you so powerful?" Only Uchiha Dali knew in his heart that his kunai was always on target. After throwing 2 more kunai to injure his opponent, Uchiha rushed into the smoke first, etc. Seeing his reckless action, Uchiha Iron Fire quickly tried to stop him, but was still a step too slow. Seeing Uchiha disappearing into the smoke, the 3 of them had no choice but to chase after him. Through the smoke, Uchiha Iron Fire and the 3 men immediately saw Uchiha vigorously forming seals with his hands quickly and spitting out a huge fireball at the back of the fleeing enemy. The Great Fireball Jutsu. The pupils of the 3 people shrank slightly. As soon as they finished speaking, they saw the great fireball released by Uchiha with great force, which had engulfed the enemy. Amidst the raging flames, the enemy screamed violently. But the scream didn't last long. Soon, the shouting stopped abruptly. Because Uchiha has already dealt a last blow and completely eliminated the opponent. When the Uchiha Iron Fire trio came behind him, he clapped his hands and turned around calmly. "Okay, the enemy is killed, we can continue to perform the original mission." "Who did you learn your kunai throwing skills from?" Uchiha Inari couldn't help but ask. "I trained it myself." "Isn't this the normal level of a ninja?" "Why, you can't do it?" Uchiha asked vigorously. At this time, Uchiha was at a loss for words. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Uchiha. "Okay, don't talk about this yet. Let's carry out the mission first." He took a deep look at Uchiha vigorously. "I had a new understanding of the strength of this tribesman in my heart, and gradually, my attitude also changed." After calling the other two companions to continue to the dock, Uchiha Taihuo said vigorously to Uchiha, "Don't be so reckless next time you encounter an enemy. What you did just now by rashly chasing through the smoke grenade was very dangerous. The enemy might have an ambush." "I understand, senior." Uchiha nodded vigorously, looking very serious. In fact, only he himself knew what had just happened. Through his strong perception, he has long since determined that there is no danger behind the smoke, and the enemy can be easily caught. Otherwise, how could Uchiha Dali pursue him directly? After a while, the four of them came to the beach together. Hiding behind a pile of stones, he quietly looked out at the dock about 100 meters away. It was clear that a fierce battle had taken place here. Whether it is the woods on the shore or the beach on the seaside, there are a lot of battle traces left, and the surrounding areas are in a mess. But it is obvious that the troops from Kirigakure village have regained control here. Therefore, their ships can continue to land here without restraint and transport combat troops. Not long after Uchiha Dali and four people arrived here, they saw a ship coming from the distant sea. Then came the second ship, the third ship, the fourth ship. A whole 6 ships transported dozens of Kirigakure ninjas. These should be the support troops of Kirigakure village. "We must inform the rear of the situation," Uchiha Inari whispered. At this time, Uchiha Taihuo glanced at the sky and shook his head. "Our people already know that these guys don't need us to take care of them. We are only responsible for destroying their ships." Hearing what he said, Uchiha Dali glanced at the sky subconsciously. With sharp eyes, he instantly saw a small black dot flying slowly about 200 meters above the ground. His eyes were like telephoto lenses, focusing automatically at this moment, instantly magnifying the small black dot countless times. In ordinary people's eyes, only blurry black dots can be seen, but at this moment, Uchiha's powerful eyes turned into clear crows. "Uchiha Shisui." Seeing the crow, Uchiha immediately thought of the man. Uchiha Shisui, a ninja who is famous in the ninja world for his crow as a psychic beast and his teleportation technique. The appearance of the crow psychic beast here means that Uchiha Shisui already knows the situation here, so the dozens of Kirigakure ninjas do not need them to deal with it. The four people stopped talking and waited quietly in ambush. Soon all 6 ships docked. After docking the ships, dozens of Kirigakure ninjas quickly dodged into the woods and disappeared. After they left, Uchiha Yashiro whispered, "We went over and used the detonating charm to blow up all their ships." "Walk." Uchiha Inari immediately wanted to get up. But at this moment, his shoulders suddenly sank and he was pushed back directly. Uchiha Inahuo immediately turned his head to look at Uchiha Dali in astonishment. The other two looked at him with the same confusion. Uchiha shook his head vigorously and whispered, "Don't worry." Several people didn't know what kind of medicine he was selling in the gourd. Uchiha Taihuo frowned and said, "Fighters are fleeting. If the mission is delayed, let these ships go back, and they can transport more combat power to us." Uchiha Yashiro was also a little dissatisfied, and reminded him with the same annoyance, "Dolly, what are you doing?" As soon as they finished speaking, their ears suddenly twitched slightly at the same time. Immediately afterwards, several people's hearts froze and they looked at each other at the same time. A confused voice came from outside the pile of rocks, "Is there no one there? It seems that those guys from Konoha have not arrived here, so we can retreat with confidence. Don't worry, leave some good things for them. These ships are all old and there is no need to keep them anymore. We can arrange detonating talisman arrays on the ships, maybe we can kill a few Konoha ninjas." The conversation between the enemies of Kirigakure village coming from outside made Uchiha Teka, Uchiha Inari, and Uchiha Yashiro feel frightened again at the same time. At this time, they finally knew why Uchiha vigorously tried to stop Uchiha from taking action. The three of them were once again shocked by Uchiha's powerful display of strength. However, before they could express their admiration, Uchiha suddenly jumped out of the ambush spot. "Hey! You guy!" Seeing that Uchiha Dolly ignored his previous reminder and appeared rashly to fight with the enemy, Uchiha Taihuo suddenly felt a headache and hurriedly followed him out. Chapter 14 I Remember You. The Kirigakure village ninja who stayed to ambush Konoha's surprise attack force was also a standard 4-person combat team. A leading Jonin plus 3 Chunin or Genin. They just breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that no Konoha ninja was here to conduct a sneak attack. Unexpectedly, they suddenly saw a figure jumping out, which startled them. "This guy? Is there really an ambush? Konoha's ninjas? Looks like the Uchiha clan." The 4 Kirigakure ninjas instantly entered a fighting state and looked at Uchiha Dolly, who appeared with vigilance. Uchiha opened his mouth vigorously. Oh, forget it." He shook his head, looking too lazy to speak. Then he held the seal and spit out fireballs at the 4 enemies in front, fire-style great fireball technique. Seeing their opponents releasing ninjutsu as soon as they came up, the 4 enemies who had been prepared for it suddenly got a look in their eyes. But they didn't hesitate at all, and hurriedly dodged around at the same time. "Fooled." Uchiha smiled vigorously. Raising his hand, 4 kunao flew out. The distance between the two sides at this time was less than 50 meters. This distance is simply an easy mode for Uchiha, who has the perfect kunao and shuriken throwing skills. Sure enough, the 3 weakest of the 4 Kirigakure ninjas were shot to the ground by him on the spot. Uchiha vigorously did not go for the last hit. From where the kunao hit, he already knew that the enemy would not survive. However, the remaining Kirigakure Jonin is more troublesome. His figure flashed slightly and disappeared. The next second, a cold voice appeared above Uchiha Dolly's head. "Who do you think you are facing?" With a whoosh sound, the short sword in the opponent's hand slashed hard at Uchiha's head. The speed is extremely fast and the strength is very steady. If this knife is hit, it is guaranteed that Uchiha's head will be split into 2. Jonin is very fast. Uchiha Dolly felt awe-inspiring and broke into a cold sweat. The battle that just happened was just a few moments of effort. Until this time, Uchiha Taihuo, Uchiha Inawo, and Uchiha Yashiro had just followed. They watched helplessly as Uchiha was heavily attacked by the enemy, and it was too late to provide support. Uchiha Dolly also knew that he was careless. "The reason why we were able to successfully kill the Jonin who led the team before was because the opponent was frightened by the strength of 3 Jonin among the 4 on our side and fled in fear. In addition, he was preempted by himself and was injured with a kunao. His mind was shocked and he lost his fighting spirit, so he could be killed so easily by himself. But now this one is obviously different. The opponent has a strong will to fight and is also very strong. Do you want to explain it here?" In a critical situation, Uchiha Dolly thought of Uchiha Shisui's teleportation technique. "If I could master the teleportation technique now, I might be able to escape." He tried to remember. Although he doesn't know the technique of teleportation, he is very familiar with the method of using the escape technique. As a type of teleportation technique, escape technique is not as good as teleportation technique in terms of speed and moving distance, but it is also a good skill for tracking and rushing. At the moment when the method of using escape techniques just popped up in Uchiha Dali's head, a system notification sound came from his head. Ding! You have worked hard to think about how to evolve the escape technique, and you have understood the advanced technique of teleportation. Advanced teleportation technique, you can react in an instant, 1/1000th of a second, move quickly, and achieve lightning-fast effects. At the same time as the system prompt sounded in my head, a flow of information also naturally emerged in my mind. Uchiha Dali didn't even think about it, so he subconsciously used this newly learned advanced teleportation technique. With a whoosh, he disappeared from the spot. And at that moment, the short sword in the enemy's hand hit him exactly where he was just now. This sword was supposed to cut the opponent in two, but at this moment it turned into slashing in the air. That Kirigaku Raijin was completely stunned. It took a second to react. He looked up at Uchiha Dali, who had appeared 60 or 70 meters away. After another glance, the eyes of Uchiha Taihuo, Uchiha Inawo, and others who rushed over to support them could not help but become solemn. The Uchiha clan of Konoha is truly worthy of its reputation. Although you are not a teleporter Shisui, you are able to master such a superb teleportation technique. It is really admirable. The other party's eyes returned to Uchiha's vigorous body, and he praised him. Are you going to admit defeat and become a prisoner, or are you going to ask for mercy? Uchiha asked with a big smile. Only then did he have the opportunity to look at his opponent's appearance. This opponent was about 27 or 28 years old, tall, nearly 2 meters tall. He has short gray-white shoulder-length hair. He is obviously a man but has a feminine appearance. And it seems that his eyes are a bit similar to the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. When the other party heard Uchiha's vigorous words, he was slightly startled, snorted, and asked without answering, "What's your name?" Uchiha vigorously. "Stop talking nonsense and suffer death." After Uchiha said vigorously, he jumped up and jumped towards the opponent. He unfolded the advanced teleportation technique he had just learned, and launched a violent attack on his opponent. Originally, at such a speed, it was basically impossible for the opponent to have time to react. However, when the kunai in Uchiha's powerful hand passed across the opponent's body, he noticed that the feedback felt strange. He turned around and suddenly realized the opponent's body has turned into a human form formed by the condensation of water. Water body. He was able to do all this without my eyes. Uchiha Dali was surprised in his heart and looked up into the distance. At this time, the opponent was already standing on the shore. "I remember you, Uchiha Dali. The next time I see you, it will be your death." The other party finished speaking with a smile, waved to this side, then turned around and turned into a shark, jumped into the sea and quickly disappeared. Shark. Uchiha Dali's heart moved slightly. In the Hokage, the most famous one in Kirigakure village who can transform into a shark is the dried persimmon Kisame. But it was obvious that the guy just now was not that man. Could he be a member of Kisame's tribe? Just as he was guessing in his mind, Uchiha Iron Fire and Uchiha Rice Fire also chased after him. They came behind Uchiha Dali and looked at the vast sea with pity on their faces. "That guy is pretty strong, he doesn't look like an ordinary Jainin," Uchiha Iron Fire said. He originally wanted to find an excuse for the four of him not to stay with each other. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Dali beside him formed a seal towards the ship docked on the beach and spit out a giant great fireball with a diameter of 10 meters. Chapter 15 Kill all the enemies and the secret will not be revealed. A huge fireball spit out and completely destroyed the 6 ships docked on the shore in an instant. After a rumbling explosion, all the ships crackled and fell apart amidst the flames of the explosion. Seeing that Uchiha's fire style was no less powerful than Jainin's, the 3 Uchiha experts around him were once again impressed. This time, Uchiha Taihuo couldn't help but ask, You haven't taken the Jonin exam yet, have you? The implication of his words is that Uchiha Dali already has the strength of Jonin. Does the title of Jonin or Chunin have any impact on my performance of the mission? Uchiha Dali spread his hands indifferently, turned around and asked strangely. Hearing this, Uchiha Taihuo opened his mouth but hesitated. In the end, he shook his head and said nothing. He just said, "There is no impact at the moment. Let's go. Our mission is completed. Now cut off the enemy's logistics supply channels and destroy the enemy's combat supplies." After saying that, he took the lead and walked in another direction. Uchiha Inoha gently patted Uchiha Dali's shoulder. "You performed very well in the battle just now. But when did you master the teleportation technique?" Uchiha Dali just smiled at him without explaining. The other party didn't ask any questions and turned around to chase Uchiha Iron Fire. "Keep up the good work." Uchiha Yashiro also gave Uchiha a strong look, encouraged him and followed him. About half an hour later, Uchiha Dali and others arrived at another combat location. This is where the ninja troops from Kirigakure village transport combat supplies to the front line. Food is not that big of an issue. But not every ninja can master the art of channeling. The consumption of ninja tools on the battlefield cannot be compared with ordinary tasks performed in peacetime. Therefore, these things must be transported to the battlefield by manpower to replenish the consumption of ninja tools for the large number of ninjas who do not have the ability to carry around psychic skills to replenish their ninja tools. And Uchiha Dali's mission is to destroy these supplies so that the enemy has no combat supplies to use. They lurked in the bushes under a big tree and waited quietly. According to intelligence, a logistics force from Kirigakure village will pass through here at noon today. You two, go set a trap. Dali, go do some reconnaissance and see where the enemy is. As the captain, Uchiha Taihuo is giving combat instructions to several team members. However, after the order was issued, the other two people had already responded, but Uchiha did not hear a vigorous response. He turned his head curiously and found that there was nothing behind him. Except for the three of them, Uchiha Dali has long been missing. What about the boy? Uchiha Taihuo frowned and asked quickly. The one who was clearly here just now. Ah, really, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Uchiha Yashiro scratched his head in wonder. Then the boy couldn't have acted without authorization, right? Uchiha Inari said worriedly. As soon as they finished speaking, they heard violent explosions coming from the woods ahead. The expressions of several people changed instantly and they looked at each other. Is it really Uchiha who vigorously fought the enemy? Uchiha became confused. This guy really doesn't make people worry. Hurry up and have a look. Uchiha Taihuo jumped out of his hiding place first and rushed towards the direction of the sound. The other two immediately followed. Soon, they arrived at the place where the explosion occurred. Just then I saw a scene that made people laugh and cry. The intense firelight, accompanied by the pungent smell of gunpowder smoke, spread in the woods. Near the ground where holes of different sizes were blown out, many ninjas from Kirigakure village lay scattered. Those who survived all looked at the man standing in front of them in surprise. Remember, the person who intercepted you here today is your grandfather, Uchiha Dali. Uchiha crossed his arms vigorously and said proudly to the enemy in front of him. Uchiha Iron Fire. Uchiha Inari. Uchiha Yashiro. What are you doing? Do you think you are playing a game? Uchiha Taihuo came back to his senses, raised his hand and threw a kunao out, directly eliminating all the injured enemies of Kirigakure village. Then, he turned his head and looked at Uchiha vigorously. Oh, are you here? I just got rid of them all. Uchiha Dali didn't seem to hear what the other party just said. He turned his head and looked at the other party and said with a relaxed expression. Hearing this, the three of them looked at the enemy corpses all over the ground. They could not refute Uchiha's strong words. Uchiha Yashiro jumped over and carefully checked the identity of the enemy and the seal scroll they carried. After confirming that what was sealed in the scroll was indeed the supplies for the battlefield, he looked up at Uchiha Taihuo. It seems that these guys are the ones we want to ambush. After confirming this, Uchiha Taihuo breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, the mission was finally completed. He turned his head and looked at Uchiha vigorously. Don't act without permission next time. It's easy for you to put your teammates, we are performing a secret mission, into a dangerous situation. I killed them all. No one knows the content of the mission we performed. No one knows we did it. Isn't this also a secret mission? Uchiha asked vigorously. These words immediately left Uchiha Taihuo and the others speechless again. Uchiha thought about it carefully and felt it made sense. He nodded and said, "It seems right." He and Uchiha looked at each other, and the latter glared at him angrily. "Let's go." Uchiha Ironfire turned around and greeted. "Where to go now?" Uchiha Dali asked immediately. "Now that the supply line here has been cut off, let's go to the next mission. Cooperate with other combat teams to start attacking the reinforcements in Kirigakure village to prevent them from reinforcing the front line." Uchiha Ironfire replied. "Oh, is that so? Then let's go over there. There are more enemies over there." Uchiha stretched out his hand vigorously and pointed to his left rear. With his keen sense of hearing and smell, he had already noticed that there were many enemies in the area more than 2 kilometers away. At this time, these enemies were rapidly advancing towards the hinterland of the Fire Country border. "There." Uchiha looked doubtfully in the direction Uchiha pointed at. "That's where the main force of our defense force is located. Did the enemy dare to take the initiative to attack there?" Chapter 16-3 Megatama opened in anger. Uchiha Inaba's words immediately got the approval of Uchiha Taihuo and Uchiha Yashiro. They also believed that the enemy was unlikely to pass that way unless they were desperate. After all, the main force of the Uchiha clan who came to the battlefield to support them was assembled in that direction. "How many Jonin are there in the main force?" Uchiha Dali suddenly asked. These words stopped the three of them. For a moment, the three of you looked at me, unable to answer. "What do you want to say, Dali?" Uchiha Taihuo frowned and asked in confusion. In fact, he already had the answer in his mind. As expected, Uchiha chuckled vigorously. "You actually know the answer. On the battlefield, whether it is Chunin or Genin on both sides, the Jonin on the opposite side will be beaten to pieces, without the ability to fight back. To put it bluntly, those are just cannon fodder, even if they are Uchiha." "What are you talking about? What cannon fodder?" Uchiha clearly didn't like hearing these words. He hurriedly stopped Uchiha vigorously. However, the latter ignored him at all and continued to go his own way. When cannon fodder meets a hostile Jonin, there is only one way to die. So your so-called main force, in the eyes of the elite strongmen in Hidden Mist Village, is simply a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Now do you still think that the enemy dare not attack there? What if it is an existence like the 7 ninja swordsmen?" Uchiha vigorously asked again, leaving the three of them speechless. The 7 ninja swordsmen can indeed kill indiscriminately against ordinary Uchiha tribesmen. They know very well that there are still many people in the tribe who have not turned on Sharingan. Even if Sharingan is activated, the power of a single Megatama is very limited, and it is not enough for them to fight against the enemy's experienced and powerful Jonin. Just when the three people were speechless by Uchiha Dali's question and didn't know how to answer, Uchiha Dali had already taken the lead and rushed over there. He said so much just because he didn't want to find reasons to explain too much. At present, it is better for only you to know about your powerful perception. Soon, Uchiha Dali and 4 others approached the battlefield. At this moment, even without using their powerful senses, they could clearly hear the sounds of fierce fighting coming from the distant woods. The muffled sounds of rumbling came one after another. It's not just limited to the sound caused by detonating symbols or ninjutsu explosions. There are also some movements that look like heavy objects rolling over the ground. The strong smell of blood spread rapidly in the woods. The leafy virgin forest has become a natural flavor-locking barrier, preventing these bloody smells from evaporating upwards. Upon noticing these abnormalities, the expressions of Uchiha, Iron Fire and the others became very ugly. This is not only because Uchiha Dali's judgment is correct. It was also because, at this moment, the people being attacked by the enemy were members of the Uchiha clan. How can the three of them remain calm in the face of heavy casualties among their clan members? For a moment, even Uchiha, the captain, suddenly pulled out the short sword on his back and rushed towards the battlefield at high speed. After the four people quickly passed through several big trees, they immediately saw a scene in front of them that looked like purgatory on earth. On both sides, hundreds of ninjas were fighting fiercely. There were countless people lying on the ground, some were injured, and some were dead. As the fighting continued, people continued to fall. The combat power invested by Kirigakure village is obviously stronger than that of the Uchiha clan. At this time, it can be clearly seen that the Uchiha clan began to retreat steadily, and the casualties continued to increase. The strange thing is that Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shisui, and others, who are the signature strongmen of the Uchiha clan, are not here. After the three Jonin, Uchiha Iron Fire, Uchiha Inari, and Uchiha Yashiro, arrived, they immediately jumped into the battle. However, Uchiha Dali did not join the battle immediately. He observed the battlefield and heard some sounds. The most beautiful child! The most beautiful child! A man cried while holding the cold body of a dead woman covered in blood. Both of them have the emblem of the Uchiha clan, indicating that they are also members of the Uchiha clan. After a burst of grief and anger, the man's eyes suddenly turned red. Immediately afterwards, the chakra in the body surged crazily. Ah! He covered his eyes and roared in pain and anger. When he opened his eyes again a moment later, the original black eyes had turned into scarlet. The dark pupils took on the shape of a single Magatama Sharingan. Have you awakened because of excessive grief and anger? Seeing such a scene, Uchiha felt something powerful. It was at this time that the system prompt sounded in his head. Ding! You witnessed the death of the Uchiha tribe. The tribe members opened the Sharingan in front of their eyes and understood the three Magatama Sharingan. Three Magatama Sharingan has powerful abilities such as observation, copying, and hypnosis. The owner can also directly observe the chakra flow of the target. It can apply genjutsu to the target, see through genjutsu, copy physical techniques, and non-blood succession limit ninjutsu. It can pass a certain conditions, evolve into more advanced forms and awaken more abilities. Unexpectedly, I was awakened just by looking at it, and it was a direct 3 Magatama. Uchiha Dali once again looked at the man who was so grief-stricken and angry because of the sacrifice of his lover that he opened the Magatama Sharingan. He couldn't laugh or cry in his heart. At this time, the voice of Uchiha's Iron Fire came. What are you still doing? Kill the enemy. Uchiha turned his head when he heard the sound and became very anxious when he saw the battle. With the timely addition of 3 Jonin, Uchiha Iron Fire, they were still defeated by the enemies of Kirigakure village. Not only are the opponents numerous, but there are multiple Jonin. That's why we can defeat our own side step by step. Just let me try and see the power of these eyes. Uchiha Dali thought in his mind, and activated the advanced teleportation technique as soon as he thought about it. In the blink of an eye, he came to an enemy. The enemy was slashing at an Uchiha tribesman with a knife, and suddenly saw a smiling young man appearing in front of him, and he was stunned for a moment. The long knife that was swung into the air also stopped briefly. It was at this moment that the other party saw the scarlet 3 Magatama Sharingan of the young man in front of him. Suddenly, this Kirigakure Jonin seemed to be possessed, turned around and slashed at his companion with a sword. Pfft, a knife! The other Kirigakure ninja originally saw Uchiha appearing vigorously and planned to come over to support his companions. Who would have thought that he would be stabbed by his companion as soon as he landed? This knife hit his vital point, and with an incredible look in his eyes, he slowly fell down and was killed on the spot. Chapter 17. This pain needs to end as soon as possible. The first time he tried to use the power of Sharingan, Uchiha was very surprised by the actual effect. Is this the power of 3 Megatama? I didn't expect the effect to be unexpectedly good. Special chakra is still flowing out of the body. These chakras can directly control their own 3 Megatama Sharingan, thereby achieving the effect of casting genjutsu or hypnosis on their opponents. At this time, Jainin, the Kirigakure village who was strongly controlled by Uchiha, after killing his own companions, turned around and attacked several other companions. After killing 5 or 6 companions in a row, he finally broke free from the hypnosis state. Seeing the blood of his companions on his hands, the Kirigakure Jainin looked angry and shocked. He turned around suddenly and looked at Uchiha vigorously. Before he could question him, he was stabbed into the heart with a sharp kunai. Fall down you! Uchiha vigorously dealt with the Kirigakure Jainin who had escaped his control, and immediately set his sights on the next target. He only attacks Jainin. The figure flashed, leaving behind 2 kunai nailed to the ground. The enemy's attack failed, and Uchiha himself was already behind another enemy. Oops! That Kirigakure village Jainin sensed something was wrong and was about to fight back when he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. He subconsciously looked at Uchiha's strong hand in horror. The latter was holding a kunai stained with blood while smiling, and then stabbed him hard again. Ah! This Kirigakure Jainin screamed in pain. His expression was extremely frightened. That's the fear of death. However, in fact, he didn't know that he was just a genjutsu victim of the Uchiha man in front of him. In reality, his body was fixed in place and motionless, with cold sweat on his face. Everything he saw and felt just now were all the effects brought to him by genjutsu. However, Uchiha vigorously uses genjutsu to control his opponent, of course, not just to make the opponent experience the fear of being killed. I did this to reduce the casualties among my own people. You can understand that, right? You won't blame me, right? As he spoke, Uchiha vigorously stabbed the kunai in his hand into his opponent's heart. This time he really killed his opponent, not genjutsu. After killing another Jainin from Kirigakure village, Uchiha vigorously began to focus on other targets. He relies on the newly awakened 3 Megatama Sharingan, keen insight and perception, and an advanced teleportation technique that surpasses Uchiha Shisui. Just such a person in a kunai quickly moved across the battlefield with a radius of more than 10,000 square meters. In just a moment, more than 20 Kirigakure village ninjas died under his hands. At this time, the pressure on the Uchiha clan was greatly reduced and they began to organize a counterattack. The enemy finally realized something was wrong and began to feel panic and fear spreading. Their fighting spirit was greatly dampened and they did not dare to fight anymore. What's going on with that kid? Shisui? No, he is not Uchiha Shisui. Another Uchiha ninja with Grandmaster's instant technique. I just heard him say his name is Uchiha Dali. This guy is too strong, the mission is aborted. Retreat quickly. Otherwise we will all die here. The remaining dozens of Kirigakure ninjas began to flee in all directions in a panic. The members of the Uchiha clan, whose morale had been greatly reduced after being killed just now and suffered heavy casualties, certainly could not let go of such an opportunity. When they saw the enemy fleeing, they immediately chased them and took revenge. Uchiha Iron Fire and Uchiha Rice Fire are no exception. When Uchiha Yashiro saw that Uchiha Dali did not pursue the enemy, he couldn't help but stopped curiously and asked, "Why don't you go after them? I've basically killed those who were slightly stronger, and the rest are not worthy of my action." Uchiha Yashiro. Uchiha glanced deeply and silently, and he quickly chased after him. After most of the Uchiha tribesmen chased the enemy away, Uchiha Dali looked around calmly. His calm eyes returned to normal from the 3 Megatama state. But deep in his eyes, there was a hint of unbearable sadness. This is the feeling that any normal person would have from the bottom of his heart after seeing the tragic battlefield scene like hell on earth in front of him. The war is really tragic. I'm afraid the Uchiha people who died will never know that they were actually used until they die. Uchiha Dali thought silently in his heart. He had long noticed traces of the confrontation between water style and fire style remaining on the scene. There were not many burned trees and land, and the area was not large, which meant that water style had the upper hand. The fact that there is even a thick fog remaining in the woods illustrates this point, otherwise the thick fog would have dissipated long ago under the evaporation of fire style. The ninjas in Kirigakure village are all good at using Kirigakure jutsu. Operating in the fog is very beneficial to them, but the opposite is true for the enemy. This is also an important reason why so many members of the Uchiha clan were killed and injured in the fierce battle just now. Thank you very much. When Uchiha Dali was meditating, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. He turned around and saw a boy about 11 or 12 years old, looking up at him. The opponent's head was wrapped in a bandage. There was also a shocking stab wound on his cheek. Thank you for saving us all. The little boy and Uchiha looked at each other vigorously and said again. What's your name? Uchiha asked vigorously. Uchiha 12. The little boy answered. 12? Uchiha repeated in a low voice, which meant that the other party's family had at least 12 children, and this little boy was the 12th. But Uchiha raised his head vigorously and looked around, but did not see the other person's relatives. Did an 11 or 12-year-old child go to the battlefield and survive alone? Uchiha Dali's heart inevitably tightened slightly, and his face became much more serious. Does the wound hurt? He looked at the boy in front of him and his voice became gentler. But the little boy shook his head. My face has no feeling. The same goes for the hand here. He looked at his right hand. Uchiha Dali then noticed that the opponent's right hand was drooped and seemed unable to move. He stretched out his hand to check the other person, showing a helpless and pity expression. The trauma to the nerves in your face due to the knife wound not only affects the feeling of your face, but also affects the nerves in your arms. Oh. Then, will it be okay in the future? After I recover from the injury? The little boy asked innocently. This question made Uchiha's heart twitch hard again. He didn't know how to explain further to the little boy. Nerve trauma is irreversible for ordinary people, and I'm afraid Tsunade won't be able to do anything about it. At this moment, Uchiha Dali made a silent vow in his heart to end this cruel war and completely rewrite the fate of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 18 A New Genius is Born. Uchiha made a decision in his heart, and his eyes became cold at this moment. Just now he said that the fleeing enemies were too weak to be worth taking action on his own, but now he turned around and used advanced teleportation techniques to disappear. Cut the grass without eradicating its roots, but it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. The highest level of peace is to seek peace through war. Only by really inflicting pain on Kirigakure village and wiping out the effective forces of several other ninja villages as much as possible can the national controllers behind these ninja villages feel pain. In this way, the daimyo and the kage from the major ninja villages will be willing to sit down and have peace talks honestly. Soon Uchiha vigorously caught up with the fleeing enemies and easily dispatched some of them. At this time, the other Uchiha is still playing hide and seek with the enemy, chasing each other. Those Uchiha tribesmen saw Uchiha vigorously taking action again and easily killing the fleeing enemies. They couldn't help but look at this powerful tribesman who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Uchiha Dali, I remember that boy is a descendant of Uchiha Genshan, right? Is that Uchiha who is known as the strongest 3 Megatama Genshan? Ah, the so-called strongest is just a joke. The only Uchiha Genin among the 3 Megatama is that guy. I didn't expect his descendants to be so powerful. Especially his teleportation technique, it has already reached the level of Shisui. That instant Shisui? Judging from the performance just now, it is indeed the case. The clear sounds of clan members discussing could be heard from all around. Uchiha Dali did not choose to respond in any way. The ancestor Uchiha Genshan was titled the strongest 3 Megatama, but in fact this title was just an irony. At first, it seemed that Uchiha Genshan himself claimed that he had awakened the 3 Megatama Sharingan, and later he gradually gained such a title. Although he is separated by a generation, according to the memory in Uchiha Dali's mind, this Uchiha Genshan actually only opened the single Megatama Sharingan. And it has always been the title of Genin, and has not been able to advance to a higher level ninja. Because of his face, he chose to lie and brag to everyone. Among the proud Uchiha clan, this is regarded as a symbol of shame. So in private, the tribesmen gave their ancestors such an ironic nickname. A descendant of a lower-class tribesman would of course be a descendant of a lower-class tribesman. This has long been a consensus among the entire Uchiha clan. At this moment, the tribesmen around him would have such a reaction, and it would make sense to have such a discussion. But you will be even more impressed with me in the future. From today on, the descendants of the strongest 3 Megatama no longer exist. I am me, Uchiha Daiki. I secretly swore in my heart. Then putting aside these boring memories, Uchiha jumped up vigorously and came to Uchiha Ironfire's side. The latter had just killed 2 Kirigaku Uchinin who had given up on escaping and planned to put up a stubborn resistance. It turns out you are so powerful. Uchiha Taihuo turned around, took a deep look at Uchiha Dali, and said meaningfully. Yes, no wonder you can repel the 7 ninja swordsmen. This time I believe it. Uchiha Inahuo also jumped over and followed. The doubt and disgust he had toward Uchiha in the beginning were no longer in his eyes. Deep in his eyes, you can even see a hint of admiration. Even among the Uchiha clan, the survival rule of respecting the strong still applies. Regarding everyone's praise, Uchiha vigorously did not choose to respond too much. He even behaved very naturally, calmly, as if he was supposed to be like this. Since we have already started a killing spree, let's kill as many as we can today. There are still enemies in that direction. Uchiha stretched out his hand vigorously and pointed to the woods ahead. His super perception has already pinpointed a small group of enemies moving in the jungle a few kilometers away. When the words fell, he immediately took the lead and rushed in that direction. After hearing Uchiha's strong words and seeing his actions, Uchiha Taihuo and Uchiha Inaba looked at each other in surprise. Can he sense the presence of enemies? Uchiha Ironfire asked as if he was talking to himself in disbelief. Uchiha closed his eyes slightly, felt it carefully, and then shook his head. I didn't notice anything. When he said this, he felt a sense of uncertainty in his heart. Both of them are genuine Genin of the Uchiha clan, owners of the 3 Megatama Sharingan. If they can't even sense the enemy's presence, there are usually only a few possibilities. Either Uchiha Dali made a mistake, or their perception is far inferior to Uchiha's. Follow up and take a look. Uchiha Taihuo, who was also surprised, took the lead and followed. Uchiha Daohuo quickly called to other Uchiha tribesmen and chased after him. Facts have proved that Uchiha's vigorous judgment was correct. They discovered another ninja force from Kirigaku village about 3.5 kilometers away from the battlefield just now. The first person to encounter the enemy was naturally Uchiha Dali. The two sides started a fierce battle without saying a word. On the way to pursue them, Uchiha Dali had already heard their conversation. This group of Kirigaku village ninjas are recruiters. Because the battlefield situation has changed, their leader Jainin has to go to support other areas and perform more important tasks. So I left them here. This is similar to the situation where Namikaze Minato had to leave Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and Nohara Rin behind in order to support the battlefield. Uchiha Dali faced this group of Kirigaku Uchinin and even Genin who were separated from Jainin, the leader of his team. The result of the battle was naturally conceivable. When the rest of the Uchiha tribe arrived, they saw a large area left in front of them that was obviously burned by flames. The blackened trees were still burning. In the scorched area covering an area of more than 1,500 square meters, there were more than 20 Kirigakure village ninjas lying in random directions, and they all looked cooked. Seeing such a scene, the Uchiha tribesmen who had just arrived at the battlefield were all moved. Did he take care of all the enemies by himself? Same as before, too strong. It seems that another genius has been born in our Uchiha clan. The cruel battlefield is really a training. I just saw him using Sharingan. When did he awaken? The voices of the surrounding tribesmen talking also reached the ears of Uchiha Taihuo and others. He awakened Sharingan. Uchiha Taihuo looked at Uchiha Dali's back in surprise. Chapter 19 Rising to Fame. With an outstanding anti-annihilation battle, Uchiha Dali gradually established a good status in the hearts of most Uchiha people. Labels such as genius, powerful, calm and decisive are naturally attached to Uchiha Dali. Nowadays, no one says that Uchiha is a descendant of the strongest three Megatama. Mentioning this name, the tribesmen will say, a man who can rival Shisui in the blink of an eye. For these tribesmen, Uchiha did not choose to interfere with the subtle changes in their impressions, but let nature take its course. He knows very well the truth of doing his duty. What's more, winning the respect of his own tribe is also a good start for his plan to rewrite Uchiha's fate. After that, Uchiha vigorously brought these tribesmen who were supposed to be cannon fodder on the battlefield of the Third Ninja War to successfully attack and annihilate many Kirigakure forces active on the battlefield. It can be seen from the Fourth Ninja World War that the total number of ninja joint forces in the entire ninja world and the samurai of the Iron Kingdom was only 80,000. Even if it is a powerful country like the five great ninja nations, in fact it is Konoha, Kumigakure, Kirigakure, Tsunagakure and Iwagakure. The overall combat power they can put directly into the battlefield is very limited. Now in a single ninja village, the total number of combatants can exceed 10,000, which is already great. Under such circumstances, Kirigakure lost many surprise attack troops one after another, numbering several hundred people. This is enough to make them feel uncomfortable. Intelligence news on the battlefield was naturally transmitted back to the ears of the senior officials of Kirigakure village. The name that brought fear to countless ninjas in Kirigakure village and was called the Man Beyond Shisui gradually spread throughout the battlefield. At this moment, in a hidden corner on the edge of the battlefield from the eastern border of the country of fire, Uchiha Shisui is observing the situation outside through a hidden spot. His mission today was to ambush an elite force from Kirigakure village. According to the intelligence, the opponent is also very difficult. Many Konoha combat teams have encountered their vicious hands before. Moreover, the enemy also destroyed Konoha's supplies. That's why the superiors directly dispatched this talented ninja from Uchiha to deal with those enemies, hoping to win the battle. Not long after, Uchiha Shisui noticed movement in the woods. He remained calm and continued to observe covertly. Soon he saw 8 ninjas coming quickly from directly in front of his field of vision. Although the distance between the two sides is still more than 200 meters. But it is not difficult for Sharingan's Uchiha Shisui, who has excellent insight, to clearly see the number and appearance of his opponents. He noticed that the leading man, although he looked to be only in his 20s, had a majestic face, and at first glance he was not a good man or woman. And each of the Kirigakure ninjas following him were at least Janin's level of strength. But Uchiha Shisui is concerned about more information than that. In addition, he also noticed that the man who took the lead wore a black eye patch on his right eye. It looked like he was missing a left eye. But Uchiha Shisui's eyes were slightly stern at this moment. Because he has noticed through his Sharingan that the trajectory of chakra flowing in the enemy's body is unusual. What's going on with that eye? While Uchiha Shisui was surprised in his heart, the enemy also stopped about 50 or 60 meters away from him. The one who took the lead, Kirigakure Jainin, directly gestured to the others to stop advancing, and stared at the place where Uchiha Shisui was hiding. Apparently he had discovered Uchiha Shisui hiding here preparing for an ambush. What's wrong? Captain Ching. The team member who didn't know what was going on asked doubtfully. The right eye I lost on the battlefield was replenished by chance. My new eye is different from ordinary eyes. The man called Ching was answering the questions of his team members. As the voice sounded, he took out a kunai and threw it directly towards Uchiha Shisui's position. The sharp kunai pierced the air and hit Uchiha Shisui's location with lightning speed and precision. However, kunai is like a mud cow falling into the sea. At this time, Ching raised his head and looked at the height of the big tree in front of him. His eyes flashed slightly for a moment. The other team members followed his gaze and looked up, and as expected they were slightly moved. The place that was clearly empty just now was actually filled with a young man. He looks like a teenager, still a boy. But those firm eyes, as well as the bright and terrifying scarlet in his eyes, tell every Kirigakuer ninja here that this young man in front of him is not easy to mess with. Shisui. The green eyes of the leader became solemn and he slowly uttered 4 words. Uchiha Shisui, on the other hand, looked at the enemies below curiously and indifferently, not feeling timid at all because the opponent's number was several times his own. Is he Shisui? There is absolutely no mistake. There are too many rumors about him on the battlefield, and we have also collected a lot of information about him. It seems that our mission is about to be suspended. Ching said in a deep voice. He is very self-aware. He knew that with the strength of himself and his team, he had the support of Byakugan of the Hyuga clan who had just captured it not long ago. Even if they can fight Uchiha Shisui together, both sides will have to pay a heavy price. This kind of battle is not cost-effective. So Ching made the decision to retreat immediately. Fortunately, Uchiha Shisui had no intention of intercepting them. Obviously he had the same judgment as Ching. Fighting against 8 of them Jainin alone, even if he could win, it would be a miserable victory. The reason is very simple. The opponent's right eye is the blood successor of the Konoha Hyuga clan, the Byakugan. Known as the most insightful pupil technique. You, the Uchiha clan, are indeed an outstanding ninja clan. 2 incredible geniuses suddenly appeared. Before leaving, can you tell me what your relationship is with Uchiha Dali? Ao stared at Uchiha Shisui warily. The Byakugan of his right eye was already open, and the flow path of chakra in the opponent's body was clearly displayed before his eyes. I asked this question, on the one hand, out of personal curiosity, and more importantly, on the other hand, I wanted to take the opportunity to collect information about the Uchiha clan. After all, I personally led the team to the battlefield this time, and one of my tasks was to check for information about that man. The man who surpassed Shisui, Uchiha vigorously. Chapter 20 Kirigakuer is scared. Uchiha Shisui obviously hasn't heard anything about Uchiha Shisui. At this moment, facing Ching's question, he was slightly confused. Because he had only heard the name of that tribe, he had a vague impression. It seems that the descendants of the strongest 3 Megatama Uchiha Jinzan. Of course, despite this, it is unlikely that Uchiha Shisui would reveal information about his tribe to his life and death enemies at this time. He just thought of the ironic joke circulating among the Uchiha clan for the first time in his heart. It seems that he doesn't want to answer. Ching was actually very nervous. After waiting for a while, there was no response from Uchiha Shisui. He had already started to retreat and was preparing to retreat with his people. Before leaving, Ching couldn't help but say, "It is rumored that the man's teleportation technique has surpassed yours, Uchiha Shisui. As a respectable opponent, I really hope to hear your own answer to confirm this rumor." Ching's temptation still didn't get any response from Uchiha Shisui. Despite his young age, his thinking ability is not as simple as it seems on the surface. It is impossible for Uchiha Shisui to be fooled by such low-level clichés. However, Ching's words just now left Uchiha Shisui with doubts in her heart. Seeing that he could not get any valuable information from this troublesome man, Kinch completely gave up. He still stared at Uchiha Shisui with his Byakugan vigilantly, guarding against his opponent's sneak attack. At the same time, he gestured to his subordinates to leave. "Let's go." Soon, Ching and his team members disappeared from sight. After they left, Uchiha Shisui breathed a sigh of relief. He began to try to remember everything about the name Uchiha Dali. Beyond my existence. If another genius does emerge, that would be a good thing. Although I couldn't find any valuable clues in the memory in my mind. But Uchiha Shisui still feels happy. It is indeed not easy to think about the Uchiha ninja who can make the enemy Jainin remember his name and value him so much. If I have a chance, I would like to meet that man for a while. Thinking about it, Uchiha Shisui turned around and disappeared into the tree. Ever since Uchiha vigorously used his power more and more skillfully, he was also at ease on the battlefield. The 3 Megatama Sharingan's integration with itself has already reached 100%. Coupled with advanced teleportation skills, super perception, and other abilities, this allows him to be almost invincible when facing the enemies of Kirigakure village. Even if you are hostile to Jainin, facing him will be useless unless you have an absolute numerical advantage. This makes the title The Man Beyond Shisui deeply tied to the name Uchiha Dense. In the entire battlefield, no matter whether it is the enemy or our side, almost everyone has heard of that name. And it seems to be because Uchiha's vigorous efforts brought huge losses to Kirigakure village. Therefore, on the 3rd day of the battle, the number of active Kirigakure ninjas on the battlefield decreased a lot. These guys seemed to have all withdrawn from the territory of the Country of Fire overnight and disappeared without a trace. Information just came from the village. The daimyos of the Land of Water have united with the 3rd Mizukage and agreed to peace talks. But the more times like this, the less we can take it lightly to prevent the guys from Kirigakure village from making a comeback. Uchiha Taihuo came behind Uchiha Dali and reminded him. At this moment, the relationship between the two people has undergone subtle changes. In these 3 days of getting along, whether it is Uchiha Iron Fire, Uchiha Rice Fire, or Uchiha Yashiro, they all gradually realized the huge strength gap between themselves and Uchiha Dali. But the gap between the two sides is not just in strength. They are far less powerful than Uchiha in terms of tactical use, combat cooperation, personality charm, leadership skills, etc. So, despite everyone's tacit understanding, Uchiha Iron Fire is still the leader of this combat team. But unknowingly, the leadership position of captain in everyone's heart has already changed from the original Uchiha Iron Fire to Uchiha Dali. Including Uchiha Taihuo himself, this is what he thinks in his heart. That's why at this moment he acted as if a subordinate was reporting work to his superior. Everything is expected. Uchiha Dali replied calmly. Although it was a bit pretentious, it did not make Uchiha Taihuo and others feel annoying at all. Because actual combat time and time again has proven that he really has this ability and the qualifications to show off. What other instructions are there? Uchiha asked suddenly. Leave a few combat teams to stay here for defense, and the rest of the troops will move to support the battlefield on the southern border to fight against the troops of Union Village in the Country of Thunder. Uchiha Iron Fire replied. I understand, you can lead the team to meet Captain Fugaku first. Uchiha nodded vigorously. What about you? There are a few little bugs still lurking on the battlefield. I'm going to get rid of them. Hearing this, Uchiha Taihuo nodded without thinking. He has great faith in Uchiha's strength. Since the other party didn't say anything about supporting them, it meant that they were confident in taking down those enemies, and they didn't need to meddle in their own business. Soon, Uchiha Iron Fire took dozens of Uchiha tribesmen to another place to join the troops led by Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha, on the other hand, raised his head and looked in another direction of the battlefield, turned around and disappeared in a flash. Kirigakure village has been really hurt. They now dare not send large numbers of troops into the Kingdom of Fire to join the war. Instead, they chose to dispatch elite combat teams, secretly active on the battlefield, and launch attacks on Konoha's active forces. Each member of these elite teams has Jainin level strength. but they specifically selected a relatively weak team in Konoha to carry out the attack. They had only one purpose, which was to launch unequal revenge on Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Among them, one of the most important forces responsible for this mission is of course the 7 ninja swordsmen who are also famous in the ninja world. The last time they met Uchiha Dali for the first time, they hit a snag. They were injured by the detonating talisman formation, and they were injured by Uchiha Dali's precise kunai throwing technique that could pierce a tree with 100 steps. After a brief rest, these guys became active again. They avoided the area where they had fought before, and were now in the southeastern border area of the Country of Fire, moving in a roundabout way towards Konoha. Prior to this, they had continuously attacked and annihilated multiple Konoha defense teams. Now that Konoha's main force has lost our troops as targets, they should all be mobilized to other battlefields. Without their strong men to stop them, we can do whatever we want here, ha ha ha. Tonko Yebaman, one of the 7 people, said with a ferocious smile. Chapter 21 3 People in Desperate Situation. Sunlight shines through the gaps in the branches, creating an intoxicating Tyndall effect. Suddenly, a green figure flashed quickly from the light. 2 other figures followed closely behind. We're too deep. This is too dangerous. The young Shiranui Genma couldn't help but remind him again. Although they have also been notified that the troops in Kirigakura village are fully withdrawing from the battlefield of the Country of Fire. However, the more times this happens, the more we cannot take it lightly. This is the experience that countless Konoha seniors have gained with the lessons of blood and tears. The enemy is always cunning and one must be alert to all possibilities. The battlefield is a place where men's blood and youth are released. Our companions are all fighting bravely against the enemy. At this time, we must also show our manly demeanor. Metkai, who was also only a teenager, looked excited, even a little excited. But his voice suddenly stopped at this moment. Beside him, Shiranui Genma and Ebisu also stopped following his movements. The 3 people looked up and looked ahead warily at the same time. They saw 7 men with playful expressions and strange clothes standing crookedly on a tree not far in front of them. You can tell their identity from the other person's forehead protector. A ninja from Kirigakura village. Metkai's eyes froze slightly. No matter how impulsive he is, he can easily see that the 7 people in front of him are not simple. Everyone is a Jainin. Kai, let me just say we are taking too many risks. What should we do now? Ebisu couldn't help but worry. There were only 3 of them, and none of them were Jainin. Now there are 7 people on the opposite side. Not to mention that the number of people is more than twice that of our own. What's even more terrible is that everyone on the opposite side has a combat power of Jainin or above. At first glance, he looks like a ferocious guy, not easy to mess with. We're screwed now. Shiranui Genma muttered in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the 7 enemies on the opposite side spoke. Hee. It turns out to be 3 Konoha brats, we are so lucky. When the other party was talking, he showed a mouth full of fangs when he smiled ferociously, making him look very scary. Moreover, his face was covered with a blood-red pattern on his chin that looked like a devil's mouth. This makes him look very fierce and evil, and children will probably be frightened to cry when they hear him talking at night. That green watermelon head is mine, do you have any objection? A fat man with long orange hair that almost reached the ground, the watermelon mountain puffer ghost, stared at Metkai with a ferocious expression and said to his companions. In that case, the remaining 2 are mine. The loquat Jozo who just spoke immediately said with a ferocious smile. Perhaps too many Konoha genin had been killed on the way here. So at this moment, the other members don't have any opinions. Then get on it. Finish quickly and then find a new target. The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost waved his sword shark, leaped forward and rushed towards Metkai. His speed is extremely fast. Moreover, the large sword sharky in his hand had already made a sweeping motion to block the waist. This move is powerful and heavy, and the consequences of being hit can be imagined. Fortunately, Metkai responded quickly. At the critical moment, he jumped back and barely avoided the opponent's attack. Boom! There was a loud bang. The giant sword shark hit the spot where Metkai was standing just now, causing the ground to shatter on the spot and leaving a big crater. During the turbulence of the gravel, the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost immediately rushed over again. And at this time, Shiranui Genma and Ebisu jumped in front, one on the left and the other on the right, using the kunao in their hands to cross to resist the watermelon mountain Fugu ghost. The two people struggled to hold the opponent's sword, Samehada, and barely managed to resist the attack. Kai, we can't defeat them, retreat quickly. Seeing that Metkai actually wanted to use physical skills to attack the watermelon mountain puffer demon, Shiranui Genma quickly reminded him. Retreat? Hehe, can you run away? Zhuzang Loquat, who was carrying a beheading sword, appeared behind Metkai quietly as if he were a ghost. The decapitating sword in his hand slashed towards Metkai's back without saying a word. Looking at the mighty power of the tiger, it doesn't look like he has any mercy at all. Since you have gone to the battlefield to fight us, you must be prepared to be killed. Don't think we are bullying children. Loquat Zhang laughed ferociously, as if he already had a chance to win. But at this moment, Metkai jumped and avoided this fatal blow by narrow margins. Shiranui Genma and Ebisu also jumped to the left and right at the same time, widening the distance from the watermelon mountain Fugu ghost. Seeing that these little Konoha ghosts were so difficult to deal with and couldn't defeat them with one move, Loquat Juzo and Watermelon Fugu Ghost were both a little annoyed. They began to pursue further. However, seeing that they were obviously unable to defeat these enemies, the three people chose to turn around and run away. Run? Can you run away? Chase! The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost took the lead and chased after the three escaped Metkai. The other 7 ninja swordsmen immediately followed. But they're not particularly fast. At this moment, for them, this is a hunting game that they can win, and it is not a bad idea to play a small game of cat and mouse occasionally for fun. Although I haven't taken it seriously yet. But soon the 7 of them had caught up with the 3 of Metkai. They did not choose to attack from behind, but went around to the front of the 3 people and waited. Metkai, Shiranui Genma, and Ebisu walked through the woods. They didn't see the pursuers behind them, so they thought they had finally escaped. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, they saw several figures standing or sitting on a pile of rocks in the open space in front of them, staring at them with half-smiling faces. Suddenly, the expressions of the 3 people from Metkai changed drastically, and their hearts were filled with despair. It seems we can't escape, Ebisu said solemnly. At this moment, his eyes gradually became firmer. Since you can't escape, let's fight to the end. The companions around him, Metkai and Shiranui Genma, also had the same mentality. The 3 people took a defensive posture, preparing to die with the enemy. Oh? Still want to resist? In that case, let me come and play with you, Tonko Yebaman said and walked out slowly. And it was at this time that a figure suddenly caught up with Metkai and others from the side and behind. At the same time, in a position that no one could notice, another figure also appeared quietly like a ghost. And at this moment, the owner of the figure had a playful look on his face, observing the situation on the entire battlefield at leisure. Chapter 22 Reinforcement. Coming from behind, standing in front of the 3 of Metkai was a middle-aged man who looked somewhat similar to the young Metkai and was also wearing a green tights. After the man arrived at the battlefield, he breathed a long sigh of relief. Finally arrived, he said. Behind him, Metkai looked at the back of the man in front of him with excitement and worry. Father, father. The man who arrived just in time was none other than Konoha's 10,000 years genin Mat Dai. Uchiha stood on the tree and observed the battlefield from a high position, with a meaningful smile on his lips. He didn't expect that he would encounter this scene here. If nothing else goes wrong, Matt Dai is about to demonstrate the power of the 8 Gates armor formation here. He can fight against 7 ninja swordsmen with one person and kill the other 4. The 7 ninja swordsmen on the opposite side were facing a strangely dressed Konoha genin in dark green tights, and they didn't care at all. Some of them even smiled and looked relaxed. "Here comes a funny guy," Zigwashin Pufferfish Ghost said. "Counting this, there are 4 genin. Although your strength does not arouse our interest, it may be able to add some fun to us." Black Holeya also smiled ferociously. "It's better to deal with them quickly, don't waste time," Muley Jinpachi reminded in a deep voice. At this time, Mate Day also made a decision, letting the 3 of Metkai escape and retreat quickly, while he stayed to resist these 7 powerful enemies. Court Death. Seeing that Matt Dai actually planned to stay alone to stop the 7 members of his party, Black Holeya finally couldn't bear it anymore. He took the initiative and rushed towards Metkai, intending to take down all 4 Konoha ninjas in front of him before the 3 Metkai escaped. But at this moment, Black Holeya suddenly stopped suddenly. Because he saw that in front of the 4 Konoha ninjas, a figure suddenly appeared. Taking a closer look, Black Holeya's pupils shrank slightly again. Because he had already recognized the man in front of him. "Is it you? He's that Uchiha," Tonko Yebaman also said immediately. While speaking, there were 2 rays of hatred in his eyes. Uchiha who injured himself with a kunai. The scars caused by this hatred and shame are still painful to this day. The rest of the 7 ninja swordsmen also showed cold eyes, staring at the sudden appearance of Uchiha Dali. Comparing those few Konoha little Karami, it was obvious that the man in front of them was the target they really cared about. "Speaking of the 7 of us, we were accidentally attacked by this kid because of our carelessness. This is a lifelong shame," Kurumi Kushimaru said. "So, we must not let this kid leave now. Just kill the 4 of them together. Although it is not enough for one person, except for that kid, the rest will be left to you." Loquat Jozo stared at Uchiha vigorously, having already chosen his opponent. At this time, Matt Dai and the others, who were vigorously protected by Uchiha who suddenly appeared in front of them, were still a little confused. "You are a ninja from the Uchiha clan, right? I recognize the clan emblem on your back. But you and Kai and the others should retreat first, young man. This youthful blood should be burned by me," Metaday said to Uchiha in a deep voice. "Having developed such a powerful physical technique, are you willing to let it disappear before it has a chance to shine?" Uchiha Dali suddenly laughed. Matt Dai was slightly startled by these words. There was a gleam of astonishment in his eyes, and he obviously realized the meaning of what Uchiha Dali said, but he was also very confused as to why Uchiha Dali knew about that technique. Also confused was Metkai. Because the secret of 8 Gates Dungia should only be known to Metkai and his father Metday until now. The young Metkai looked at the man in front of him, who was probably a few years older than him, with curiosity in his eyes. "Hey, it's time for you guys to finish chatting, right? Really, you don't take us seriously at all. You are looking for death." After Loquat Jozo said angrily, he directly picked up the beheading sword and rushed towards Uchiha. "Let's start with you first. Use this decapitation knife to chop off your head. It won't be very painful, and it will be over in an instant." As he spoke, he suddenly accelerated again, reaching the short distance of 40 or 50 meters in just a blink of an eye. However, the sword swept across, but it was all in vain. There was nothing where the blade touched, and Uchiha Dali had long since disappeared. Seeing such a scene, everyone was moved at the same time. As the person involved, Jozang Loquat was even more unbelievable. "Are you looking for me?" Uchiha's powerful voice came from the tree on the right. When Loquat Jozang's pupils shrank slightly, he raised his head and looked at his opponent suddenly. And at the moment when he raised his head, a huge fireball suddenly hit him head-on. Even before the fireball arrived, the terrifying high temperature had already hit the face with the power to sting the skin. Loquat Zhang's eyes froze slightly again, and his face changed slightly. His reaction was not slow and he jumped back quickly. After seeing clearly the situation of Uchiha's powerful attack, Metday and Metgai felt a little relieved. It seems that this young man is stronger than I thought. Let's stay far away, Kai. Metday knew that Uchiha Dali's strength was not inferior to these enemies. He immediately asked the three of them to follow him and stand further away. While paying close attention to the situation on the battlefield, he was ready to activate the 8 Gates armor formation. The 7 ninja swordsmen, 100 meters away, were almost all paying attention to Uchiha Dali at this moment. This kid is really not simple. It turned out that the last time I was injured by him was not an accident. The face of the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost became solemn for the first time. The other 7 ninja swordsmen also showed serious eyes. At this time, the fireball hit the ground and directly blasted a large crater with a diameter of more than 30 meters on the ground. Amidst the rumbling explosion, the heat waves caused by the deflagrating flames spread in all directions, igniting nearby vegetation in an instant. But that's not all. Uchiha threw 5 kunai vigorously and simultaneously, 3 of which hit Loquat Jozo not surprisingly, which was less than 100 meters away. The remaining 2 were barely blocked by this guy with his decapitating sword. Looks like we're going to do it together. Loquat Jozang was injured in the blink of an eye, his face changed drastically. And he quickly shouted to his companions. Come together and kill him. Kurimaru Kushimaru saw something was wrong and took action decisively, and called on others to besiege Uchiha vigorously. Chapter 23 The first one to fall. Kurikaru Kushimaru, who was using a long sword and a suture needle, had just shouted the slogan of coming together to deal with Uchiha vigorously, when he was suddenly shocked and froze on the spot. 2 beads of cold sweat slowly slid down his cheeks, and his eyes subconsciously glanced behind him. Are you talking about dealing with me? Uchiha's playful voice came from the opponent's back, which immediately sent a chill down Kurikaru Kushimaru's spine. Goosebumps all over his body exploded at this moment. However, the bloodthirsty Kurihara Kushimaru, who has experienced many battles, is no ordinary person. After a brief shock, he immediately reacted and took action decisively. He used chakra to control the steel wire on the back of the long knife and sewing needle, and shot behind him. The enemy launched a counterattack. With a swish, the long knife and needle like a steel needle passed through Uchiha's strong body on the back in an instant. It seems you are careless. Seeing that he had succeeded, Kurisha Kushimaru felt unexpectedly surprised in his heart and relaxed in his mouth. However, the next second, his pupils suddenly shrank slightly. What? Kurikaru Kushimaru found that the figure of the Uchiha vigor hit by his long sword and needle slowly disappeared. After image. He seemed to finally realize that he was about to be in trouble. His body froze and he stood there staring blankly at the empty ground in front of him, as if he had lost the will to fight. As expected, Uchiha vigorously appeared behind him again, as silently as a ghost. And just at the moment when he was about to launch an attack on Kuratari Kushimaru suddenly jumped forward. When Ling Kong turned around to face Uchiha Dali, he said with a ferocious smile, I fell into the trap. While speaking, he had already made a seal, long sword ninja technique, earth spider seam. Suddenly, the ground cracked under Uchiha Dali's feet, and thin wires appeared around his feet. In turn, these sharp and thin steel wires wrapped around Uchiha Dali's feet at lightning speed. You're done. Uchiha's boy. Kurisha Kushimaru smiled ferociously again, with an expression on his face that he was sure to succeed in his treacherous plot. With a little force on his hands, all the wires began to tighten, not only firmly fixing Uchiha's strong feet on the ground, but also tightening further. It seems that if nothing unexpected happens, Uchiha's strong feet will be severed by these sharp steel wires here. But Kurumi Kushimaru didn't give up yet. He continued to control the long knife and sewing needle in his hand to launch a sudden attack on Uchiha, and penetrated Uchiha's heart. The two-pronged attack looks like it will definitely kill the opponent. This is not good. Matt Dai, who was watching the battle from a distance, looked at this situation and felt anxious about taking action. However, when he glanced at him, he saw that the remaining 7 ninja swordsmen were staring at this side. If he left to help the young man from Uchiha, the 3 little gangsters behind him would definitely be in danger. For a time, Matt Dai was entangled. He opened his mouth and wanted to tell Metkai, Ebisu, and Shiranui Genma to retreat quickly, while he stayed to help the young Uchiha man. But at this moment, blood burst out. The enemy's steel wires buried in the ground were strangled together. And Uchiha's legs were cut into several pieces. Such a bloody and cruel scene made Matt Dai's heart tighten again. The 3 Metkais also trembled all over, angry and frightened. However, just when they thought that Uchiha Dali was really killed by the enemy, suddenly something happened, and Kurumi Kushimaru's body trembled suddenly. His head raised slightly, and he was stunned as if he had seen a ghost. His hands and feet were slightly open, as if his whole body was subdued by something and unable to move. Seeing such a strange scene, Matt Dai and Metkei all showed puzzled expressions. Everything happened so fast. It can be described as ever-changing. Before they could figure out what was going on, the remaining 7 ninja swordsmen had already begun to rush towards Kurihara Kushimaru. Their target was not Kurikaru Kushimaru, but Uchiha Daiki, who was behind Kurikaru Kushimaru and pierced Kurikaru Kushimaru's heart from behind with a kunai. "You are the one who is careless, right?" There was a hint of playfulness in Uchiha Dali's indifferent tone. While speaking, he completely ignored the 7 ninja swordsmen who were rushing towards him to support him. Instead, he pressed harder on the kunai in his hand. Pfft! The length reaches more than 20 centimeters, and the sharp kunai sinks directly into the opponent's body all the way to the handle. The tip of the other end penetrated from the heart of Kuritsumaru's chest. Wow! Li Xingguan opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. There was still a hint of disbelief and unwillingness in his eyes. "Are you using the teleportation technique? It's so fast." Kurumi Kushimaru's body began to tremble, and his breathing became irregular. He asked Uchiha vigorously in a trembling voice. "Because at this moment, I still don't understand why Uchiha was able to escape even though he was subdued by his own steel wire just now. And he can appear behind him so quickly without anyone noticing. Ask the Lord of Hell, he may know the answer." Uchiha made a strong and casual flying kick, and kicked the Kurisu Kushimaru away. The kunai in his hand was able to be withdrawn from the opponent's body, and he turned to face the incoming Loquat Juzo. The latter happened to come in front of him at this time, and he slashed Uchiha Dali's neck with a large beheading knife in his hand. The powerful and heavy decapitation sword is powerful enough to split rocks and cut through steel in one sweep. However, it was easily blocked by the kunai in Uchiha's powerful hand at this moment. However, Uchiha Dali was also hit by the force of the counterattack and flew back to the side, and was attacked by another 7 ninja swordsmen, Black Ho Thunder Fang. Lightning Style Thunder Fang. Black Ho Leia has been paying close attention to Uchiha Dali's movements. Seeing the opponent flying towards him, the eyes staring at him turned into a strange scarlet color at this moment, and the pupils also changed into strange shapes, and he immediately launched an attack. The power of Lightning Style, which has been ready for use for a long time, is released through the Thunder Blade and Thunder Fang cross in his hand. In an instant, a shock wave like a thunderstorm spread in all directions with dazzling light. Part of it passed directly through Uchiha Dali's body. As expected, the scene where the opponent's body was penetrated by his own lightning style and his flesh and bones were torn apart did not appear. On the contrary, it was at this time that Black Ho Leia found that he seemed to be trapped in Genjutsu. Chapter 24. If you can't beat him, run away. Black Ho Leia's consciousness has not been controlled, and his body is still awake. He could also see the body of the just-killed Kurihara Kushimaru lying not far away, and he could also see the other accomplices vigorously pursuing Uchiha and launching a siege. But the strange thing is that his body just can't move. No matter how hard I try, I can't do it. At this moment he realized that he had indeed been hit by genjutsu. And it's also a very dangerous Jinbin genjutsu. Golden Binding Genjutsu. Black Holeya's face was covered in cold sweat. It goes without saying that when facing a powerful opponent, the consequences of being unable to move your body are obvious. Kuritsumi Kushimaru's fate is still in front of him, and he doesn't want to be the next one. It is the elite Genin of Kirigakure village after all. Seeing that he was about to die, at the critical moment, Black Hothanderya used the thunder and lightning on his thunder knife to stimulate his body, thereby disrupting the flow of chakra in his body. Finally, he was saved. The body controlled by the Golden Binding Genjutsu returned to action, and Black Horeya immediately jumped back, not daring to counterattack the Uchiha who was chasing after him. "This guy has Sharingan, don't look him in the eyes." Black Holeya shouted at his companions, turned around and ran away. But at the moment when his figure was about to disappear into the woods, two Kunao came after him and hit his body. Black Holeya let out a muffled grunt, and his body shook a few times and almost fell down from the tree, but in the end he managed to stabilize his body, turned around and ran away. Uchiha could have pursued the opponent vigorously, but at this moment, the remaining 5 ninja sword 7 people had surrounded him from different directions and launched a siege. This forced Uchiha to focus less on chasing the injured Black Horeya. "Let's go after that guy." When Metkai saw this scene, he shouted excitedly. Shiranui Genma was also a little eager to try, and was excited by Uchiha's vigorous display of strength. No, that would be too dangerous. Mat Dai stopped these 2 young people who didn't know the heights of heaven and earth in time. If the enemy has an ambush in front, we may be in danger. After saying that, Matai's eyes returned to Uchiha Dali, and his eyes showed a little more respect for this young man from Uchiha. As expected of the most famous family in Konoha, his teleportation technique has reached the level of proficiency. Ebisu stared at Uchiha's powerful figure and admired him. At this time, Uchiha was using his advanced teleportation technique to make a fool of the remaining 5 ninja swordsmen. The 5 elite Genin from the Kirigakure village, including Watermelon Mountain Fugu Oni, Mori Jinpachi, Loquat Jozo, Onat Chiron, and Sakuza Ito, tried their best to attack Uchiha Daki. But each of their attacks only missed the target by a tiny margin. Every time, at the critical moment, Uchiha easily dodged it. This made the 5 of them very uncomfortable. What's even more uncomfortable is that they can't relax at all and can only maintain such a high-intensity pursuit posture. As long as they dare to show any signs of slackness, they will be immediately destroyed and Uchiha will take advantage of them. The 2 sides only fought for less than a while. And several people had already walked away from the Gate of Hell several times. If it weren't for a 5-on-1 battle, they knew very well that any one of them facing the Uchiha man in front of them alone would definitely end in disaster. Damn it, who is this guy? Why did he also master Shisui's famous ninjutsu? The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost said through gritted teeth and glanced in the direction where Black Holeya escaped just now. At this moment, he also had the intention to retreat in his heart. 5 people are fighting against 1 Uchiha clansman, and they are already trapped in such a difficult and bitter battle. If anything goes wrong, I am afraid that I will be in trouble. Also thinking of quitting was Loquat Jozang. Even though he looks very reckless and looks like he is going to kill someone if he disagrees with him, in fact he is not a real reckless man. Retreating when encountering an opponent you cannot beat is the wisest choice. On the contrary, at this moment, Sakuza Ito who uses a blunt knife and Kabuto, Onitio Usengan who uses a double sword and a flathead, and Muri Jinpachi who uses a blasting knife and spray. These 3 people, facing the troublesome Uchiha Dali, not only did not choose to retreat, but they became more and more courageous as they fought. This kid's teleportation technique also needs to consume chakra, No matter how fast he is, he will slow down sometimes. Just consume him to death. Don't be hit by my knife, uncle. Otherwise I can kill you in an instant. Muuri Jinpachi said with a ferocious smile, while quickly waving the blasting knife and flying foam. One side of this weapon has a normal blade shape. It was also at this moment that he was using to attack Uchiha's powerful side. On the other side, there are countless detonating symbols, which may be released at any time to attack the opponent, causing serious explosion damage. Especially when there are more enemies, the power of this move will be more cost-effective. Killing dozens of people at once is not a problem. Hearing what Muurishi Jinpachi said, Tonko Yajiran immediately became excited and rushed to Uchiha Dali's side from the side and rear. The blunt knife Kabutorai in his hand, which was like a hammer, hit Uchiha Dali's body fiercely. But in fact, his killing move is not a hammer, but a normal sickle-shaped blade hidden at the other end of the hammer and connected through a chain. In addition to the two enemies who attack like madmen, Takuzanwayu and Muuri Jinpachi, Onito Senba is also trying his best to attack Uchiha Dali. Seeing the three of them desperately planning to die together with their opponents, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost saw an opportunity and flew back. The enemy is too strong. It's not good for us to fight Uchiha like this. Let's retreat first. After saying such a high-sounding sentence, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost turned around and flew away into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it was already dozens of meters away. Seeing that the Pufferfish Ghosts in Watermelon Mountain also began to retreat, Lo Kuat Zhang immediately followed and fled in the other direction. Similarly, he also dropped a sentence that seemed to be justified: our goal is not to fight to the death with the strong men of Konoha, but to kill their living strength. Let's go. After saying that, Lo Kuat Zhang was already 70 or 80 meters away. He jumped again and disappeared into the woods. He actually ran away, and decisively left his companions behind. The guys from Kirigakure village are so cold-blooded. When Ebisu saw this scene, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Chapter 25. Who are you? Uchiha Dali has always wondered why the other three members of the 7 ninja swordsmen could survive in the face of Mat Dai, who activated the 8 Gates armor formation. That was such a powerful ninjutsu that even Uchiha Madara was almost kicked to death. And now he finally knew why. The three of them, Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, Lo Kuat Zhang, and Black Hole Iya, had no determination to fight to the death with their opponents. If you encounter a little bit of trouble, you will immediately retreat and run away. That's why they were able to survive after Mat Dai opened the 8 Gates armor formation. On the contrary, Muuri Jinpachi, Sakuzan Obito, Kurihara Kushimaru and Onito Senba were left behind, who chose to fight head-on. They became the first 4 ghosts to die under the 8 Gates armor formation. But now, it was not Mat Dai who killed the 4 of them, but Uchiha Dali. Without the help of Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost and Lo Kuat Zhang, although Tonko Yabiran, Wulai Jinpachi, and Ghost Light Sengan tried their best to try to cause trouble for Uchiha Dali. But they still underestimated the powerful bonus that advanced teleportation technique brought to Uchiha. The only martial arts in the world that is fast is unbreakable. When Uchiha struck out with all his strength and performed the advanced teleportation technique, his entire body turned into an almost unstoppable wind. I will stab you in the waist with this knife. Uchiha's powerful voice was as if it was made by a life-threatening judge. When the voice rang in his ears, a sharp kunai really stabbed into the back of Oniten Sengan from the side. However, after the kunai stabbed the opponent's body, Uchiha discovered that the part where the opponent was stabbed was soft and unbearable. It felt as if what was hit was not the physical body, but a mass of water. Sure enough, when he looked down, he saw that Ghost Light Kyunran's body had turned into a liquid state. The secret technique of water transformation of the Oniten clan can make you immune to all physical attacks. Die, you Uchiha boy! The wild bait man slashed at him from behind. He raised the blunt axe-like knife, Kabutorai, high with both hands, and then chopped it down directly. This move is powerful enough to split Hwashin's momentum. If it is hit, it is guaranteed that the enemy's body can be easily split into two. However, just when he was about to succeed, the Uchiha in front of him disappeared. Damn, this guy's speed is such a pain. The wild bait man said to himself angrily. I don't know if this is the first time his attack has failed. He was very annoyed to be played like this by a boy from Uchiha, spinning around and unable to hit his opponent at all. Get out of the way. Let Lao Zi deal with him. Muuri Jinpachi shouted to the other two people. Immediately afterwards, prepare to release a large-scale detonating talisman formation in all directions, directly blowing up Uchiha to death. Watch me blow you up. Muuri Jinpachi once again loudly reminded the other two companions to avoid the ultimate move he was about to release. However, at this moment, his body suddenly shook. How is it possible, when? Suddenly, his body seemed to be petrified, completely unable to move, and Muuri Jinpachi instantly realized that he had been hit. Golden Binding Genjutsu? I didn't expect you to be tricked by that kid too. The Tonko Yiren saw Wulai Jinpachi's state and immediately judged the reason. He immediately jumped over and tried to help Wulai Jinpachi open the chakra in his body, allowing the other party to resume free movement. However, at this moment, two kunai suddenly shot out from his left rear like ghosts. Puff made two muffled sounds. The wild bait man in Tonko froze and threw himself forward on the spot. He was previously uninjured by Uchiha's hard work, and his injuries had not fully recovered. He was only supported by bandages to stop the bleeding and his extraordinary physique. Until now in the battle, the injuries he had suffered had a great impact on his strength. At this moment, he was once again hit by Uchiha's powerful kunai, which caused more injuries. For a while, he also briefly lost his combat effectiveness. Now only Chiden Kito is left to face the terrifying Uchiha Daiki alone. Who are you? Ghost Light Thousand Blades slowly returned to its normal form from the hydrated state. At the same time, a heavy fog suddenly filled the surrounding area. The thick fog blocked everyone's sight. The voice of Ghost Light Thousand Blades seemed to come from all directions, making it difficult to pinpoint his location. Uncle, although you have remembered my name and have no chance of revealing it, I still tell you so that you can die in peace. My name is Uchiha Dali. Through powerful perception and three-dimensional judgment from multiple angles such as sound, taste, and vision, Uchiha can easily locate the opponent's precise position even in dense fog. At this moment, when he was answering Ghost Light Kyunran's question, he had unknowingly arrived behind his opponent. But Ghost Light Thousand Blades was still unaware of it. He still groped towards the spot where Uchiha spoke vigorously just now. That tiptoeing behavior looked so funny in Uchiha's powerful eyes. After arriving at the approximate location, the double swords in the hands of Ghost Light Kyunran slashed forward fiercely. However, this move failed. This surprised him. Are you looking for me? A playful voice suddenly sounded behind him, and Ghost Light Kyunran was shocked all over, as if he had been struck by lightning. How is it possible? His body seemed to be frozen and unable to move. Cold sweat flowed down his cheeks in an instant. This time, can your water transformation technique save you? Uchiha smiled playfully, completed the seal with his hands, and spit out a large ball of fire directly at the opponent in front of him. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. The huge fireball generates terrifying heat. Not only did it completely evaporate the surrounding dense fog in an instant, but it also directly returned the Ghost Light Thousand Blades that were in the state of the hydration technique back to their original shape. Don't underestimate the strong men of the Ghost Lantern clan. Water-style Waterfall Technique. Using the powerful impact brought by Uchiha's powerful fireball attack, Minato Chiron jumped forward, and at the same time turned towards Uchiha and used a powerful water-style ninjutsu. In the blink of an eye, a huge stream of water rushed towards Uchiha like a flood. But Uchiha Dali did not confront his water style at all, and instead came to worry Jinpachi, who was subdued by himself using the Jinbin Genjutsu. With so many detonating charms, isn't this knife worth a lot of money? I accepted it unceremoniously. Uchiha was as powerful as a devil. While talking, he snatched the blasting knife and splash from the opponent's hand. At the same time, he used his other hand to stab the sharp kunai into the enemy's chest, piercing the opponent's chest. Heart. Chapter 26 Determined to Die. In order to ensure that his physical transcendence can help Wulai Jinpachi better meet God, Uchiha vigorously stabbed the kunai into the opponent's heart and stirred it several times. In this way, the opponent's heart can turn into a ball of paste. Muri Jinpachi's pupils were filled with intense fear and shock as he stared at Uchiha Dali, unable to believe that he would be defeated by such an opponent. But the brilliance in his eyes soon began to fade rapidly. Because his life is passing quickly. The body shook slightly. That was the last struggle for all the adrenaline in his body to come together to try to revive his body and maintain his vital signs. But within a short while, there was no movement at all from Murishi Jinpachi. Uchiha took out the kunai vigorously and turned to look at the two remaining enemies. The 7 ninja swordsmen, who originally pursued them aggressively, intending to cause unequal revenge on Konoha, were famous in Kirigakure village, the country of water, and even the entire ninja world. The brief fight with Uchiha here took less than half an hour, but it already resulted in 3 people escaping and 2 people dying. The only ones still standing now are Tonko Yebaran and Ghost Lantern Thousand Blades. The former was also injured just now due to Uchiha's powerful and precise kunai throwing technique. Now there was a hint of panic in his eyes, and he kept moving his body on the ground, trying to escape. Only at this time did the 4 people who were watching the game, Mat Dai, Metkai, Shiranui Genma, and Ebisu, finally see clearly that the parts that had been injured by the wild bait man just now were actually his feet and calves. This young man from Uchiha is so awesome. Mat Dai looked at the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen, the elite of Kirigakure village, who specialized in solving difficult tasks for the village, and they ended up like this at this moment, and he was filled with emotion. Compared to the one named Uchiha Shisui, his strength is probably not much worse. Shiranui Genma said. While he was talking, Uchiha Dali turned around and came to the Tonko Yebaman who was lying on the ground and moving his body backwards. Damn Uchiha! Kirigakure will remember you. Facing the Shinigami-like strength of Uchiha, Tonko Yaito still shows no remorse and looks like a tough guy who will kill him whenever he wants. As if this didn't satisfy him, he then said, "If you weren't here to get in the way, I would have killed all 4 of them long ago and made you Konoha pay a heavy price. But it's worth it. We have killed at least 50 Konoha ninjas before this, including you guys from the Uchiha clan. It's a pity that I couldn't kill you. It's really a pity." Facing Uchiha Dali, who was approaching him step by step, Tonko Yebaman actually turned on the taunting mode. He kept provoking and stimulating Uchiha vigorously with words. To ordinary people, this behavior is really difficult to understand. However, Ghost Light Chiron, who was also one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, understood at this moment what Tonko Yebaran was thinking. Because I know that I have no chance of survival, I guess I want to stimulate my opponent so that the other party can deal with me and give myself a good time. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I will follow in your footsteps. Ghostlight Thousand Blades took out a kunai and looked down. He has not yet made up his mind to end his own life. At this time, the voice of Tonko Yebaman came, "Remember to erase the information in our heads. Ghost Lamp Thousand Blades. Don't forget Anbu's training." After saying that, Tonko Yebaman climbed up with all his strength and rushed towards Uchiha. A dazzling light suddenly burst out from his body. Then there was a loud bang sound. In a burst of blood spray, the body of Tonko Yebaman was completely wiped out, turning into countless tiny particles around him. This guy. I saw with my own eyes that one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, a strong man, actually chose to use all the detonating talismans to self-destruct in order to kill Uchiha. This really frightened Ebisu, Shiranui Genma, and Metkai, who had never seen big scenes before. "Is Uchiha okay?" Ebisu came to his senses and quickly looked for Uchiha's vigorous figure. "Don't worry, he has mastered the perfect teleportation technique." After Mat Dai finished speaking with a smile, he raised his head and looked happily at a big tree in front of him on the right. There, on the huge branch that stretched out horizontally, Uchiha Dali stood there, safe and sound. "You want to die with me even if you have the will to be shattered into pieces? What a crazy behavior!" Uchiha smiled vigorously and slightly contemptuously, and turned his eyes to the last remaining member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the Ghost Light Sengun. "I remember that the water transformation technique of the Ghost Lantern clan seems to have a weakness, right?" Uchiha looked at the other party vigorously and asked with a half-smile. These words made Minato Chiron's eyes tremble slightly, but he did not say a word. Instead, he slowly raised the kunao in his hand and pointed the tip at Uchiha vigorously. "Stop talking nonsense, Uchiha vigorously. If you have the ability, I will kill you too." After saying that, Minato Chiron split 2 water bodies at the same time, and rushed towards Uchiha in conjunction with the main body. A boring little trick. This level of 3-body technique is simply child's play in the face of the powerful insight of Uchiha, who has super perception in the 3 Megatama Sharingan. Of course, Uchiha admires this guy in his heart. In the 10th of a second when he used words to distract himself, Ghost Light Kyunran had already completed the dual operations of casting the substitute technique and using the clone technique at the same time. I have to say that this shooting speed has surpassed many ninjas. If it were an opponent with average insight, he would have been fooled by this moment. The real situation is that of the 3 Ghost Lamp Thousand Blades rushing towards him, none of them are true bodies, and all 3 are water bodies. The real Minato Senba has been hiding underground, waiting to give Uchiha a powerful fatal blow. The secret technique of water transformation of the Ghost Lantern clan is indeed a problem. Immune to all physical attacks, which means that even your own kunao technique, which is always accurate, cannot hurt the opponent at all. But there is a shortcoming of the water transformation secret technique, and that is the only way to restrain them, which is lightning style. As long as the target is hit by lightning style's attack, the target in the hydration technique state will be paralyzed and unable to move. The immobilizing effect is stronger than using genjutsu. At this time, Uchiha vigorously began to recall how to use lightning style in his mind. All he mastered was the most basic lightning style. And it was at this time that a system prompt sounded in my mind. Chapter 27 Uchiha are not all difficult people to get along with. When Uchiha vigorously recalled using the lightning style seal method, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! You are about to use the basic lightning style ninjutsu and understand the full range of lightning style ninjutsu. Full series of lightning style ninjutsu, including all lightning style ninjutsu and secret techniques from D level to S level. At the same time as the system prompt sound came in his mind, a large amount of information flow also appeared in Uchiha Dali's mind. The corners of his mouth slowly raised with a knowing smile, and his playful gaze fell on the faces of the 3 Ghost Lamp Thousand Blades rushing over again. It seemed like he was going to take action against the 3 water clones. But in the next second, Uchiha's powerful figure suddenly disappeared. As he turned around, a burst of lightning burst out. Accompanied by a loud bang, the earth suddenly exploded, causing rocks to stir up and dust to fly. Chiden Sengun, who had just moved underground and was facing Uchiha Dali's position, was about to launch a surprise attack. Uchiha Dali's lightning style was used to hit him, causing him to collapse on the spot and turn into a lump of liquid paste. On the ground, there were still slight arcs of electricity flashing across his body. It looked like he was in a state of absolute paralysis, unable to move at all. Damn it! Damn Uchiha! Ghost Light Kyunran said angrily, unwillingly. It seems that you are not someone who is willing to cooperate honestly. Uchiha vigorously picked up Kito Senkin's twin swords and swords from the ground. He looked at them carefully and thought they were pretty good, so he just accepted them with a smile. Then he looked at Ghost Lantern Thousand Blades, who was unable to move in the pit. Wait a minute. Seeing Uchiha vigorously trying to get rid of this enemy, Metade suddenly shouted to stop him. Uchiha turned his head vigorously to look at the other party. This man may be helpful to the village. We can hand him over to the intelligence force to obtain information on him. Metade explained. Even though he is just a 10,000 years genin, he has all the basic qualities of a ninja. Otherwise, it would be impossible to develop powerful physical skills like 8 Gates Dungia. Hearing this, Uchiha lowered his head vigorously and glanced at the ghost lamp Sengen, who had completely lost his ability to resist in the pit, and then nodded. In that case, I'll leave him to you. After saying that, Uchiha turned around vigorously and was about to leave. Please wait. Metade stopped Uchiha vigorously again. What happened again? Uchiha Dali stopped again and turned to look at the other party. At this time, Metade had already walked towards him with Metkai, Ebisu, and Shiranui Genma. After arriving in front of him, Metade took the lead in bowing vigorously to Uchiha. Then he gently hugged his son Metkai's head and bowed vigorously to Uchiha again. Thank you very much for saving us. I am Metade, and this is my son Metkai. When he said these words of thanks, Metade had already burst into tears. As expected, the young Metkai inherited his father's passion and sincerity. At this moment, he was also in tears. Thank you very much. Metkai looked at Uchiha vigorously and said. I just happened to be passing by. Besides, we are all ninjas of Konoha, there is nothing worthy of thanks. After saying that, Uchiha turned around vigorously and walked away without looking back. Seeing that this young strong man from the Uchiha clan was so calm, he didn't take the battle just now to heart, nor did he take his kindness to save them seriously. For a moment, Metade, Metkai, Ebisu, and Shiranui Genma were all a little stunned. After being stunned for a moment, Metade suddenly grinned and said to his son with tears in his eyes, Kai, did you see it? I see it, father. That is such a tough guy with a warm heart. Ha 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 ha. You must maintain such passion and sincerity in the future. As long as it is for the village, no matter how much you pay, don't complain. Kai. I understand, father. Metkai clenched his fists tightly, pursed his lips, and looked in the direction of Uchiha, leaving with firm eyes filled with tears. At this time, Shiranui Genma next to him muttered to himself in a low voice, Isn't it said that the Uchiha clan and the people in the village are not easy to get along with? I don't think it's completely right. That's what happened. Maybe it's just an isolated case like Uchiha Shisui. But, no matter what, he did save us, so we owe him a favor. Ebisu replied casually. Fire Country Konoha Ninja Village, Hokage Building. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and several high-level advisors are having a meeting, and the latest information on the battlefield has been sent back. The latest casualty list is also included. In addition to these documents, there are also documents from the Daiming Prefecture of several other countries participating in the war. The daimyo of the Kingdom of Water has sent an envoy to deliver the letter of peace talks. They are willing to sit down and have a good talk with us. But currently, the cloud-hidden village of the Kingdom of Thunder, the rock-hidden village of the Earth Country, and the sand-hidden village of the Wind Country still refuse peace talks. Their troops are still causing trouble in our border areas and sniping at our effective forces. Sarutobi, I think it's time to change our combat strategy. Recall all ninjas under the age of 18 and below in strength. Mito Kadoyan suggested to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was holding a pipe in his mouth, stared at the battle map and was silent for a while. Shimura Danzo, the leader of the root organization, was equally silent, with a lifeless look in his half-open and half-closed eyes. After waiting for a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally spoke. Now that the troops from Kirigakure village have retreated, the pressure on the eastern battlefield has dropped sharply. We must take this opportunity to work hard and devote more troops to combat operations against the other 3 ninja villages. But if we do that, the casualties in the village will further increase. The current death list is already large enough. Go to bed, Koharu reminded. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of cigarette slowly, and then replied calmly, I heard that the Uchiha clan performed very well on the Eastern Front this time. In addition to Shisui, there was also a powerful ninja named Uchiha. Also uses the instantaneous technique to make the enemy tremble. Sending them to support other fronts may create greater miracles. Besides, don't forget that we in Konoha have paid a heavy price. Several other ninja villages are also not having a good time. If we really have to fight for population, their combined population may not be greater than ours in the Land of Fire. I judge that according to the current trend, the war will be completely over in another month, and several of their ninja villages are begging us for peace talks. Chapter 28 Encounter. Sarutobi Hiruzen sounded very sure and confident. After speaking, he glanced at Shimura Danzo calmly, feeling puzzled in his heart. Shimura Danzo, this old guy, has always been a militant. Today, facing such obstruction from the 2 consultants, he actually didn't even say a word. This is not in line with his usual style. Sarutobi, I advise you to take a look at the recent list of fallen ninjas before making a decision. Go to bed, Koharu reminded again at this time, interrupting Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts. He came back from his doubtful contemplation and glanced at Koharu, who had gone to bed. Then, he casually picked up the list of fallen ninjas on the table and looked at it. He looked through the list of the dead page by page, and many of the names on it were very familiar. Some of these names come from his own Sarutobi clan. There were also clansmen from other famous families in Konoha, including the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha clan, the Inyazuka clan, the Akamichi clan, the Yamanaka clan, the Abarame clan. In addition to their names, the death list also records their age and gender. The more Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at it, the heavier his heart became. Because most of these fallen ninjas were young people, the youngest was only 8 years old, and the oldest was only 35 years old. The elders can be sacrificed, but the young people are the future of a ninja village and the fresh blood in the village. Without the addition of fresh blood, the decline of the ninja village and the country is almost inevitable. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to say that he was indeed shaken a little bit in his heart. Sitting on the chair, with his eyes half open and half closed, Shimura Danzo, who had not spoken much, was silently observing Sarutobi Hiruzen's reaction. At this moment he suddenly spoke. Sarutobi just said it right. Although our Konoha suffered a lot of losses in this war, how could the enemy not do the same? The competition now is who has stronger endurance, and whoever can persist to the end is the winner. We have just repelled the troops of Kirigakure village, forcing the Kingdom of Water to decide to sit down and negotiate. The advantage is now on our side. You have to retreat even though you clearly have the advantage. I can't understand such behavior. Of course, the decision-making power of all this is in your own hands, Sarutobi. After saying that, Shimura Danzo continued to doze with his eyes half open and half closed like an old monk in trance. What he just said spoke to the heart of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Send some more intelligence troops to collect intelligence information from all camps on the battlefield to see the comparison of combat power between the enemy and ourselves. In short, we can now concentrate some of our forces and go to the battlefield to support other fronts. We will know the result if we continue the fight. This is how the matter will be decided. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, he picked up his pipe again and looked out the window. Maidama Yan and Koharu looked at each other, looking like they were hesitant to speak. Shimura Danzo, who remained calm, was already secretly happy in his heart. Uchiha hurriedly walked through the woods, preparing to return to find the Uchiha clan members to meet up with. Along the way, his super perception scanned the entire battlefield non-stop. Ever since Kirigakure village suffered heavy losses under its own counterattack, it no longer dared to send large troops into the fire country to conduct raids. The defeat and destruction of the 7 ninja swordsmen further aggravated the fear of the Kingdom of Water. Today, on the Eastern Front battlefield, at least within Uchiha Dali's perception range, no enemy is active anymore. I think the 3rd generation will either call us back or send us to support other battlefields. Uchiha Dali thought silently in his heart, and suddenly he stopped. As soon as he stopped, a figure appeared on the horizontal branches of the big tree opposite. The man looked younger than himself, only in his teens. He has short black hair, carries a short sword on his back, and wears Konoha's forehead protector. He has a resolute face and a look of scrutiny and curiosity in his firm eyes. Uchiha's genius, the flawless ninja Shisui. Just by seeing the other person, Uchiha recognized the person's identity vigorously. After all, everyone is a member of the Uchiha clan, and the name Shisui is now known to everyone. Uchiha Shisui's eyes slowly fell from looking at Uchiha's vigorous face to the weapons carried on his back. These are the trophies from the previous defeat of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Including the twin swords and flatheads used by Onito Sengun, the blunt sword and kabutorai used by the Tokusanajiman, the long sword and needle of Kushimaru Kururi, and the blasting sword and splash of Morijinpachi. If the other 3 ninja swordsmen hadn't escaped while their companions were restraining Uchiha Dali could have gathered all 7 ninja swordsmen. Looks like I'm late. After Uchiha Shisui looked at it for a few times, he spoke calmly. The meaning of these words seemed to be that he also came to chase the 7 ninja swordsmen. Is this also your goal? Uchiha vigorously stretched out his hand and pointed at the weapons carried on his back. There have been a lot of rumors about you on the battlefield recently. It seems that you have awakened the Sharingan, right? Uchiha Shisui asked rhetorically. Hearing this, Uchiha vigorously used the advanced teleportation technique and suddenly arrived in front of the opponent. The two stood side by side. Uchiha turned his head vigorously to look at each other. Currently, I am in the most advanced form of Sharingan. What he said was a test. I want to see how far Uchiha Shisui's Sharingan has been developed. Sure enough, when he heard what he said, Uchiha Shisui's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Mangekyo. Such questions reveal a large amount of information. The first is that Uchiha Shisui has learned information about Mangekyo, but ordinary Uchiha ninjas do not know this secret. This most likely means that he has now awakened Mangekyo Sharingan. Mangekyo. Uchiha Dali continued to play dumb, showing a puzzled expression. Isn't the highest form of Sharingan 3 Megatama? When he said this, the surprise on Uchiha Shisui's face suddenly disappeared, and was replaced by a sudden realization, it's not. Sharingan has a more advanced form on top of the 3 Megatama forms. That is the real power of the Uchiha clan. While speaking, the shape of Uchiha Shisui's eyes suddenly changed. The originally dark and bright eyes transformed into the form of Mangekyo Sharingan in a blink of an eye. It was in the shape of a 4-edged windmill, full of mysterious and unpredictable aura. Seeing the Mangekyo Sharingan displayed by Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Dali showed a surprised expression again. This time, I was really surprised. He did not expect that Uchiha Shisui would have already started Mangekyo during this period. Chapter 29 New Action. After a brief moment of surprise, Uchiha gave a look of curiosity and envy. I thought that after opening my eyes and using my teleportation technique, I could catch up with you. It seems that there is still a certain strength gap between you and me. But how is this done? He looked like he was sincerely seeking advice and asking for advice humbly. Uchiha Shisui did not hide his secrets. After putting away Mangekyo Sharingan, he explained, the cruel battlefield caused many people to die. I witnessed the sacrifices of my former best friends and my teammates. At that time, I just felt an extremely angry emotion welling up from my chest, and a large amount of special chakra emerged from my eyes. This is the Mangekyo Sharingan, the strongest form of the Uchiha clan's bloodline. It must be a very deep bond. Uchiha nodded vigorously in realization. At this time, Uchiha Shisui changed the topic and said, I have received information before that there are elite ninjas from Kirigakure village active on the battlefield, hunting our active forces wantonly, so I rushed over to check the situation. I killed 4 of those guys, and the remaining 3 escaped. Uchiha explained vigorously. The situation on the eastern battlefield is basically under control. The latest news is that the Kingdom of Water and the Kirigakure village have agreed to sit down for peace talks, and the village has ordered us to go to other battlefields for support. Now let's go join the other Uchiha. Good. Uchiha nodded vigorously and indifferently. Uchiha Shisui turned around and was about to take off with all his strength, when he suddenly turned around and said to Uchiha Dolly again, how about I call you Dolly Big Brother from now on? Call me Senior. Big Brother, I seem to be too old. The age gap between you and me is not that big. Uchiha smiled vigorously and shrugged. Okay, let's go, Senior Dolly. As soon as Uchiha Shisui finished speaking, a huge chakra suddenly emerged from his body. That special flow of chakra was clearly captured by Uchiha. He sensed the other party's intention in an instant. Are you going to challenge me? Uchiha's strong inner desire to win was also aroused in an instant. The two of them knew each other tacitly, and at the same time they used their teleportation skills and rushed forward. In the woods near the northeastern border of the Land of Fire, Uchiha Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan, is waiting here with the troops of the Uchiha clan in ambush. Suddenly, there was a slight strange noise in the woods. Everyone was instantly alert. The next second, a figure landed steadily in front of them. Everyone took a closer look and saw that it was Uchiha Dolly. Before they could speak, about 2 seconds later, another figure appeared next to Uchiha Dolly. It is another talented person from the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shisui. Judging from the speed at which the two appeared and the order in which they appeared, everyone could tell that the two of them seemed to be competing in the teleportation technique. And obviously, Uchiha Dolly seems to be better. Sure enough, after Uchiha Shisui landed, he looked at Uchiha Dolly with surprise and said, "Your teleportation technique is so powerful, I lost." "You're pretty good too." Uchiha smiled modestly and vigorously. The conversation between the two people immediately moved the Uchiha people present. "It's Dolly and Shisui," a tribesman shouted in a low voice with excitement in his tone. "Are you competing in the teleportation technique?" Shisui actually lost to that Uchiha. Sure enough, the enemy's rumors are not false. He has become a man beyond Shisui. 2 genius ninjas suddenly appeared in the Uchiha clan. There is hope for the revival of our clan. Awesome, when will I be able to be so powerful? When the other Uchiha people saw the two of them, they all showed expressions of respect and pride. The reputation of Shisui had already spread throughout the battlefield during this time. In the past few days, the title "The Man Beyond Shisui" has appeared, and the corresponding strong man is named Uchiha Daiki. The 2 young men in front of them are the pride of their Uchiha clan. In the hearts of the arrogant Uchiha clan who respect the strong, the status of Uchiha Dolly and Uchiha Shisui is actually not much worse than that of their clan leader Uchiha Fugaku. Welcome back to the team, you two performed very well, Shisui, Dolly. You are the pride of our clan, and everyone should learn more from you too. Uchiha Fugaku came over and greeted the two of them, with strong appreciation and friendliness in his eyes, and his expression was filled with pride from the bottom of his heart. Then he became serious. And because Uchiha Dolly and Uchiha Shisui were back, the tribesmen who were talking endlessly became quiet instantly. Let me tell you about the latest order I just received from the village. Currently, Kirigakure village has surrendered and decided to negotiate, but the other 3 ninja villages do not agree. Their troops are still harassing our borders and attacking our troops, so we need to go to support them. End this war once and for all. The following is the operational task arrangement. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes first looked at Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Dali. The current situation on the battlefield is still relatively complicated. All parties in Union Village, and Sand Hidden Village have dispatched elite forces to specifically attack our relatively weak troops with the intention of causing serious damage to our effective forces. So we need to split up, Shisui, Dali, as the two of us represent our top combat power. I hope to arrange for you two to perform the mission alone. According to Uchiha Fugaku's arrangement, Uchiha Dali and Uchiha Shisui were eventually assigned to perform the task alone. As Jainin, Uchiha Iron Fire, Uchiha Inari, and Uchiha Yashiro also each led their own teams to support the battlefield. After the personnel distribution was completed, Uchiha Fugaku looked at all the clan members again. Just when he was about to give the departure order, Uchiha Dali suddenly said, "The enemy on the northeastern front is Kumagakuer, the northwest is Uegakuer's troops attacking us, and the western front is Tsunagakuer. I have a proposal." All the Uchiha clan members looked over, and Uchiha Fugaku nodded at him, gesturing for him to continue. "The enemy has sent elite ninjas to hunt down our lone or weaker troops. In this case, we can arrange the teams below Jnin in the rear and let our strong ones go to the front to face them. This will not only avoid the loss of our personnel, but also effectively block the opponent's ninja." Chapter 30. If you die, who will revive the clan? After saying that, Uchiha glanced vigorously at the Uchiha tribesmen in front of him. At present, except for the old, weak, sick, and pregnant women who stayed in Konoha, all the Uchiha clan members who participated in the battle are here. There were less than 200 people. It seems like there are a lot of them, but in fact most of them are below Jnin and Jnin in strength. Only a small number of them have combat power above Jainin. If no targeted arrangements are made and these low-end combat forces are allowed to go to the front lines to face local Jainin or even Anbu, it will be tantamount to giving away lives. Uchiha Dali's words had just finished when Uchiha Taihuo immediately said, "Do you mean to let most of our clansmen stay behind and not participate in the battle?" "Yes, that's what I mean." Uchiha nodded vigorously without any hesitation. These words immediately aroused discussion among all the Uchiha clan members. "Aren't we avoiding fighting in this way? But the village requires everyone to go all out to stop the enemy at all costs and cause them greater harm. I don't want to be a weakling or a deserter, and I'm not afraid of sacrifice either. Is this really appropriate? Will the village be held accountable for this?" The tribesmen were talking in low voices. It can be heard that everyone's concerns come from all aspects. In addition to the face problems of the arrogant Uchiha clan, there is also a personal unyielding will to fight that affects their thinking. In addition, some tribesmen are worried about the village's orders and punishments. If most of the clansmen were allowed to hide in the rear and not go to the front line, this would be tantamount to blatant disobedience to Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's combat orders. Everyone was talking in low voices, but Uchiha Fugaku was silent. Elite powerhouses such as Uchiha Iron Fire, Uchiha Rice Fire, Uchiha Yashiro and Uchiha Shisui are waiting for the clan leader Uchiha Fugaku to speak. At this time, Uchiha spoke vigorously again. "The Kirigakure village has previously dispatched a large number of Jainin and Anbu, and even the 7 ninja swordsmen are specifically responsible for hunting down our low-end combat power. When you meet them, it's almost like death. If you fall on the battlefield, who will revive the Uchiha clan?" These words made all the clan members instantly speechless. Everyone looked at me, not knowing how to answer this question. At this time, Uchiha Taihuo couldn't help but speak. "We met the enemy's strong man before, but when our Jainin was unable to do anything, the casualties of our clan members were very high. I think what Dali said does make sense, but..." He looked at Uchiha Fugaku. "As for the village, how should we explain it? If you don't tell, I don't tell, and they don't tell, who knows?" Uchiha asked again vigorously. This once again left everyone speechless. "Of course, you are the clan leader, and the decision-making power is in your hands, Lord Fugaku." Uchiha said vigorously to Uchiha Fugaku. After Uchiha Fugaku was silent for a moment, he finally nodded and made a decision. He raised his head and looked at the Uchiha tribesmen with less than 200 people in front of him. All tribesmen under the age of 18 and with strength below Chunin, stay put. Taihuo, Inahuo, and Yashiro. The three of you will also stay with everyone. If the front line needs support, I will send you a request for help message. After speaking, he looked at Uchiha Dali, Uchiha Shisui, and several other Uchiha elite clan members. As for us, we will go to the front line to cooperate with other troops and stop the enemy. After he finished speaking, he took a deep look at Uchiha Dali. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku felt happy in his heart. Rising stars like Uchiha Dali and Uchiha Shisui, family geniuses, only think about the Uchiha clan and shoulder the mission and responsibility of reviving the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan's hopes for future revival have greatly increased. Set off. Uchiha Fugaku gave an order, and more than a dozen figures flashed away in an instant. The fighting conditions on the Northeast Front, Northwest Front, and Western Front were actually more serious and tragic than what the intelligence conveyed. This is because there is a time lag in the transmission of intelligence, and the situation on the battlefield often changes rapidly. In fact, because Konoha Ninja Village is in a state of 1 against 4, it needs to face pressure from Kirigakuer, Kumigakuer, Iwagakuer, and Sand Hidden Village at the same time. This caused them to lose a lot of their vitality. When Uchiha arrived at the battlefield vigorously, he happened to encounter a team transporting the wounded and recovering the remains of the fallen ninja. More than 20 medical ninjas transported a total of almost 40 seriously injured people, plus 60 or 70 bodies. It can be seen that the casualties in Konoha are not optimistic. And this once again proved that Uchiha's decision was correct. If ordinary members of the Uchiha clan were allowed to go to such a tragic battlefield, their ending would not be better than these sacrificed or seriously injured ninjas. It's Uchiha's ninja. Why is there only one person coming to support? Hey! Don't go any further, it's very dangerous ahead. The enemy's Jainin is very active in that area. The surprise attack force is still ambushed somewhere. When the medical ninjas saw Uchiha arriving on the battlefield with great force, they all commented or issued reminders. Upon hearing this, Uchiha jumped over immediately and asked them for details. At the same time, perception also spreads rapidly. Soon, Uchiha Dali learned the general situation here. The Earth Country Iwagakuer village dispatched a large number of elite ninjas to attack Konoha's troops. The situation on the battlefield is very complicated now. Even the medical ninjas who have just received the seriously wounded do not know more specific information. They only know that the enemy outnumbers us and that we suffer heavy casualties, that's all. The request for support has been sent out, but you are the only one who didn't expect to come. It seems that the situation in other battlefields is not optimistic. A medical ninja interrupted Uchiha's powerful thoughts. Uchiha glanced at the other party vigorously as if nothing had happened. You guys retreat, I will leave this place to you. His perception has locked onto the enemy's location. There are only a few. But the enemy didn't speak, and just sneaked forward silently. Uchiha's powerful figure disappeared in front of everyone in a flash. Seeing how fast this Uchiha tribesman was, the group of Konoha medical ninjas were immediately stunned. Hey! That guy's speed is too fast. Who is he? Beyond Shisui's general teleportation technique. Could it be that he is that guy? Ah, there should be no mistake. Uchiha is very powerful. He has become famous on the battlefield recently. I heard that even the enemies of Kirigakuer village are extremely afraid of him. But it would be too risky for one person to go to the front line and face so many enemies. Chapter 31 What a coincidence! Locating the enemy's position based on his super perception, Uchiha vigorously discovered that the enemy suddenly stopped. Not long after, he arrived at his destination. Looking out through the branches and leaves of the forest, you can see that it is a cave. On the surface, there is nothing unusual at all. There is only one breath in the cave, the breathing is even, and the heartbeat is normal, but its strength is much weaker than the few breaths hidden outside the cave. Uchiha strongly judged that the master of this breath was probably at a level lower than Chunin. And those auras hidden outside the cave are at least Jainin. He was feeling curious in his heart as to what these enemies were doing here. At this time, two voices suddenly came from within the range of perception. Kakashi, come with me to save Rin. She was captured by the enemy and is in danger now. The voice of a boy who was in the stage of voice change sounded. When Uchiha heard this voice, his heart moved slightly. At this time, another voice also came, our mission is to destroy the Konobe Bridge, so that we can cut off the enemy's supply line and help our troops deal with the enemy better. When the mission is completed, I will go with you to rescue Linear. But in that case, Lin will be in danger, and I'm afraid it will be too late. She is our companion. Uchiha Obito is a little anxious. But it seemed that Kakashi was unmoved. Damn it, you guy, do you want to watch Lin being killed by the enemy? Since you don't want to go with me to save Lin, then I will go by myself. Let's split up, Kakashi. After saying that, Uchiha Obito turned around and rushed this way. Judging from the distance, he is at least 1 kilometer away from Uchiha Dali's position. These conversations also allowed Uchiha to clarify the current situation. So the aura in the cave is Nohara Rin. No wonder the strength is so much worse than the two guys outside. Unexpectedly, by coincidence, Nohara Rin was captured by the ninjas of Iwagakure village. Uchiha's powerful figure flashed and entered the cave directly. Outside the cave, Iwagakure Jainin Huiguang and Oishi, who were hiding in the bushes under the woods, suddenly became alert. Did you see that? Huiguang asked in surprise. What did you see? Just now, it seemed like a figure flashed inside the cave. No, are you blinded? It's impossible for someone to break into the cave under our noses without being noticed by us. Dashi is very confident. Hearing this, Huiguang also nodded, feeling that it made sense. They are the elite of Iwagakure village, the Jainin. If even they can't detect the enemy's actions, how powerful must the enemy be? Looking at the entire ninja world, the number of such strong men is very limited, and it is impossible for them to be so unlucky to meet here. However, he still felt uneasy. How about I go in and take a look at the situation? No, I used the trap set by Earth Style to sense that someone is coming. Let's wait here for that guy to come to our door. Dashi rejected Huiguang's proposal. Hearing this, Huiguang could only nod again to express his agreement. At this moment, inside the cave, Uchiha Dali had arrived in front of Nohara Rin, who was tied up with a big flower. The latter is still in a coma. Uchiha vigorously puts his hand on the other person's shoulder and gently sends a burst of chakra. In an instant, the other party slowly woke up. Nohara Rin opened her eyes and saw Uchiha Dali. She was stunned for a moment. She was about to speak, but Uchiha Dali stopped her. At this time, Nohara Rin also clearly saw the Konoha forehead protector on Uchiha Dali's head, and her eyes lit up slightly. Mingmyu blinked a few times, indicating that she would not speak, and Uchiha took out a kunao and cut off the rope on her body instantly. My name is Uchiha Dali. I'll wait until I finish off the two guys outside. As soon as Uchiha finished his powerful words, the enemy's evil voice came from outside. Hey, are you the only one here to die? Oops. Uchiha Obito, who followed the traces and clues left by the enemy and arrived here, found that he was ambushed by the enemy and was instantly in danger. Don't talk nonsense to him, kill him. The enemy quickly launched an attack on Uchiha Obito, intending to kill the opponent first. Jainin vs Chunin, and the opponent was experienced, immediately formed a crushing situation, and saw that Uchiha Obito was about to die in the hands of the enemy. But at the critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared and was stabbed instead of Uchiha Obito. Kakashi. Your eyes. Uchiha Obito looked at Kakashi in confusion. His left eye was cut by the enemy, but he blocked the opponent's attack. "Take Rin away quickly, Obito," Kakashi reminded in a deep voice. Even though he acted like it was no big deal. But the blood trailing down his left eye and cheek told Uchiha Obito that the injury was serious. Kakashi's left eye may not be saved. At this time, Dashi, who attacked them, laughed ferociously. "Hey? Want to save people? Both of you will die here today." When Uchiha Obito heard this, he was instantly filled with grief and anger, and an unknown anger burst out from his body. "You guy, you actually gave Kakashi's eyes." Because of his negligence, both his teammates and himself fell into a dangerous situation. Moreover, Kakashi also lost one of his left eyes. For a moment, Uchiha Obito felt angry and regretful, and countless strong emotions continued to stimulate his brain. It was at this time that he felt his eyes warm, and a special chakra emerged. Then his eyes changed from single Megatama to double Megatama Sharingan. "You should die for me." Uchiha Obito took action angrily, planning to kill Oishi to avenge Kakashi. However, before his kunai could hit his opponent, there was a sudden whoosh. Suddenly, a black kunai shot out from nowhere, sealing Dashi's throat and killing him. This sudden change shocked both Kakashi and Uchiha Obito. "Minato-sensei? No, not Minato-sensei." Kakashi stared at the enemy Jainin, who fell back, the vitality in his eyes quickly disappearing, and his eyes became suspicious. While he was thinking, Uchiha Obito turned around and rushed into the cave. "Wait! Obito!" Kakashi suddenly came back to his senses and wanted to stop him, but was still a step too late. The moment Uchiha Obito rushed into the cave, the ground shook violently. After a violent earthquake, the entire cave suddenly collapsed. Chapter 32: The Tragedy That Cannot Be Rewritten. The cave suddenly collapsed, sealing the entire entrance in an instant. Uchiha Obito, who had just rushed in, was hit by one of the huge rocks and fell down on the spot. "Obito!" Kakashi was shocked and angry, and rushed over. At this time, his footsteps suddenly stopped and he saw two figures jumping up from behind the rocks and rushing out. After taking a closer look, one of them was his teammate Nohara Rin. The other one was a young man who looked to be in his teens or 20s. He was wearing a Konoha forehead protector and looked like an unfamiliar face. "Kakashi! Obito!" Nohara Rin also saw Uchiha Obito, who was pressed under the stone, and shouted worriedly. At this time, Uchiha landed vigorously, and looked towards Uchiha Obito, who was pressed half of his body by a big stone in front of him. Although it happened, it still failed to change his fate. He thought silently. At the same time, he released Nohara Rin and let her go back to her team. "Who are you?" Kakashi protected Nohara Rin behind him and looked at Uchiha warily and asked vigorously. Uchiha vigorously. "Are you that man?" Kakashi's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard him introduce himself. "He was the one who saved me just now, Kakashi," Nohara Rin also explained. At this time, Uchiha Obito, who was pressed under the big rock, coughed twice and said weakly, "A man who has surpassed Shisui, I didn't expect to see you here. Thank you for saving Linear, ahem." Uchiha said nothing. At this time, Kakashi and Nohara Rin had no time to say anything else and hurriedly ran towards Uchiha Obito's position. "Kakashi, I probably can't survive. It's up to you, Rin, and I have a gift for you. Congratulations on becoming Jainin." At Uchiha Obito's initiative, just like the original work, he asked Nohara Rin to pass the medical ninjutsu and transplant his still intact Sharingan to Kakashi as a gift to congratulate the other party on his promotion to Jainin. After explaining this, after his eyes were transplanted to Kakashi, Uchiha Obito completely stopped moving. Nohara Rin cried heartbrokenly. Uchiha Dali watched all this silently, feeling helpless and speechless. And just when their attention was distracted, a figure suddenly flashed out from its hiding place and attacked Uchiha Dali's back silently. In fact, every move of the opponent has already been under Uchiha's strong control. The reason why he didn't kill his opponent was because he wanted to leave it to Kakashi, allowing him to kill the enemies of his best friends and companions with his bare hands. Sure enough, when the enemy launched a powerful sneak attack on Uchiha, Kakashi noticed it immediately and counterattacked. With a dang sound, the ninja sword in Kakashi's hand, inherited from his father Konoha White Fang Hitaki Sakumo, snapped. You guys still have time to cry and cry here. Pay for the lives of my dead comrades. After the appearing fire cut off Kakashi's ninja sword, he snorted and attacked again. What he didn't know was that all his actions were full of flaws in Kakashi's eyes after he obtained Uchiha Obito's double Megatama Sharingan. Including the flow trajectory of the chakra in his body, the detailed traces of the upcoming attack, and the flaws in his movements, etc., all were exposed. Kakashi's eyes jumped slightly, and he was secretly shocked. So this is Sharingan's power. It feels like my strength has at least improved by a level. While thinking in shock, Kakashi had already ducked through the flaw he observed and arrived at the blind spot of the enemy's field of vision. After all, the fire is the Uegaku Raijin, so naturally it is not so easy to be attacked, but it can be seen that Kakashi has clearly gained the upper hand. The two sides only fought for a while, and Kakashi fired Chidori, killing Huguang on the spot without any surprise. At this point, he can be regarded as killing the enemy who killed Obito and avenging his dead friend. Uchiha vigorously watched the whole battle, watching Kakashi finish off the enemy, and then he walked over. You're not used to this enough. Otherwise, when the enemy made his second move just now, he should have been killed. Such comments made Kakashi's heart tremble slightly, and he raised his head and looked at Uchiha vigorously. It seems that his strength is far superior to mine. Kakashi thought silently, then came back to his senses and thanked Uchiha vigorously. Thank you for saving Linear. At the same time, he also began to take a serious look at the man in front of him. The title of the man who surpassed Shisui has spread on the battlefield. Even if they were not performing missions on the Eastern Front battlefield, they also heard about this matter. Now I finally have the opportunity to meet this person. He is more surprising than expected. He is indeed very strong and so young. I'm sorry that I couldn't save him as well. Please forgive me. Uchiha said vigorously. Hearing this, Kakashi remained silent and turned his head to look at Uchiha Obito's body, which was still pressed under the big rock. Our mission is to destroy the Jinmubi Bridge and cut off the enemy's supply line in Uegakure village. The mission has not been completed yet. Kakashi forced himself to suppress his inner sadness and said calmly. Then you can continue your mission and leave the remaining enemies to me. Uchiha responded vigorously. Please. Kakashi didn't say anything, and took another deep look at the direction where Uchiha Obito was pressed, and then quickly left the battlefield with the sad Nohara Rin. They have been taught that mission comes first since they were young. Even if they see the corpses of their companions right in front of them, they cannot do anything else but continue to perform the mission. Uchiha was vigorous but did not leave immediately. Instead, he activated his perception and quietly investigated the surrounding situation. What he wanted to detect was not the enemies from other ninja villages, but the invisible existence. At this moment, Uchiha Madara, hidden underground, is quietly paying attention to every move on the ground. He knew everything that had just happened on the ground, because this was exactly where he was hiding. Are the current Uchiha clansmen so weak that they can't even resist a mere earth-style ninjutsu? That kid is still alive. Go and bring him down. Be careful not to let that guy notice. Uchiha Madara issued an order to the white zetsu attached to the roots of the sacred tree next to him. The guy he was referring to was of course Uchiha Dali, who was still staying there. It seems that he has no intention of contacting this famous Uchiha genius. Chapter 33. This is a challenge to Minato. At this time, on the ground, Uchiha used his strength to clearly hear the words spoken by Uchiha Madara under the ground. But he couldn't sense the presence of Uchiha Madara. Even Baiju's breath was not felt. It is easy to understand that Baizu's aura cannot be sensed. After all, that guy is a special being. He has the ability of wood style and can also master powerful transformation techniques. When he is in the spore state, even the perceptive ninja can hardly detect him because he is integrated with the breath of nature. But Uchiha Madara's aura cannot be sensed either, which is more surprising. Despite his old age, this guy's strength still seems to be more than one level higher than what I am now. Uchiha Dali originally planned to meet Uchiha Madara now, but in the end he resisted the urge. If you negotiate with Uchiha Madara when the strength is not equal, you will most likely be asking for trouble. What's more, Uchiha Madara must know that he is on the ground now. But he didn't let Baiju come to see him, nor did he take the initiative to show up, which meant that he didn't want to have contact with him. It's better to wait and resolve the Uchiha clan's crisis first. Thinking about it, Uchiha turned around and disappeared. And not long after he disappeared, Uchiha Obito, who was pressed under the big rock, quickly merged into the ground and disappeared without a trace. Here, Uchiha accidentally rescued Nohara Lin, Kakashi, and others, and helped them solve the crisis in Uegakure village. Although this did not change the fate of Uchiha Obito. At the same time, Namikaze Minato was on the other side of the battlefield, using the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly kill 50 Uegakure ninjas, creating another miraculous achievement since the outbreak of the Third Ninja World War. This further spread the name Konoha's Golden Flash and shocked the entire battlefield. Uchiha Dali did not deliberately go to meet Namikaze Minato, but secretly started a contest with this powerful Golden Flash in the ninja world. Through his powerful perception ability, Uchiha quickly locates other Uegakure enemies on the battlefield, and uses advanced teleportation techniques to hunt them mercilessly. He wanted to challenge it to see whether Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God technique was faster or whether he could deal with the enemy faster himself. For a time, news of ghosts active on the battlefield gradually spread. In a burned forest, many enemy corpses lay scattered on the charred land. A group of Konoha ninjas were cleaning up the battlefield and inspecting the traces of battle left at the scene. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of them. "What's going on now?" Minato Namikaze appeared and asked. Seeing that the person coming was Konoha's Golden Flash, Jainin Yokoyama Shao, who was leading the team, immediately stood in awe and replied, "When we arrived here, the battle was over, and it was almost the same situation as the one we encountered before. All the enemies were killed in one blow, killed in an instant, with no sign of resistance at all." Hearing this, Bo Feng Shiman carefully scanned the situation on the battlefield and found that this was indeed the case. It looks like they were all burned to death directly by fire style. A ninja next to him couldn't help sighing and talking to himself, and then asked himself, "By the way, what kind of person can actually use such a powerful fire-style ninjutsu?" But as soon as he finished speaking, Namikaze Minato said, "No, they were all killed by Kunao." After saying that, Namikaze Minato jumped to an enemy's body not far away, squatted down, and inspected it personally. Yokoyama Shaoi immediately nodded and said to the subordinates around him, "His judgment is not wrong. That man is a legendary figure in our Konoha." At this time, Namikaze Minato had already inspected the many corpses on the battlefield, and had made his own complete judgment before returning here. Yokoyama Shao immediately said to him, "Who is this mysterious person who takes action? He looks very powerful, and every time he takes action just in time before we arrive, it always feels like he is doing it with a purpose. Is doing something like this." Including the battle here, a total of 26 groups of enemies have been killed. That is a troop of hundreds of people. Even Yunyan village cannot afford such losses. He was challenging me. Namikaze Minato interrupted Yokoyama Shao's voice and said calmly. "Challenge?" Yokoyama Shao and several other Jainin were slightly startled and looked at each other in astonishment. Then, they looked at Namikaze Minato in confusion. Namikaze Minato had no explanation. He raised his head and glanced around, and then he reminded, "You can rest where you are first, I will go to conduct reconnaissance." After saying that, Namikaze Minato suddenly flashed and disappeared. Only Yokoyama Hisashi and a few other Konoha Genin were left, looking at each other in confusion again. "Captain, who is Minato talking about? Who will challenge him?" Some ninja couldn't help but ask. "I'm just guessing." Yokoyama Shao frowned and thought for a moment, "Maybe, it's that man." That man. Recently, Uchiha has become famous on the battlefield and is called the man who surpasses Shunsui Shisui. He? So he is challenging Minato by betting on the number of enemies he can kill. Maybe, that's the case. The war between Konoha and Uegaku has lasted for such a long time, and it can be said that the marks of the Flying Thunder God are left everywhere on the battlefield. Namikaze Minato used the Flying Thunder God jutsu and quickly caught up with the retreating Uegaku ninja who was acting alone, preparing to deal with the last wave of elite Uchiha. Aware of the movement coming from behind, Uchiha vigorously did not stop, but continued to use the advanced teleportation technique normally to rush on. Suddenly, a special Flying Thunder God Kunao came to his side at an extremely fast speed. Immediately afterwards, Namikaze Minato's figure appeared on the branches of the big tree that stretched out in front of him. Uchiha naturally stopped not far behind him, feeling a little awe-inspiring. He is worthy of being called the Golden Flash Man. In terms of speed alone, the Flying Thunder God's technique is indeed very fast, even faster than his own advanced instantaneous body technique. Namikaze Minato turned his head and looked over. "Are you that man?" he asked. The legendary Golden Flash seems to be a little slow to respond. Uchiha responded with a playful smile. These words made Namikaze Minato show a slightly surprised expression, and then he smiled. "Among the strong men of the Uchiha clan I know, there are few who are as high profile as you. But your teleportation technique is indeed good." Chapter 34 The Bet is the position of Hokage. Namikaze Minato praised Uchiha's powerful advanced teleportation technique. But that's not what Uchiha wanted. At this time, Uchiha smiled vigorously, looked at Namikaze Minato meaningfully, and suddenly asked, "Do you think I can be a Hokage with my strength?" "I'm talking about the fourth Hokage." "What?" A flash of surprise flashed across the depths of Namikaze Minato's eyes and quickly disappeared. He stared at the Uchiha man in front of him, who was even a few years younger than him, but he couldn't help but feel a strong interest in him. "You want to be a Hokage?" Minato Namikaze asked. "I heard some news that you are the most likely successor to the third Hokage. You grew up from a commoner to a generation of genius, and you shined brightly on the battlefield of this ninja war. You are indeed outstanding." "But..." Uchiha said this vigorously, silently raising the corners of his mouth slowly, and smiled softly. He did not say what he said next, but raised his head and looked at Namikaze Minato again and suggested, "So let's compete. You are quite behind me now. Before the end of this war, let's see who can kill more enemies. But this is not just a simple competition, Minato-senpai. If you lose, if you really become the candidate to succeed Hokage in the future, I want you to choose to give up." Uchiha's powerful words made Namikaze Minato's face suddenly become serious. He looked deeply at Uchiha vigorously and was not in a hurry to give his answer. "It seems that you are also very interested in the position of Hokage. Can you ask why you want to be a Hokage?" This move was a subtle attack and was used very cleverly. Not only can we avoid directly answering the conditions that Uchiha vigorously raised just now, but we can also figure out the deeper reasons and find ways to resolve this seemingly acute problem. But Uchiha vigorously did not follow the routine at all, but asked with a smile, "Why do you think I am not worthy of being a Hokage? Or is it that the Uchiha clan is not worthy of leading Konoha?" These words made Namikaze Minato's heart move slightly. Two sharp rays of light flashed in the depths of his eyes, and there was a different change in Uchiha's energetic eyes. It was as if he recognized the Uchiha tribesmen in front of him again. So you did it for the Uchiha clan. Regarding the grudges between the Leaf Village and the Uchiha clan. In fact, anyone who lives in Konoha and has a little understanding of the village's governance structure and the distribution of power and interests among the major families will know something about it. Even if they weren't a participant, they had at least heard some of the gossip. Not to mention a genius ninja like Namikaze Minato. Although he never participated in the overt and covert struggle between Konoha and the Uchiha clan, Namikaze Minato also understood part of the situation. Hearing Uchiha say this vigorously at this moment, he had already guessed the real reason. For a moment, Namikaze Minato's eyes looked slightly complicated. In response to his question, Uchiha vigorously did not answer, but answered the question in a nonsense manner. The enemies on this battlefield will basically withdraw from the Land of Fire within the next few days. Next we need to change a place to compete. If you are worried about losing the game, you can leave first. After Uchiha said vigorously. He dodged, activated the advanced teleportation technique, and was 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. Looking at his retreating figure, Namikaze Minato's eyes became slightly solemn. He took out a flying thunder god kunai and wiped it lightly with his hand. Immediately afterwards, there was a boom and disappeared in place. In the early days of the Third Ninja War, the target of Iwagakure village was not Konoha. Their first attack was the Kingdom of Thunder, which was across the sea from them. Unfortunately, the third Raikage of Kumagakure village was stronger than expected, and he was able to withstand the attack of 10,000 Iwagakure ninjas with one person. Although in the end, the heroic third Raikage died of exhaustion after fighting tens of thousands of Iwagakure ninjas for 3 days and 3 nights. But he also inflicted heavy damage on the troops of Iwagakure village, causing a large number of Iwagakure ninjas to die. Based on this, Union village had to change the target of the attack to the Fire Country, trying to take a piece of flesh from the besieged Fire Country. But in fact, they are now severely damaged and have picked the wrong opponent. In the past few days, attacks involving Iwagakure ninja casualties have occurred one after another on the battlefield, and dozens or even hundreds of people were killed in battles. What makes the ninjas of Iwagakure village even more panicked is that they don't even know who is attacking them and who is hunting their living forces. Some say it's the Golden Flash Namikaze Minato. Some people also say it is Shisui. Others say that Uchiha is the man who surpassed Shunsui Shisui. But there are also some very ridiculous theories, saying that the ghosts of Konoha's dead ninjas appeared and attacked the enemies of Iwagakure village. No matter what the enemy guessed, these successive losing battles brought a huge shadow to each of them. As a result, the top leaders of the Earth Kingdom had to order their combat troops to retreat temporarily and not to make unnecessary sacrifices. As of today, the last batch of Iwagakure ninja troops covering the evacuation of the main force are about to leave the Land of Fire. At this moment, they were less than 3 kilometers away from the border of the Kingdom of Fire. In the woods, dozens of figures alternately took cover, quickly breaking through and setting up traps to prevent the enemy from pursuing them. In the quiet primeval forest, there is no extra sound except the chirping of insects and zen singing. This group of Iwagakure ninjas who were covering the retreat of the main force, just when they thought they were about to successfully retreat and return home safely, suddenly there was a violent explosion behind them. After a loud boom, the entire forest was immediately engulfed in thick smoke and fire. Although the shock waves generated by the explosion were blocked by towering trees and reduced a large amount of energy, their power still caused a huge pit with a diameter of 50 meters in the vast forest. The detonating talisman trap we set has been triggered. Everyone, be careful. Even if he saw such a big noise caused by the explosion, if an enemy chased him and triggered the trap, he would probably be shattered to pieces. But instead of relaxing, these Iwagakure ninjas became even more nervous. That is, when there was a flaw in their marching rhythm. At least 10 kunai suddenly appeared in front of their eyes, flying over at lightning speed. What's weird is that these special kunao, which are longer and sharper than normal kunao, don't seem to be attacking them, but just flying past them. Just when these Uegaku ninjas were still feeling very confused, an accident happened. Chapter 35. The plot begins now. The kunao flying from behind was extremely fast and attracted the attention of almost all the ninjas of Uegaku village as soon as it appeared. However, at the moment when their attention was distracted, a figure suddenly appeared near kunao. Oops! It's Golden Glitter! Someone immediately recognized Namikaze Minato, who appeared. That was a presence that frightened their troops. The top management of Uegaku village even issued an order because of this. As long as they encounter Namikaze Minato, they can give up and choose to retreat no matter what kind of mission they are, and they will never be punished. It can be seen what a huge psychological shadow Namikaze Minato has caused on them. However, at this moment, Namikaze Minato had just transferred through the Flying Thunder God technique and had not had time to kill these Uegaku ninjas. Suddenly, a large number of kunao flew over at a faster speed, and first killed the dozen Uegaku ninjas in front on the spot, and they were sent to their souls with one shot. This sudden change frightened the remaining enemies. They don't even remember resisting. And it was at this time that more kunao flew over, killing more than 10 or 20 Uegaku enemies in an instant. All this happened too fast, almost in 1 second, 2 consecutive waves of kunao attacks. Then a large number of enemies fell down and were killed. After the third wave of kunao flew over, the ninjas of Uegaku village and Namikaze Minato finally both reacted. The Flying Thunder God kunao in Namikaze Minato's hand flew towards the enemy driven by his body. In an instant, 7 or 8 enemies were wiped off their necks. At the same time, the third batch of kunao flying from behind also killed all the remaining Uegaku ninjas. Namikaze Minato landed, turned around and looked back, his heart filled with surprise. Of course he knew who was attacking these enemies just now. Apart from Uchiha Daiki, who used the teleportation technique to follow behind him, could anyone else have such speed and ability? But what Minato Namikaze never expected was that the kunao thrown by Uchiha with great force could have such precise accuracy and lethality from such a long distance. After turning his head for 2 seconds, he saw Uchiha Dengli chasing after him from his field of vision. Namikaze Minato was shocked inside again. He glanced down at the killed Uegaku ninjas and clearly saw that the kunao inserted into each of their enemies was at least 5 centimeters deep into their bodies. Some even had half of the kunao submerged, or even the entire kunao inserted into the heart. The enemy's wound was not only bleeding, but also purple and black. This means that the kunao is very powerful. I really didn't see it before. It turns out that his wrist strength is so powerful. No, I'm afraid it's not just pure wrist strength. If you want to throw a kunao from such a long distance and still maintain such power, I'm afraid you have to use some kind of technique. Namikaze Minato realized for the first time that he still underestimated Uchiha in his judgment when he met Uchiha just now. The genius from the Uchiha clan is not just as powerful as the teleportation technique. Just as Namikaze Minato was observing the situation of the killed enemy in shock, Uchiha Dengni had quickly arrived in front of him. You actually killed 8 of them first. Uchiha laughed vigorously. I'm 475 enemies behind you. Next, I will pursue you seriously, you have to be careful. Namikaze Minato raised his head to meet his gaze and responded. It's what I asked for. Uchiha vigorously geared up. As soon as he finished speaking, Namikaze Minato took out a Flying Thunder God kunao and handed it to Uchiha. This kunao is a meeting gift from me to you, as a testimony of our friendship with each other. Uchiha looked vigorously at the Flying Thunder God kunao in the opponent's hand. The special spell of Flying Thunder God on it is still clearly visible. Good guy, it turns out that Namikaze Minato is not as gentle and harmless as he seems on the surface. It is easy to be deceived just by his appearance, thinking that he is just a strong and warm man. In fact, this man is also a warm-hearted man. The Sinister Master. Uchiha Dali complained silently in his heart. The flying thunder god kunai that Namikaze Minato gave him had a magic mark on it. As long as he keeps carrying this kunai, Namikaze Minato can use the flying thunder god technique to come to him instantly at any time and at any time. The effect is no different from the flying thunder god technique mark he left on Uchiha Obito. This is calculating yourself in advance. However, despite seeing through Namikaze Minato's intentions, Uchiha vigorously did not reject him. "Thank you then." He casually took the flying thunder god kunai handed over by Namikaze Minato. Then he also groped around on himself. "I don't seem to have anything good for you, just think of it as I owe you a gift. I will replenish you after this war is over." After searching for a long time, I only found a stack of detonating charms and some kunai and shurikens. Uchiha said with a helpless smile. "It doesn't matter, we will be true friends and rivals from now on. So, where will the next contest be? The location of the Hokage is also what I have been looking forward to, and I will not leave it to you so easily." Namikaze Minato asked with a carefree smile. "The troops from Iwagakure village have all withdrawn from the battlefield of the country of fire. Now there are still the Tsunagakure village from the country of wind fighting us on the western front, and in the northeast are the troops from the cloud-hidden village of the country of thunder. Which side do you want to support first?" Uchiha asked vigorously. "I'm afraid it depends on the intentions of the higher UPS." Namikaze Minato hesitated for a moment before answering. "Then go to the northeastern front. I heard that there are a few guys in Union Village who are very good." After saying that, Uchiha turned around vigorously and walked towards the northeastern front. Behind him, Namikaze Minato looked at his every move in astonishment, feeling very curious about this strong Uchiha whom he had just met and become friends with. It doesn't look like he is a person who obeys the rules honestly. Looking at Uchiha's vigorous back, Namikaze Minato thought silently. At the same time, he is even more wary of his ambition to compete for the position of Hokage. No one can guarantee what the Uchiha tribe will bring to Konoha after they come to power. Is it prosperity and stability, or more wars? Besides, it's unlikely that third generation's president and senior management will agree to someone from Uchiha becoming a Hokage. Namikaze Minato thought of this and shook his head helplessly. He really didn't want to get involved in these overt and covert fights. But if the village really needs to use his power one day, he will do his part. Thinking about it, his figure flashed and he chased after him. Chapter 36. Who will that position fall to? The border of the Fire Country, the battlefield on the Western Front. The combat troops commanded by Orochimaru himself are currently confronting the combat troops from Tsunagakure village. This tug-of-war broke out in the primeval forest in the border area and has lasted for several days. Whether it was Konoha or Tsunagakure village, there were a lot of casualties. But both sides still couldn't attack for a long time. Konoha was unable to drive away the enemy, but Tsunagakure village was unable to further invade the Land of Fire. At this moment, some rumors are quietly spreading in the temporary position of Sand-Hidden village. Have you heard? The troops in Iwagakure have retreated. Iwagakure has also retreated? What are these guys doing? Didn't they agree to besiege Konoha together? It seems that the successful interception of the Golden Flash caused them unbearable losses and made them unable to continue fighting. When I came over there, the rumor I heard was that a genius ninja from Uchiha killed hundreds of people in Iwagakure village alone. This was the real reason for their retreat. Uchiha's genius ninja? Shisui? Compared with the Golden Flash, that man shouldn't have such consequences, right? It's not Shunshen Shisui. It seems that he is called Uchiha Dali. He is called the man who surpasses Shunshen Shisui. Haven't you heard of it? On the eastern battlefield of the Land of Fire, he was the one who defeated Kirigakure's 7 ninja swordsmen. The crowd, and drove away Kirigakure's troops. Really? So strong. It's absolutely true. It's absolutely true. Because Kirigakure has now begun to agree to peace talks. There were many similar discussions in the temporary position of Sand Hidden Village. In addition to the Golden Flash Namikaze Minato, who has long been known to everyone, at this moment, the transcendent powerful Uchiha duo, the strongest Uchiha and similar titles are gradually given by the enemy. Spread. Also discussing this matter were the ninjas in Konoha's temporary position. The positions of both sides are less than 200 meters apart. However, due to the barriers of rocks and trees, the two parties could not hear each other's conversation. Captain Orochimaru, accurate intelligence news has just been transmitted from the northwest front. The enemies of Iwagakure village have indeed begun to retreat. It is said that the senior management of Iwagakure village personally issued the order. And their retreat was not because of the Golden Flash. We are not sure of the specific reason yet. According to what a prisoner from Iwagakure captured told us, besides the Golden Flash, what they were really afraid of was another man. A special Jainin is reporting to Orochimaru, who is leading the frontline troops. At this time, Orochimaru's face was slightly tired, and his eyes were full of numbness. This was one of the most brutal wars in history after the Second Ninja War, and it was also the Second Ninja War that he had participated in. I thought I had developed a heart of stone after seeing those companions and seeing my parents and relatives fall one after another during the Second Ninja War. But when Orochimaru once again witnessed the sacrifice of his companions and died tragically in the hands of the enemy today, he still felt hard to let go. War always forces people to grow up, doesn't it? Orochimaru, who was deep in thought, suddenly asked the subordinate who was reporting next to him. The subordinate was stunned for a moment. Yes, we all grew up in the war, but Captain, what should we do now? Are you going to continue fighting against the guys from Tsunagakure village here? Or retreat back and wait for our support to arrive? The subordinate's question did not arouse Orochimaru's interest. Orochimaru suddenly asked intriguingly, do you think that Namikaze Minato can defeat all the enemies in Iwagakure village by himself and make them fearful enough to order all troops to withdraw from the battlefield? The subordinate was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then replied seriously, Minato is indeed very powerful. If it were him, it might not be impossible for him to do it. If he can come to support our side. Hee. Orochimaru's recognizable laughter, full of playfulness, interrupted his subordinate's words. It seems that the Uchiha clan has more than just a teleportation Shisui. Captain Orochimaru, what do you mean? Pass the order, and everyone will immediately enter combat mode. All Tsunagakure ninjas on the opposite side must be killed before sunset. Orochimaru's face suddenly became very serious. The tone also revealed a strong indifference of killing and decisiveness. His orders were so direct that his subordinates did not dare to say or ask any more questions and quickly turned around to issue the orders. At this time, Orochimaru's pair of golden snake eyes revealed a sharp and deep light. Fools cannot see the meaning of this war, but they may not. It seems that someone in the Uchiha clan is trying to usher in an era belonging to the Uchiha clan. Haha. Who will take the position of fourth Hokage? Orochimaru muttered to himself meaningfully, then folded his arms and turned around, disappearing. I have to say that Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God technique is indeed very powerful. This is a more advanced time and space ninjutsu than shunjutsu. Uchiha Dali and Namikaze Minato set off at the same time, rushing from the northwest battlefield to the northeast battlefield. Even though Uchiha Dali had tried his best to move forward, he was still much slower than Namikaze Minato. By the time he arrived at the battlefield, Namikaze Minato had already eliminated an enemy combat team. You're late. Namikaze Minato dropped these words, looked back at Uchiha and gave Uchiha a strong look, then immediately flashed again and disappeared. It seems that I am no match for four in a pure competition of speed. Uchiha Dali was a little reluctant. If this progress continues, Namikaze Minato will soon be able to equal or even surpass his previous kill record. After all, he can have the penultimate record of killing 50 Jonin in Uegakure village in an instant. Thinking of this, Uchiha stared at Namikaze Minato's quickly disappearing back, and turned on Sharingan to check the flow of chakra in the opponent's body. And it was at this moment that a system prompt appeared in his mind. Ding! You carefully observe the art of Flying Thunder God and understand the advanced art of Flying Thunder God. Advanced Flying Thunder God Jutsu includes all the abilities of Flying Thunder God Jutsu, improves most of the shortcomings of Flying Thunder God Jutsu, improves the second stage of Flying Thunder God, and develops the third stage of Flying Thunder God, giving the opponent a fatal blow at the critical moment. I just took a serious look. Is this okay? Uchiha vigorously felt the flow of information pouring out of his head, and was stunned. Chapter 37 A Critical Moment. The large amount of information flowing in his head about the advanced version of the Flying Thunder God technique is not only stored in Uchiha's powerful memory at this moment. They also seemed to turn into substantial energy, constantly traveling and spreading throughout his body, and then combined with his own cells. The result is a powerful muscle memory at the cellular level. When all the advanced information flow of the Flying Thunder God technique was perfectly combined with Uchiha's powerful body cells, he also completely mastered this unique skill. It's as if he has been practicing this kind of time and space ninjutsu for more than decades. What also makes Uchiha Dali a little surprised is that the so-called improvement shortcomings of the advanced version of Flying Thunder God's jutsu actually skip the process of leaving the Flying Thunder God's mark. In other words, he does not need to mark any target with the Flying Thunder God technique before he can directly activate the Flying Thunder God technique. This is obviously at least one level more advanced than the Flying Thunder God jutsu of second Hokage Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato. So, am I the winner now, or you? Minato-senpai. Uchiha chuckled vigorously, silently activated the advanced version of Flying Thunder God, and disappeared in an instant. Border of the Country of Fire, battlefield in the northeast. A large force from Cloud Hidden Village in the Kingdom of Thunder is gathering here, preparing for a major counterattack to break through the blockade of Konoha village in one fell swoop. Their purpose is not to capture the entire Fire Country. The main purpose of Cloud Hidden Village is to make Konoha feel the pain and let them retreat. As long as Konoha's combat troops retreat, victory will belong to Kumagakure. At that time, Union Village will be able to firmly hold the initiative in negotiations in its own hands. In order to achieve this goal, they not only dispatched precious level combat forces including Jinkriki, but also dispatched almost all Anbu. Because Union Village is approaching aggressively this time, they are well prepared. The confidentiality work was done very well. So much so that Konoha's defense forces didn't finally notice it until the enemy army was approaching. Although an urgent signal for help has been sent to Konoha. However, because the gap in number and combat power of the defense forces was too huge, they were unable to withstand the impact of the large forces in Union Village. They had been struggling for 3 days, and now they had run out of ammunition and food. Most of their members had died, and only 3 Jonin were still guarding the border stronghold and fortress, trying to continue to block the enemy. Lord Ai, Konoha's defense forces are at the end of their rope. Let's rush in and kill their few remaining enemies, and then we can march straight into the Land of Fire. The subordinates responsible for the reconnaissance hurried back and reported the observed situation to the Raikage candidate who commanded the front-line troops, the 3rd Raikage's son Ai. Let all the seriously wounded go down for treatment, and the rest will charge with me and Killer B. This time, we must tear open a huge gap in Konoha's defensive power and make them feel real pain. Create the most favorable negotiation conditions for us. Ai said and raised his arms. Killer B was the first to respond, and the other ninjas from Hidden Cloud Village also followed suit. Immediately afterwards, their large force, hundreds of ninjas, crossed the confrontation line and launched a final attack on the 3 Konoha Jonin who were stubbornly resisting on the opposite side. Crap, looks like we're going to fall here. The leader of the team, Jonin Higashimura Fii, looked at the enemy that was dozens or even hundreds of times larger than his own. His scalp felt numb and his tone could not help but become extremely solemn. "Even if we die, we have to stop them here. We must hold on until our support troops arrive." Teammate Watanabe next to him gritted his teeth and his eyes were firm. He took out the last 2 detonating charms from his pocket, preparing to die with the enemy if necessary. Killing 1 is enough to earn money, killing 2 is enough to earn 1. Also determined to die, there is another teammate Yamato. Seeing the enemy getting closer and closer, the 2 sides will soon have a final contest. Suddenly at this moment, a figure fell beside them. Thunder Yamato raised his head and saw a completely unfamiliar face. At first he thought the other party was reinforcements from Konoha. But when he saw clearly the obvious forehead protector of Kumagakure on his opponent's forehead, Thunder Yamato's heart suddenly sank, and all his hopes were completely shattered. "You 3 are the only ones left to resist. Why don't you surrender to us? Union Village will give you preferential treatment." AI, the candidate for the 3rd Raikage, stood condescendingly on the pile of rocks, looking down at the 3 Konoha genin in front of him who had long since reached the end of their rope. As long as he wanted, he could kill these 3 enemies at any time, but he chose to give them a chance. If you can get useful information about Konoha, it's worth it. However, it was obvious that these 3 Konoha genin did not buy it. Yamato, the nearest Thunder, even let out a fierce poof. Then without thinking, he raised his hand and prepared to use the few remaining chakras to detonate the last 2 detonating talismans in his hand and return to the west with the enemy. But at this moment, another figure appeared behind him, and a sharp short sword was already placed on his neck. It was none other than 8 Tails Jinkriki Killer Bee. "The thing in your hand is very dangerous, why not give it to me?" Killer Bee said, and the sharp long knife in his hand turned to cut the wrist of Thunder Yamato, trying to cut off the opponent's arm to prevent the opponent from detonating the detonating talisman. At that critical moment, a white shadow suddenly flashed from nowhere. The figure was moving very fast, making it almost invisible. Killer Bee was stunned for a moment before he realized something was wrong, but he had no time to react. There was a dang sound. The sharp weapon in his hand was hit by the spiraling white figure, making a sound of gold and iron, and then bounced away on the spot. Feeling the astonishing impact from his hand, Killer Bee's heart was slightly shaken again. It was at this time that the white shadow spinning at high speed in front of him erupted with even stronger rotation, forming an astonishing outward impact and shooting toward him and AI. "Be careful, bye." AI's face darkened, and while he shouted at Killer Bee, thunder and lightning suddenly exploded all over his body, forming an indestructible lightning-style chakra armor. Immediately afterwards, his huge fist suddenly struck the white figure spinning at high speed in front of him, intending to directly break the opponent's offensive with force. At the same time, on the other side, Killer Bee was just about to join the battle, but was restrained by another incoming attack. Chapter 38 Hyuga 2 Heroes. The amazing chakra is released outward, forming a spiral storm and presenting a 360-degree defense with no blind spots. The high-speed rotating chakra storm not only successfully deflected Killer Bee's knife, but also further threatened him and the successor of Third Raikage, AI. At the critical moment, AI directly burst out with powerful ninjutsu, preparing to teach this unexpected opponent a lesson. Both he and Killer Bee could see that the opponent in front of them was very powerful. At least its elite Jainin level combat power. Killer Bee plans to cooperate with his big brother and join forces to take down his opponent. But at this moment, another figure suddenly came over and attacked Killer Bee without saying a word. Gentle Fist Method 8 trigrams 64 palms. The other party gave a low shout, followed by a large number of palm shadows, attacking the acupuncture points on Killer Bee's body overwhelmingly. The speed is extremely fast and the angle is precise. So he is a strong member of the Hyuga clan from Konoha. At this time, Killer Bee has recognized his opponent's identity, not only because of the gentle fist method used by the opponent, but also because he can clearly see his opponent's face. The man in front of him has a pair of white eyes, wears Konoha's forehead protector, and attacks extremely fast. Killer Bee dodged the opponent's attacks while looking for flaws, only to find that this opponent was much stronger than the Konoha ninjas he had met before. For a while, there was no way to find a suitable opportunity to counterattack. At the same time, AI on the other side had already punched his target hard. This punch is so powerful that even a large rock can be shattered on the spot. However, when the fist covered with lightning-style chakra hit the target, there was another muffled bang sound before being bounced away. AI felt a slight shiver in his heart, and looked at the chakra ball-like enemy on the opposite side in astonishment, which was still spinning at high speed. Using the defense formed by the ultra-high-speed rotating chakra, when the attack hits itself, it can deflect the attack through differential speed, and the high-density chakra bursts out to further enhance the defense. Is this the ability of the Hyuga clan of Konoha? AI felt very surprised. Since their fight with Konoha, this is the first time they have encountered such a powerful warrior from the Hyuga clan. And just when AI was distracted, his opponent suddenly struck back. 8 trigrams air palm. In the high-speed rotating chakra spherical storm, a palm wind formed by high-density chakra suddenly blasted out. AI's reaction speed was also very fast, and he immediately turned sideways to avoid this fatal attack, and at the same time, he was behind his opponent in the next moment. Because the 8 trigrams air palm was used, the use of 8 trigrams Kaiten was interrupted. At this time, the large spherical chakra storm disappeared and the true form appeared. The 3 saved Konoha Jonin immediately recognized each other's identities. It's Hayashi. Thunder Yamato looked at the familiar tall figure and called out his name. It's a really tricky situation. Hyuga Hayashi looked solemnly at the hundreds of enemies from Kumagakure who were crushing over him. You already know what the current environment is like here without asking. There were only 3 people left in Konoha's defense force, but the enemy had hundreds of ninjas. The most terrible thing is that even Brother Ab is here. The 2 of them alone are already very difficult to deal with. Are you 2 the only ones coming to support us in such a huge Konoha? Then let's die here together. AI, who had just been bounced away, now saw clearly who was coming. As the current leader of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi is also a relatively famous ninja. But in front of me, it doesn't matter. After shouting loudly, AI immediately took action again at Hyuga Hayashi who came over. However, the lightning-style ninjutsu of Kumagakure village, which he has always been proud of, and can be said to defeat all 10 ninjas in one fell swoop, is actually a bit ineffective in front of Hyuga Hayashi. The 2 sides fought quickly, and after a fight, no one could do anything to the other. I've heard for a long time that the blood successors of the Konoha Hyuga clan are very powerful, but I didn't expect that your ninjutsu level is also very good. But it's a pity that it all ends here. After AI finished speaking, blue chakra suddenly bloomed all over his body. The intensity of these lightning-style chakra is obviously greater than before. In an instant, AI's entire aura increased by 3 points, and Hyuga Hayashi's expression immediately became more solemn. The lightning-style chakra on his body formed an armor-like defense on the body surface, making it impossible for my chakra to penetrate his acupuncture points. In the gentle fist attack just now, I originally wanted to use the powerful chakra to penetrate the opponent's acupuncture points, thereby destroying the opponent's meridians and internal organs, and achieving the effect of killing the enemy. But after some attempts, Hyuga Hayashi discovered that the tall man from Kumagakure in front of him was simply invulnerable. At the moment when he was stunned, AI launched another attack. On the other side, Killer Bee also started to go all out, and he was fighting against Hyuga Hisashi who came with Hyuga Hayashi to support him. The head of the branch house of the Hyuga clan. Although he is not as strong as his brother Hyuga Hayashi, Hyuga Hisashi, who also has the Byakugan, can fight back and forth with Killer Bee with the help of this powerful blood inheritance limit. However, as Killer Bee gradually began to take it seriously, using 7 ninja swords at the same time to fight with the ninteijutsu of the 7-sword style, and the speed of his attacks became faster and faster. Gradually, Hyuga Hisashi began to fall into a disadvantage. "Fight me with bare hands, your weakness will kill you." After Killer Bee said this, he slashed at Hyuga Hisashi with his sword. 8 trigrams 64 palms Kaishin. Facing Killer Bee's aggressive and unstoppable sword attack, Hyuga Hisashi was helpless and had to resort to absolute defense. In an instant, a huge spherical storm of chakra erupted from the acupoints all over his body to form a powerful defensive ball. Killer Bee's attack was immediately deflected. "Oh? Is this move your absolute defense?" Gentle Fist Law. Hyuga Hisashi didn't waste any time and immediately launched a new round of proactive attack on Killer Bee. At this time, a large number of ninjas from Union Village had surrounded them from all directions, but they did not take action. Just looking like they were watching a good show. The opponent is Konoha's elite Jainin, a strong member of the Hyuga clan. In the previous battle, our people suffered a lot when they met these two brothers. We really don't need to go up to help Ai-sama and Killer Bee fight. Just watch carefully, these two are not ordinary ninjas. The battle will be over soon. While the Union ninjas were discussing, Ai and Killer Bee, and Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi who came to support also started a real life and death battle. Chapter 39 Another hostage comes. At first, Ai and Killer Bee were just testing their opponent's strength. At the same time, he is trying to find a flaw in the Gentle Fist, the ninja technique of the Hyuga clan. As the battle progressed, they gradually found out the details of their opponents, and then began to attack with all their strength. Ai, the candidate of 4th Raikage, used his lightning-style chakra mode, combined with powerful ninteijutsu with violent aesthetics, and began to suppress Hyuga Hayashi continuously. Although the Byakugan's ability can see through the flow of chakra in the opponent's body, and can also clearly see the enemy's movements, the Gentle Fist method cannot cause damage to Ai's defense at all. Unable to use the Gentle Fist method to attack the opponent's internal organs and meridian system, Hyuga Hayashi's combat effectiveness has been greatly reduced. In addition, as Ai's speed became faster and faster, Hyuga Hayashi gradually found that his white eyes were somewhat unable to keep up with his opponent's speed. "It's too fast. Did this guy use the flow of lightning-style chakra to continuously stimulate his body, thereby greatly increasing his speed?" Hyuga Hayashi's face became extremely solemn, and his moves became more and more cautious. And this gave Ai the opportunity to further suppress him. As a result, Hyuga Hayashi gradually began to fall into a dangerous situation. In comparison, Hyuga Hisashi's situation is more dangerous. Killer Bee itself is the 8 Tails Jinkraki, and the amount of chakra is extremely huge and inexhaustible. Coupled with the super powerful ninjutsu that combines sword skills and taijutsu, Hyuga Hisashi was overwhelmed by his extremely fast shooting speed. Every time he encounters danger, Hyuga Hisashi must rely on moves like Kaiten to defend himself against the opponent's fatal attacks. Although it is an absolute defense, Kaishin has a very obvious weakness, that is, it requires a large amount of chakra. In a short battle, it would be nice to be able to defeat the enemy. Once it falls into a protracted war, the longer it is delayed, the more disadvantageous it will be for the two brothers of the Hyuga clan. If the chakra is depleted, the fate that awaits them is either capture or death. Also facing difficulties are the 3 Konoha Jainin, Thunder Yamato, Watanabe Day, and Yokoyama High. I finally waited until the reinforcements arrived, thinking I was saved, but unexpectedly, 2 elite Jainin arrived and still couldn't change the current situation. The rest of the ninjas from Cloud Hidden Village were not good men and women. Seeing the 3 of them stand up again, some of them immediately launched an attack, without giving them a chance to rest and recover their physical strength and chakra. For a time, all 5 Jainin in Konoha were in danger of being annihilated. "Don't expect your reinforcements to arrive, just die here." "Ha ha ha ha. You're right. Don't think that we only have so many people here. We are fully prepared this time. Your Konoha reinforcements are probably fighting with our interception troops now. They can't catch up at all. Damn BD, you're obviously injured, why are you still so powerful? Why don't you just go and die? Surrender, there is no way you can escape. If you continue to resist, I will really have to kill you. The remaining ninjas in Cloud Hidden Village who had not taken action began to launch a psychological attack, which further affected the 5 Konoha ninjas who were already in a disadvantageous situation. Hyuga Hayashi was not careful, an AI suddenly came to the side and hit him with a punch. Bang sound. The future 4th Raikage's ninjutsu is so powerful that it can even directly compete with Eight Tails itself. Hyuga Hayashi was hit so hard on the back that he spit out a large mouthful of blood and fell out. His failure was like the gap in the long embankment that collapsed, causing the flood to burst in an instant. Hyuga Hisashi on the other side was also subdued by Killer Bee on the spot. The sharp knife was placed on his neck, preventing him from moving rashly. At this time, the only 3 remaining Jonin were also besieged by the strong men of Union Village and were controlled one after another. Why not just kill them? A young Kumagakuer ninja looked at Killer Bee and AI in confusion and asked. Before these 2 people could speak, an older-looking Jonin with one eye stood up. They are all Konoha's high-level combatants, especially these 2 guys from the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan's bloodline Byakugan is so powerful. If we can obtain such power, it will definitely increase the combat power of our ninja village greatly. In addition, keeping their lives can also be used as bargaining chips in negotiations, so that we can gain greater benefits in the subsequent negotiations. The older ninja who spoke was named Tutai. He had been 3rd Raikage's confidant until now. Since the 3rd Raikage died in the battle against 10,000 Iwagakuer ninjas, Dodei's responsibility has become to assist the 4th Raikage AI. Hearing today's explanation at this time, the other Kumagakuer ninjas suddenly realized. Tie them all up and keep them under strict supervision. Don't let them escape. When the war is completely over, their eyes must remain. That is the limit of blood inheritance for the Hyuga clan. 4th Raikage AI shouted orders to his subordinates. Suddenly, at this moment, everyone present in Jonin from Kumoyin village felt slightly startled. Sure enough, a playful voice sounded above their heads, it's really a wishful thinking. Who is it? All Kumagakuer ninjas immediately raised their heads to look up, but there was nothing above their heads. Master 4th generation, behind you. A sensory ninja from Hidden Cloud Village quickly discovered the target and alerted 4th Raikage AI. The other ninjas also looked up. I saw a man about 20 years old standing on the branches of the big tree behind 4th Raikage. He was wearing Konoha's forehead protector and was obviously one of Konoha's reinforcements. Who is this kid? Only one person dares to show up and confront us. He's really brave. But why can he appear here without anyone noticing? No matter what, it's just another guy who wants to die, ha 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 ha. If we catch him, we will have another hostage in our hands. After seeing clearly that there was only one person in the tree, and he didn't look like much, the hundreds of ninjas from Hidden Cloud Village burst into laughter. Almost everyone ignored the sudden appearance of the enemy. Except for a limited number of people. 4th Raikage AI was one of them. He stared at the young man in front of him and asked in a deep voice, since you dare to show up, are you going to save them alone? Chapter 40. Who are you? Faced with the question from the big man from Hidden Cloud Village under the tree, Uchiha Dali did not answer in a hurry. He glanced around calmly and saw the subdued Konoha ninja. Because he used the advanced version of the Flying Thunder God's technique that he had just learned, he arrived here from the distant northwest battlefield. Time is short. So I didn't hear what just happened here on the way. However, there are still some clues that can be looked for to help judge the situation. Of the 5 subdued Konoha ninjas, 2 of them could be judged to be strong men of the Hyuga clan from their clothing and their iconic white eyes. As for the other 3, they are probably just civilian ninjas, but they also wear Jainin vests. There are so many of you, it makes people feel terrible. It seems like you should be their leader. How about making a deal? Uchiha's powerful eyes returned to the big man under the tree. Hearing what he said, the big man introduced himself. I am the 4th Raikage from Union Village. Boy, you said you want to do a deal with us, what qualifications do you have? 4th Raikage sneered, thinking that this kid was really out of his mind. Oh? Are you the 4th Raikage? Uchiha looked at the other party a few more times in surprise. The characters in reality are somewhat different from those in movies and TV series. So much so that although when he saw the other party just now, he had a guess in his mind but was not sure. Now that he knew the identity of the other party, Uchiha glanced at Killer Bee vigorously. Since the big guy is the 4th Raikage, then this dark and strong man carrying multiple ninja swords is probably the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. Uchiha Dali thought silently in his heart. Then he ignored 4th Raikage AI's sneer and asked, but continued to say as if nothing had happened, how about you release the 5 of them and I will be your hostage? After speaking, he pointed at the subdued Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi, as well as Thunder Yamato, Yokoyama Hiba, Watanabe Day, and others. Hearing Uchiha's vigorous words, not only the ninjas of Kumagakure village were very surprised, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even the 2 brothers Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi, plus the 3 Konoha Jainin, felt that Uchiha must be crazy. They observed Uchiha Dali in surprise, and for a while they did not recognize each other's identity. I just feel that this young man is a little too confident. Sure enough, next to 4th Raikage, a ninja from Kumoyin village who was also extremely muscular laughed and said, Boy, who do you think you are? One of you for 5 of them. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself, my name is Uchiha Dali. Uchiha Dali? I don't think I've ever heard of it. Wait, is this guy? Ah, it seems that guy is right. Because he defeated the troops of Kirigakure village on the frontal battlefield, the enemy called him the man who surpassed Shisui. The ninjas from Kumagakure opposite the village didn't take it seriously at first after hearing Uchiha vigorously introduce himself, but soon their expressions changed slightly. Obviously, the titles spread on other battlefields have also spread here. Is he the man who claims to be beyond Shisui? Killer Bee observed Uchiha vigorously curiously. The rest of the ninjas in Union Village all showed expressions as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Even 4th Raikage AI had his fists clenched and his eyes were warily watching Uchiha's every move. A powerful enemy who is famous for its teleportation technique on the battlefield and has caused heavy casualties to the enemy's troops. No matter how inconspicuous the opponent looks, we must pay enough attention to avoid such casualties on our own side. So, this deal is a good deal, right? Uchiha smiled vigorously and calmly, and at the same time looked at Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi. At this time, those Konoha ninjas were also observing themselves. It can be seen from their eyes that they are as shocked and curious as the ninjas of Union Village at this moment. After all, he is a rising star. Although the reputation has spread, it is not like the golden flash of Nami Feng Minato or Shisui. There are many ninjas on both sides, but none of them have seen Uchiha Dali himself. So it's normal to be curious. Don't be ridiculous, you are alone. I'm afraid you don't have the face or ability to make us give in and agree to your conditions. Bye, if we capture this kid, the hostage we have on hand will be enough to negotiate with Konoha. The 2 elites of the Hyuga clan, plus the genius of the Uchiha clan, and the strong men of the 2 famous families in Konoha are in our hands. I believe that neither the Fire Country nor Konoha will refuse to agree to our conditions. Tutai had already issued a reminder before 4th Raikage AI and the others could speak. 4th Raikage, who had no intention of agreeing to Uchiha's vigorous conditions, immediately said in a deep voice after hearing this, You heard it, right? Are you going to be tied up by us, or are you going to wait until I beat you down? Tied up again? When we first met, it seems we both left the worst impression on each other. Uchiha shook his head helplessly, looking disappointed. Stop talking nonsense. Since you don't have to make a choice, let me make the choice for you. I think it's better to wait until I beat you to pieces and then let you become more honest. Fourth Raikage shouted loudly and jumped up at the same time. The lightning-style chakra all over his body also burst out at this moment, and with a boom of acceleration in the air, his figure appeared behind Uchiha Dali in the blink of an eye. Don't move. Uchiha took out a kunai vigorously, turned the handle upside down and pointed the sharp tip behind him. The angle and time were very precise, and they were right at the heart of Fourth Raikage. As long as the opponent punched him, his body had to lean forward a certain distance. In this way, the opponent's heart will be directly pierced by kunai. Fourth Raikage, who was shocked by Uchiha's powerful voice, thought that his opponent would use some unexpected skills to counterattack. Unexpectedly, when he lowered his head, he saw that it was just an ordinary kunai. He immediately said nothing, completely ignored Uchiha's strong warning, and suddenly punched hard. This is to rely on the powerful defense brought by lightning-style chakra mode to defeat the opponent head-on. Seeing it, Uchiha's powerful head was about to be hit by the opponent. But within that thousandth of a second, Uchiha's powerful figure suddenly disappeared. The Fourth Raikage AI hit the air with all his strength. The punch was unable to be recovered, and the body was carried forward by the inertia and tilted forward at an angle of more than 30 degrees. Chapter 41. I didn't expect him to be so strong. The sudden disappearance of the target surprised Fourth Raikage. But his reaction was also very fast, and he immediately changed his tactics and launched another attack in the direction of Uchiha. Excellent teleportation technique. It seems that you are indeed that man. Fourth Raikage didn't realize that what Uchiha was using was no longer a simple teleportation technique, but an advanced teleportation technique. That is the instantaneous technique that surpasses Uchiha Shisui. But Fourth Raikage did not take it lightly. Instead, it became extremely serious and used all its strength to turn on its lightning-style chakra mode to full power mode. In an instant, the speed increased to the extreme, and in a blink of an eye, he was in front of Uchiha Dali. Even Uchiha Dali had to secretly admire the super speed. This guy's lightning-style chakra mode is really not that powerful. Uchiha Dali did not choose to compete head-on with Fourth Raikage in Taijutsu, because he knew very well how powerful the opponent's Taijutsu was. Directly activate the advanced teleportation technique and disappear. But Fourth Raikage immediately chased after him, and his speed was not much slower than his advanced teleportation technique. Dang dang! Uchiha threw two kunai behind him with great force, hitting the Fourth Raikage accurately. The latter only uses his arms to block the flying kunai, without any other operations. After the kunai hit his arm and made a sound of gold and iron, it was directly bounced away without any damage at all. Come and try this. Uchiha Dali suddenly disappeared in front of Fourth Raikage. Before the latter could react, his voice appeared behind Fourth Raikage again. Fourth Raikage's expression changed slightly, in disbelief. The moment he suddenly turned around, he saw a huge fireball heading towards him. Snort! Fourth Raikage did not dodge or dodge, but directly punched the incoming fireball with all his strength. With a boom, the super impact force generated by the fist directly exploded the fireball released by Uchiha. The flames that filled the sky were also blown out by the astonishing shock wave. However, what Fourth Raikage didn't expect was that there was nothing in front of him. Fourth Raikage was feeling incredible. He never expected that the enemy could disappear so quickly in front of him, and he couldn't even keep up with his opponent's speed. And it was at this time that he suddenly realized something was wrong. Sure enough, the screams of our own ninjas came from behind. Fourth Raikage suddenly turned around and saw the ninjas from Kumoyin village falling down one after another. Damn! Fourth Raikage was instantly furious. The one who struck before him was Killer B. Killer B, who had been watching the battle just now, had already seen that he could not defeat his opponent relying solely on the strength of his sworn brother. Moreover, the opponent is very cunning. Seeing that they are evenly matched, they will not fight with the strong ones on their own side, but launch a surprise attack on the weaker ninjas. With their astonishing speed, the ninjas of Union Village suffered heavy casualties in a short time. At least dozens of people were killed or injured. Fortunately, Killer Bee took action in time and stopped Uchiha Dali, who was going on a killing spree, at the critical moment. "You are so merciless." Killer Bee suddenly rushed over and kicked Uchiha hard. He is also incredibly fast. However, Uchiha Dali had already used the advanced version of the Flying Thunder God technique instead of the advanced instantaneous body technique, and he easily avoided the opponent's sneak attack. He stopped more than 20 meters away and confronted Killer Bee and the two fourth Raikage brothers who came over. "Since we can't negotiate properly, I can only continue to negotiate with you using a method acceptable to you. But you don't seem to like this method of communication very much." Uchiha glanced at the dozens of Kumigaku ninjas he had just knocked down as if nothing had happened. More than half of them had been killed, and the remaining half were seriously injured. And until now, there are still many ninjas from Union Village who have not reacted. Because everything happened so fast just now, almost in an instant. At this moment, all the enemies truly realized how terrifying the man in front of them was. I really didn't expect him to be so fast. He didn't have time to react. No wonder he was able to make the troops of Kirigakure pay a heavy price on the battlefield between Konoha and Kirigakure village, and even caused the large forces of Kirigakure village to retreat. What should we do now? Ordinary people have absolutely no way to resist his surprise attack. The remaining several hundred Kumigaku ninjas can be said to be in danger at this moment. Seeing Uchiha's vigorous eyes, he seemed to dodge a little. He is afraid that if he takes one more look at his opponent, he will become the next target of attack. Also shocked by Uchiha's powerful strength and ruthlessness were, of course, the two brothers Hyaga Hayashi and Hyaga Hisashi, as well as the three Konoha civilians Jainin. At this moment, they finally understood why Uchiha had the courage to show up alone just now and put forward such conditions to Fourth Raikage and so many enemies. Just now I thought he was just an inconspicuous Uchiha tribesman, but I didn't expect him to be so strong. At this moment, Hyaga Hayashi couldn't help but take a few more glances at Uchiha Dali, and he sincerely admired this rising star from the Uchiha clan. A single person killed dozens of enemy ninjas in an instant. This achievement is comparable to the Golden Flash Namikaze Minato. Hyaga Hisashi couldn't help but whisper. So can he lead us to break out? Thunder Yamato felt a glimmer of hope of escape. The other two couldn't help but look forward to it. Everyone is paying attention to Uchiha's every move, and they are also paying attention to Fourth Raikage's reaction. The ninjas in Konoha thought that the shocking effect of the battle just now might make Fourth Raikage and others compromise. However, it was at this time that Fourth Raikage made a decision that surprised them. "Everyone get out of this battlefield. Leave this place to me and bye. Take the 5 hostages away as well. Bye, we will go all out next." After Fourth Raikage said these words, he stared at Uchiha vigorously. At this moment, not only did his whole body of lightning-style chakra bloom with dazzling blue light, but the terrifying chakra that exploded caused the surrounding sand and dust to fly up. This unprecedented powerful momentum made everyone in Union Village excited. Killer Bee also showed a serious expression. The brothers of Union Village join forces and are invincible. The boy from Uchiha just waits to pay the price. After we catch you, we can end the war. We're on board, brother. Chapter 42. Let's hurt each other. Killer Bee and Fourth Raikage took action decisively, each using their true abilities to attack Uchiha vigorously. Especially the Fourth Raikage's speed is already comparable to Uchiha's powerful advanced teleportation technique, which is almost the same level as Namikaze Minato's ordinary Flying Thunder God. So at this moment, when he and Killer Bee launched a joint siege, Uchiha Dali immediately felt the deep pressure. But Uchiha's purpose is to save people, not to fight head-on here, nor to completely defeat the two brothers. So he did not choose to ignore the two of them, but activated the advanced version of the Flying Thunder God technique and launched a new round of hunting against the remaining ninjas of Union Village. The decision you two just made will cause more Fugaku ninjas to die on this battlefield. Just watch them fall one after another before your eyes. Uchiha took action vigorously and ruthlessly, killing more than 20 ninjas from Fugaku village in the blink of an eye. Although Killer Bee and 4th Raikage were extremely angry, they could only chase after him vigorously, but they were unable to catch up with Uchiha Dali, let alone help him. I want you to die. Uchiha vigorously. 4th Raikage was furious and used all his strength to activate the lightning-style chakra on his body, increasing his speed to the extreme, and instantly pursued Uchiha vigorously. But by the time he punched out, Uchiha Dali had already disappeared. Killer Bee's siege was also ineffective. Compared to his adopted brother's lightning-style chakra mode, Killer Bee's speed was not slow, but it was still far behind. Even the 4th Raikage couldn't catch up with the opponent, and it was even more impossible for him to touch it. The two of them could only watch helplessly as Uchiha Dali did whatever he wanted in front of them. Uchiha vigorously killed at least 30 ninjas of Fugaku village in a matter of seconds without any nonsense. At this time, the cumulative casualties of hundreds of combat troops in Union Village easily exceeded 100. 4th Raikage, Killer Bee, and others, as well as senior executives like Tutai, finally felt the real pain. Finally they stopped chasing Uchiha vigorously. 4th Raikage teleported to the 3 subdued Konoha ninjas. Since you insist on doing such a vicious act, then don't blame us for being rude. If you 3 want to blame, you can only blame that boy for being too cruel. Die. Boom, a loud noise. The furious 4th Raikage attacked the 3 Konoha Jonin without mercy and beat them to a pulp on the spot with his ultimate move Reiga Explosive Bomb. But this still doesn't relieve my anger. In order to avenge the ninjas who had just been killed in his own village, the furious 4th Raikage targeted Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi again. Lord AI. Those are the hostages of the Hyuga clan. Tutai quickly reminded, with fear and deep regret in his eyes. The 2 elite ninjas of the Hyuga clan possess the pure power of the blood successor, the Byakugan. And they must have a lot of information about Konoha in their heads. It would be a pity to just kill them like this. But how could the furious 4th Raikage listen to such a reminder? Without saying a word, he teleported to Hyuga Hisashi and raised his fist, preparing to execute this Konoha elite. But at the critical moment, Uchiha, who was hunting the other Kumoyin village ninjas, rushed back in time. He took action directly and attacked the 2 Kumoyin village elite Jonin who were responsible for guarding and escorting Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi. The one on the left who was attacked was Tutai, and the one on the right was another big man with bronze skin, whose name he didn't know. These 2 people are not weak in strength. Faced with the oncoming Uchiha, he launched a direct counterattack. The 4th Raikage also rushed over from the other direction, coming first and attacking Uchiha vigorously. Also joining the fight is Killer Bee. For a time, the battle turned into 4 strong men from Fugaku village besieging Uchiha Dali alone. However, they did not know that they had fallen into a trap. The 4 of them were facing a formidable enemy, and faced the oncoming Uchiha at the same time. Suddenly, the enemy in front of him seemed to melt, turning into a burst of twisted smoke in the air, and the figure quickly disappeared. It's an afterimage. Oh no, I fell into a trap. 4th Raikage suddenly woke up and quickly tried to remedy the situation, but was still a step too late. He turned around and punched Uchiha hard, who was about to rescue the 2 brothers Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi. Uchiha Dali immediately turned around and had no choice but to punch him head-on. Bang sound. Uchiha Dali only felt that a huge force that could not be resisted spread down his arms and fists like an overwhelming force. Not only did his entire arm feel a dull pain and numbness, but there was also a huge impact that seemed to take his body into the air. He did not panic, but quickly reached out to grab Hyuga Hisashi's collar again, and with the help of the powerful concussive force on his body, he jumped and disappeared in front of the enemy. About 200 meters away, Uchiha vigorously brought the two brothers Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi to the ground safely. After letting go of the two, he turned around and looked at the large Kumigakure army behind him. "You two wait for me here." Without saying anything, Uchiha Dali flashed towards the enemy's location and appeared in front of the enemy again in an instant. "If you dare to come back, you are seeking death." The furious fourth Raikage saw that Uchiha Dali came back after rescuing people, and immediately took action. "Thunder my explosive bomb!" He jumped over angrily and used his nintaijutsu ultimate move. There was a loud noise that shook the earth, and the earth collapsed instantly, with cracks like layers of spider webs spreading in all directions. AI. His target is our vital force. Today saw through Uchiha's purpose and quickly reminded him. Unfortunately, it's still too late. In less than 5 seconds after successfully deceiving fourth Raikage's ultimate move and avoiding the opponent's attack, Uchiha relied on the super advanced version of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to defeat more than 50 ninjas from Kumigakure village. Behead. His figure flashed slightly, and at least a dozen or 20 more enemies fell down immediately. This battle, which was like chopping up melons and vegetables, completely crushing them, made fourth Raikage, Killer Bee, Tutai, and others dumbfounded. It was only at this moment that they finally realized what a terrible opponent they had provoked. "Everyone disperse and retreat. Don't fight him. You can't beat him." Even though fourth Raikage was furious, he still shouted to the few remaining subordinates. Chapter 43 We owe you a favor. Facing Uchiha Dali, who appeared and disappeared suddenly like a ghost, hundreds of ninjas in Kumigakure village couldn't even see his figure clearly, let alone fight back. Chunin and Genin were basically killed when they met. Even the strong Genin, except for the more powerful elites, the rest of the ordinary Genin have no power to fight back when faced with such incredible speed. In just a few moments, dozens more people fell. At this point, the Kumigakure troops, which originally numbered about 500 people, now have less than 200 people left. This kind of battle damage ratio is really too high. As a result, fourth Raikage AI had to make a decision and quickly ordered his troops to disperse and retreat, and never try to make a strong move with Uchiha. At the same time, he and Killer Bee, as well as Dode and other elite warriors, worked hard to chase and contain Uchiha Dali. "Use that move to trap him, Master AI." Dode reminded fourth Raikage loudly. Fourth Raikage, the other elite Genin, and Killer Bee immediately caught his intention and immediately formed their formation. Uchiha Dali noticed something was wrong, glanced back at them, and chuckled, "Goodbye." After saying that, the figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. Hateful. His teleportation technique is so powerful, I can't even keep up with his speed. Tutai looked very unwilling. Fourth Raikage narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid, it's no longer an ordinary teleportation technique." "Isn't it an ordinary teleportation technique?" The big black man next to him muttered to himself. And it was at this time that the Kumigakure ninjas who were escaping were once again attacked by Uchiha, making bursts of screams. Everyone's expressions immediately changed, and they quickly chased after him angrily. Uchiha's purpose is very simple, which is to kill and injure the large troops in Union Village and cause their effective forces to suffer the most severe losses as possible. No matter how strong you are as an individual, what's the use of it when everyone else is gone? Under his ruthless hunting, the retreating troops of Union Village soon suffered heavy casualties again. In the end, except for a few elite Genin of Kumigakure, hundreds of Kumigakure ninjas were killed or injured. Fourth Raikage AI, Killer Bee, Dode, and a few other powerful people are vigorously confronting Uchiha at this moment. There were only a dozen or 20 of them left, but they didn't dare to take action against Uchiha again. This is just the beginning. If Union Village doesn't retreat for a day, battles like today will continue to happen. Do you want to compete with me to see who can kill more or faster? Sir Fourth Raikage. Uchiha played hard and relaxed, standing on a big rock alone facing dozens or 20 powerful enemies on the opposite side. His question made Fourth Raikage furious and clenched his fists, but there was nothing he could do. Today's battle allowed them to fully see how terrifying this Uchiha man was. He is simply a devil. Uchiha Dali, and you Uchiha clan, we in the Kingdom of Thunder and Kumagakure village will remember you. Fourth Raikage said through gritted teeth. After hearing this, Uchiha shrugged vigorously and indifferently, if you want to take revenge, then you have to work hard. After saying that, he dodged and disappeared. In fact, at this point in the battle, both sides have a thorough understanding of each other's strength. Uchiha Dali knew very well that with his current strength, there was no way for one person to eat all the dozen or 20 Kumagakure elites in front of him, including Fourth Raikage and Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. So today's battle ends here. Of course, even if the opponent comes together, they can't do anything to themselves. This is the most important reason why Fourth Raikage can only make harsh words but not take actual actions. The heroic and exciting battle between Uchiha Kakashi, the two brothers Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi, is clearly seen through the Byakugan. At this moment, the two of them were in awe of the young Uchiha strongman in front of them. This is not only due to his strong strength, but also because Uchiha vigorously took action in time to save them when they were about to encounter an unexpected event. Oh, you haven't left yet? Uchiha Dali asked curiously in front of the two of them, as if he knew what he was asking. It seems that the enemies of Union Village have retreated. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought it was a dream. There was deep disbelief and admiration in Hyuga Hisashi's tone, and he looked at Uchiha vigorously with stern eyes. Although his brother Hyuga Hayashi did not speak, it could be seen from his expression that what he was thinking was no different from Hyuga Hisashi's. The opponent is the Fourth Raikage of Union Village, plus so many elites. However, Uchiha Dali, with just one person's power, played them around and couldn't do anything to his own side. If I were stronger, maybe the three of them wouldn't have sacrificed. Uchiha shook his head helplessly. I am not too proud of my penultimate battle results. His humility impressed the two brothers Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi. We need to report the situation on the battlefield to the rear and let the higher UPS know the situation here. Hyuga Hayashi said at this time. After saying that, he took a deep look at Uchiha Dali. We two brothers owe you a favor. Thank you for saving us. When our companions in the village are in danger, we should help them. I have just investigated the situation on the front line. Union Village suffered heavy casualties this time. I expect that they will be much more restrained than before, and they can report the battle situation here to the village. Uchiha waved his hands nonchalantly and explained. When the two brothers heard this, they looked at each other and nodded. Suddenly the three of them looked up at the branches of the big tree behind them. I saw a figure suddenly appear there. Golden hair, tall and straight figure and a face full of vitality. Besides Golden Flash Namikaze Minato, who else? Minato. Hyuga Hayashi recognized the other person immediately and called out his name. It seems the battle here is over. Namikaze Minato's bright eyes stared at Uchiha below in disbelief. The inner shock was somewhat revealed on his face. I used Flying Thunder God at full speed to rush over. Even so, it still took a certain amount of time because the battlefield was too far away. He was clearly behind me before departure. How could he arrive here early? And thinking in disbelief, Namikaze Minato subconsciously looked up and looked out of the woods ahead. Traces of the fierce battle can still be seen. Moreover, the corpses of the ninjas of Union Village scattered around told him that all the enemies had indeed been eliminated. Namikaze Minato knew very well that of course it could not have been done by the two Hyuga brothers. Chapter 44 Let's end this wrong war. Namikaze Minato couldn't figure out why he was one step slower than Uchiha Daiki when he rushed to the battlefield using the Flying Thunder God technique at full speed. And just as he was thinking in confusion, Uchiha's powerful voice came. "You seem to be late, Minato-senpai." These words brought Namikaze Minato back to his senses, and he couldn't help but look at Uchiha vigorously. "You must have not forgotten the agreement between us. You are far behind." While Uchiha was speaking vigorously, he suddenly used the advanced version of the teleportation technique and suddenly came to Namikaze Minato's side. Minato Namikaze was stunned for a moment by this operation, and his body felt as if he had been electrocuted. His eyes also widened slightly, showing an expression of disbelief. "Flying Thunder God, when were you?" As an improver of the Flying Thunder God jutsu, Namikaze Minato knows more about ninjutsu in this time and space than anyone else. At this moment, he recognized at a glance that this was the art of Flying Thunder God. But it seems obvious that Uchiha's powerful Flying Thunder God technique is probably more sophisticated than his own. "I seem to have secretly learned your technique. It doesn't seem to be as difficult to master as it seems." Uchiha smiled vigorously. Showing this ability directly in front of Namikaze Minato was carefully considered. Sooner or later, the other party will know about the technique he has mastered. In this case, why not take advantage of this opportunity to meet and guide Namikaze Minato and the two brothers of the Hyuga clan? Sure enough, after hearing what Uchiha said vigorously, Namikaze Minato's expression became more serious. He turned his head in disbelief and made eye contact with Uchiha. I only saw the clear and sincere light in the other party's dark eyes. It didn't look like he was lying, but more like showing off and challenging. Before Minato Namikaze could speak, Hyuga Hayashi, who had been listening to the conversation between the two of them, couldn't help but speak. "I thought that at this age, Minato had improved the Flying Thunder God technique developed by Lord Second Generation, and that he was already extremely talented. I didn't expect that your talent seemed to be even more powerful than his." In the Uchiha clan, there was Shisui, the instantaneous person, and now there is a genius like you. You two can be called the duo of Uchiha. Hyuga Hayashi's words made the uncertainty in Namikaze Minato's eyes gradually fade away. At this moment, he also began to think that it was simply that Uchiha's talent was too strong and his understanding was beyond the imagination of ordinary people, so he could master the Flying Thunder God technique so quickly. "I am 22 years old, how old are you?" Namikaze Minato suddenly asked. 18. Uchiha replied vigorously. Namikaze Minato smiled bitterly and had to nod in approval. "So, your talent is indeed higher than mine." Regarding his evaluation, Uchiha Dali just smiled and did not respond. As long as a genius like Namikaze Minato doesn't doubt the source of his power too much. At this time, Namikaze Minato also came to his senses, turned around and said to the two brothers of the Hyuga clan, "Since the battle here is over, let's go to other places to provide support. I just passed the situation here back to the village." In the Great Ninja War, the importance of intelligence is self-evident. As the troops from Hidden Kiri village withdrew from the battlefield, the intelligence troops in the major ninja villages began frantically collecting frontline intelligence. All kinds of battlefield news will be passed back through the Anbu troops in the major ninja villages as soon as possible, providing important reference to the top leaders of the respective countries. Soon, the news that the troops from Union village of the Kingdom of Thunder had withdrawn from the battlefield had been conveyed to the Kingdom of Fire, the Kingdom of Water, the Kingdom of Thunder, the Kingdom of Earth, and the Kingdom of Wind. The intelligence information details the names, characteristics, and other information of the opponents that Union village's troops are fighting against. At this moment, Daming Mansion in the Kingdom of Thunder. After reading the information sent by Anbu, the daimyo of the Land of Thunder was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, spinning around. "Lord Daimyo, the troops from the Earth country's Iwagakure village have retreated not long ago. Now our troops from the Cloud Hidden village have also suffered defeats one after another. It seems that Konoha is a tough bone to crack. Should we also consider the peace negotiation proposal put forward by Konoha? The aides of the Daiming Mansion began to make suggestions to the Daiming of the Kingdom of Thunder based on the actual battlefield conditions. Also present was the advisory team from Union Village. According to the current battlefield situation, just Golden Flash alone is enough to pose a serious threat to any of our ninja villages, not to mention the Uchiha clan's instantaneous Shisui, and the ruthless Shinigami Uchiha Daiki. With the presence of several of their top combat forces, let's not even talk about whether we can take down Konoha. No matter how much our forces are dispatched, it will only be an act of suicide. The advisory team of Union Village also put forward their own judgment. Ruthless Shinigami. The eyes of the daimyo of the Land of Thunder jumped slightly. He was so distraught now that he had no idea at all. This time, our troops in Hidden Cloud Village suffered heavy losses in the face of Uchiha's powerful attack. According to incomplete statistics, we have lost more than 500 ninjas in his hands. Every time he strikes, he is merciless, as if he is a Shinigami who has no human emotions at all and only knows how to harvest lives, so we gave him this nickname. The explanation from the advisory team of Union Village made the daimyo of the Land of Thunder look even more solemn. After much thought, he finally made a decision reluctantly. Please pass on the order. The troops of Union Village have completely withdrawn from the battlefield. It is time to end this wrong war. Otherwise, the Kingdom of Thunder will suffer a more serious blow to both its military strength and economy. The daimyo of the Land of Thunder could only order helplessly. On the other side, the daimyo of the Land of Earth also made a similar decision. A golden flash of Namikaze Minato instantly killed 50 Uegaku Jainin, which already made them feel extremely shocked and frightened. And the powerful appearance of Uchiha completely made the entire Uegaku village and even the Land of Earth feel deep fear. In addition, seeing that other ninja villages have also chosen to stay away, they naturally have no reason to face a behemoth like Konoha alone. At this point, counting the Kirigaku village of the Water Country, which was the first to withdraw its troops, among the 4 major ninja villages fighting Konoha, only the Tsunagaku village of the Wind Country is left. As the Country of the Wind, which is at the bottom of the 5 major ninja countries in terms of military and economic strength, population, etc., it does not have enough strength to confront Konoha head-on. When they received the news and learned that the 3 armies of Uegaku, Kumigaku, and Kirigaku had retreated and surrendered, the morale of the troops in Tsunagaku fell to the bottom. At this time, on the western battlefield, Orochimaru personally led the troops and defeated the troops of Tsunagaku village in one go, adding another wave of help to completely end the Third Ninja World War. Chapter 45. It's time to settle the blame. The Country of Fire, Konoha Ninja Village. In the high-level conference room, the 4 top executives of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Koharu, Mito Manabu and Danzo Shimura were having a secret meeting. But the strange thing is that at this moment, the 4 of them are sitting in silence, and no one speaks. The weird atmosphere continued like this for a while, and finally, after going to bed, Koharu spoke first. The Uchiha clan's performance in this war is very eye-catching. Starting from the battlefield in the east, there have been rising stars with amazing talents such as Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Dali. Especially this Uchiha Dali, who can single-handedly change the direction of the entire war. He is really a rare top talent who cannot be ignored. Although the words sounded nice, the faces of the 4 of them were not very pretty at this moment. As the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen behaved relatively calmly, just smoking silently and not talking. After going to bed, Koharu and Mito Manabu looked much uglier, with their brows furrowed and looking worried. Shimura Danzo, the boss of the root organization, is still as lifeless as usual. After Koharu said these words, the conference room became strangely quiet again. After a while, Mito Kadoyan slowly spoke. After this battle, the Uchiha clan's prestige in the village will probably rebound. As the managers of the village, we need to give enough support to such a heroic family. recognition and commendation. Don't let your words fall off your tongue. This was a reminder to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Although the Uchiha clan and the Leaf Village have been suspicious of each other for many years, everyone knows that the relationship behind the scenes is not harmonious. But you must do enough superficial work to be a qualified ruler. Sarutobi Hiruzen still said little and smoked his pipe silently. At this time, Koharu went to bed and spoke again. Uchiha's matter naturally needs to be handled properly. Uchiha's vigorous information has been sent to your office. Let's talk about other issues now. Her tone became a little serious. And Sarutobi Hiruzen still looked calm and unhurried. Sarutobi. Mito Katoen said in a deep voice, this war, although so far, the Kirigakure village of the Water Country, Kumigakure village of the Thunder Country, and Tsunagakure village of the Earth Country have all agreed to peace talks, the war is our Konoha wins. However, our casualties were very serious. The village was empty, and the ninjas sent to the battlefield had a narrow escape. There are loud voices criticizing this war in the village. But more importantly, there are also many discordant voices coming from Daming Mansion. He slowly crossed his arms, and his serious gaze fell on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. After being a Hokage for so many years, and knowing each other well as comrades in arms, how could Hiruzen Sarutobi not understand the meaning behind Midaman Yan's words? The war is about to end. Negotiations are about to begin. But, what follows is that someone has to take responsibility for the disasters and losses this war has brought to Konoha and the Fire Nation. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally slowly put down the pipe in his hand, and looked at Mito Kaden and Koharu seriously, since I am the shadow of the village, and the commander-in-chief of this war is me. Then the responsibility I should bear is also you don't need to worry. Before that, I have to go to negotiate with high-level officials from other countries. It will not be too late to talk about this after the results of the negotiations are known. The outcome of the negotiation will determine your own destiny. If Konoha can get enough benefits from the results of the negotiations, it can even make up for the heavy losses caused by this war to the Fire Nation to a certain extent. Then maybe you can be safe, otherwise, you can only resign yourself to fate and accept all possible changes. Hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, the expressions of Midaman Yan and Koharu Tanzania softened somewhat. As long as someone is willing to take the initiative to take responsibility and not involve themselves in the water, of course they will not be too aggressive. Sarutobi, I've warned you a long time ago to get the rest of the troops to withdraw from the battlefield as soon as possible. Go to bed. Koharu looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a little regret and pity, and said softly. At present, only the situation in the western battlefield has not been confirmed. If we wait and see, I may be able to leave for Daming Mansion in the next 2 days. Sarutobi Hiruzen changed the subject and muttered to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, Namikaze Minato's voice came from outside the conference room. Third generation Sama, the latest news from the battlefield is back. After the troops of the major hostile ninja villages withdrew from the border of the Land of Fire, Minato Namikaze, who was good at the Flying Thunder God technique, temporarily acted as a messenger to deliver important intelligence information. After hearing his words, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately ordered him to come in. The latest intelligence news is that Lord Orochimaru has led the troops to defeat the invading troops in Tsunagakure village, and 4th generation Kazekage Raza has personally agreed to withdraw and negotiate. The war seems to be finally over. The good news that Namikaze Minato brought back was already expected by everyone. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly picked up his pipe again and took a puff, then looked at Namikaze Minato calmly. Minato, go get ready and leave with me to the Daming Mansion. Yes, Lord. 3rd generation. Namikaze Minato was stunned for a moment, realizing that Hiruzen Sarutobi seemed to have something to say to him alone, so he nodded quickly without asking any more questions. The Third Ninja War, which lasted for many years, was finally calmed down after the last desperate fight of the major ninja villages. In this war, strictly speaking, there is no winner. Regardless of whether it was Kirigakure, Kumagakure, Iwagakure and Tsunagakure, who took the initiative to retreat and seemingly surrendered, or Konoha, which seemed to be the victor. In fact, all parties paid an extremely heavy price. The countries that supported these ninja villages' operations behind the scenes naturally paid a huge economic price as a result. Now the news that the war is about to end is spreading rapidly on the battlefield. The combat troops of the remaining 4 ninja villages have all withdrawn from the borders of the Country of Fire. In addition to the necessary defensive forces, the remaining troops of the Country of Fire have also begun to return to the villages one after another. The same is true for the combat troops of the Uchiha clan. At this time, Uchiha had vigorously returned to his team and followed the large army back towards Konoha. However, despite the fact that they had won the battle, there was no joy and laughter as expected in the team, and all the Uchiha tribesmen looked glum. The entire team was filled with a dull and depressing atmosphere. This made Uchiha very confused. Chapter 46, Taking the 4th Hokage's Place. Uchiha came to the clan leader Uchiha Fugaku with great curiosity and asked in a low voice, "Why don't everyone seem unhappy? We won this war." Uchiha Fugaku, who was originally thinking about something, stopped and looked into his eyes when he heard his words. "Dolly, your outstanding fighting performance this time has spread throughout the ninja world. We all recognize your strength. It's a pity." Uchiha Fugaku looked sad. The Uchiha clan, it would be great if there were more powerful Uchiha clan members like you and Shisui. After speaking, he curled his lips, his eyes full of regret. Uchiha Dolly did not speak. After waiting for a while, Uchiha Fugaku said again, "This time, our Uchiha clan has a tragic victory. More than 300 tribesmen followed me on the expedition, but now less than half have returned safe and sound. As the leader of the clan, I feel extremely guilty and blame myself." Uchiha Fugaku's words made Uchiha fall into silence. Now he finally understood why the Uchiha people were so lifeless and silent. Among the more than 100 Uchiha people who died, there may be their relatives, friends, and lovers. Under such circumstances, no one who comes may be happy. What's more, even if Uchiha Fugaku didn't say it, Uchiha Dolly actually knew that there were deeper reasons why the Uchiha clan reacted like this. It is a kind of lingering shadow that envelops the heart, and it is something more uncomfortable than losing relatives and companions. Uchiha is not good at comforting people. He took a deep breath and suddenly asked, "Lord Fugaku, if you think about it on the bright side, the Uchiha clan has made a great contribution this time. Can we be part of the 4th Hokage?" 4th Hokage? Uchiha Fugaku was slightly startled, and looked at Uchiha Dolly in astonishment. "Why do you have such an idea?" After saying that, he shook his head slightly and smiled bitterly. "Now Lord 3rd Hokage is still in power. He is in his prime. I'm afraid it's still too early to choose a successor." Whether it was from his eyes, his tone, or the words he said at this moment, Uchiha Dolly could see the strong desire and helplessness. As the clan leader, he has the responsibility of revitalizing the Uchiha clan. And if you want to make Uchiha the #1 sect in Konoha again, there is no doubt that the best way is to control the entire Konoha. As long as the Uchiha clan rules Konoha, they can make all the rules. It's a pity. After so many years, Konoha's Hokage has experienced the 3rd generation, but there is no sign that the Uchiha clan has the possibility of becoming the ruler of Konoha. I have a different opinion, Lord Fugaku. Uchiha smiled vigorously, showing an enigmatic expression. Seeing him say this, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but become curious. What are your different opinions? I think 3rd Hokage is not far away from being deposed. Oh? How can you see it? These words obviously made Uchiha Fugaku's heart move. His eyes, which originally showed strong disappointment and helplessness, also became more curious. As the most powerful family in Konoha, Uchiha has suffered such serious casualties. You can imagine the price paid by other families and ninjas. Uchiha's vigorous explanation made Uchiha Fugaku look even more surprised. He thought about it carefully, and it seemed that this was really the case. Then I thought of something else. Everyone knows that Hiruzen Sarutobi is not the only one at the top of Konoha. The other advisors in Shimura Danzo are all powerful enough to influence the structure of the entire village. What's more, behind Konoha, there is the existence of the Fire Nation's Daiming Mansion. When the war is over, some people must be rewarded and some must be punished. Judging from the current situation, as the Commander-in-Chief of the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, I am afraid that he will inevitably be held accountable by the Daimyo of the Land of Fire. Even I didn't think of such a profound issue. I didn't expect that he had already considered it so profoundly. Uchiha Fugaku came back from his thoughts and took a deep look at Uchiha Dali again. At this moment, he realized that the young Uchiha in front of him not only had strength beyond the average Uchiha, but also had extraordinary vision and insight. It is truly an honor for our clan to have such an outstanding member of the Uchiha clan. Just when Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha with admiration, he secretly admired him. Uchiha Dali suddenly spoke again, I made a bet with Namikaze Minato senpai. Uchiha Fugaku was stunned again and turned to look at him in surprise. We bet that whoever kills the most enemies on the battlefield will win, and the winner can make a condition to the loser. Uchiha Dali continued speaking on his own, while Uchiha Fugaku listened silently and did not interrupt him. At this time, Uchiha Shisui, who had been listening to the conversation between the two people not far away, also slowed down. He turned around and came to the two of them. The bet between you and Minato senpai. Uchiha Shisui looked at Uchiha Dali curiously. He lost. I told him that if the third Hokage decided to give up the Hokage's position to him after the war, then he must give up inheriting the Hokage's position. Uchiha's vigorous revitalization program has begun. At this moment, he did not mind telling these secrets to let the patriarch Uchiha Fugaku and the former Uchiha's strongest man Uchiha Shisui know. As expected, when they heard what he said, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku, including several masters of the Uchiha clan who were listening nearby, were all slightly moved. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui, the look in Uchiha Dali's eyes is a bit more complex and profound. At this time, Uchiha Dali suddenly showed a bright smile and looked at a few people. Do you think I can be a Hokage? He asked very seriously and sincerely, not like he was joking at all. These words once again made Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shisui, and others stunned and surprised. You predicted in advance that after the war ends, the third-generation Sama will most likely step down because of this, and you think that the person most likely to succeed the third-generation Sama as the fourth Hokage is Minato. Uchiha Fugaku frowned tightly, staring at Uchiha with a look of disbelief, and murmured to himself vigorously. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Shisui also answered and analyzed, so you made a bet with Minato senpai, whoever loses will give up inheriting the position of Hokage. Uchiha smiled confidently, yes, and I won. Chapter 47 One Step at a Time. Uchiha's powerful words really exceeded everyone's expectations. So, when he said this, everyone, including Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui, felt incredible. They never even seriously thought about such a thing. But Uchiha not only thinks so, but has even begun to make plans. What on earth is inside his head? At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes towards Uchiha Dali had more complicated changes. For the first time, he felt that he couldn't quite see through the rising star of Uchiha in front of him. He is obviously not much younger than himself. However, at this moment, Uchiha Fugaku felt as if he was a newbie in front of Uchiha Dali. Compared with the maturity and stability of the other party, he seemed so immature. For the first time, he felt unworthy of the position of the patriarch. Of course, Uchiha Fugaku will not express these inner thoughts directly on his face. He took another deep look at Uchiha and took a deep breath. Although what you did is indeed surprising, especially that you can beat a guy like Minato in a bet, it really makes me feel very incredible. However, Dali, Uchiha Fugaku became meaningful. I'm afraid things are not as simple as you think. There are some things you don't understand. His hesitant and vague words made people who didn't know the truth confused. But Uchiha Dali is not a fool who doesn't know the truth. He took a deep look at Uchiha Shisui, who was silent next to him, and then smiled slightly. We'll see what happens then. I heard that Orochimaru-sama, who commanded the troops in the western battlefield, is also very popular and prestigious in the village. Maybe my judgment is wrong. The successor chosen by the third Hokage-sama is not Minato-senpai, but Orochimaru-sama. I don't think so. Allow. He shrugged easily and ended the topic. However, what he said just now has left a deep imprint on the hearts of Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Iron Fire, Uchiha Inari, Uchiha Yashiro, and others. At this moment, each of these elite warriors of the Uchiha clan had different thoughts in their hearts. The Uchiha clan established itself in this war and made great achievements. But are they really qualified to compete for the fourth Hokage spot? In a jungle on the border of the country of fire, news of the end of the war spread, and various combat units began to withdraw from the battlefield and return to Konoha. At this moment, Kakashi and Nohara-Lin were also preparing to return to the village. Minato-sensei, won't you join us? Nohara-Lin asked curiously. He has other tasks. Let us go back and gather with other troops to return to the village. Kakashi replied. The war is finally over. It's not easy. It's a pity that Obito can't see such an ending. Nohara-Lin was a little sad. When Kakashi heard this, his footsteps suddenly stopped. Nohara-Lin thought that he was also touched by her words, so she couldn't help but walk over. Don't come here. Kakashi stretched out his hand to stop Nohara-Lin. Nohara-Lin was startled by Kakashi's sudden shouting voice, before she could react. The kunao all over the sky poured down like a torrential rain, shooting towards them rapidly. Careful! Kakashi's pupils shrank slightly, and he quickly pulled out the broken short sword White Fang, constantly resisting the kunao rainstorm that was coming at him. However, at this moment, several Kirigaku Renbyu suddenly appeared behind them and sneaked behind them silently. While Kakashi was struggling to cope with the heavy rain of kunao, an enemy took the opportunity to control Nohara-Lin, who was hiding behind Kakashi. Ah! Nohara-Lin just let out a shout and was completely subdued by the enemy and quickly taken away. Lin! Kakashi noticed the movement and turned around to rescue, but was stopped by two Kirigaku Renbyu. After a fierce battle between the two sides, although Kakashi killed his opponent in front of him, he was also injured, and Nohara-Lin had already disappeared. Damn! Kakashi turned around and glanced at the vast virgin forest ahead. This place is still very far away from Konoha. It was too late to rush back and call for reinforcements. Thinking of his friend Uchiha Obito's entrustment before his death, Kakashi had no choice but to bite the bullet and follow the traces left by the enemy in an attempt to rescue his only remaining companion. He doesn't know yet that a huge conspiracy is waiting for him. At the same time, the old Uchiha Madara, who was hiding underground, watched Uchiha Obito, whose body was recovering day by day with his own help, and the plan in his mind was gradually perfected. His body was getting worse day by day. Knowing that the end is approaching, he must find a successor as soon as possible who can continue the plan on his behalf. The Uchiha kid in front of me is pretty good. However, if you want him to help you complete that plan honestly, and even resurrect yourself one day in the future, further arrangements need to be made. Great! My body has almost recovered. After a while, I should be able to return to the village. Uchiha Obito, who was practicing walking, suddenly shouted in surprise and excitement. Return to Konoha? This matter is very attractive to you. Uchiha Madara said nonchalantly. Of course, as long as I return to the village, I can see Kakashi and Lin. If they know that I am still alive, they will be very surprised. Hehe, I can't wait to see Kakashi's shocked look. Uchiha Obito responded expectantly. And it was at this moment that Baiju, who was beside him, suddenly said in a semi-ridiculous tone, "I'm afraid it will be difficult for your wish to come true." Uchiha Obito turned to look at the other party in surprise. "My clone just found traces of Anbu in Kirigakura village on the ground battlefield. They used a strategy to attract the attention of your teammate Kakashi and kidnapped the little girl named Linear." "What?" Uchiha Obito was stunned on the spot as if struck by lightning when he heard the news. "Damn it! That Kakashi guy, didn't I tell him to take good care of Lin? What the hell is that BD doing?" Uchiha Obito, who was getting angry in a hurry, clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, and then looked for an exit to return to the ground. "With your current strength and physical condition, what can you do if you go out? Besides, this is the world of ninjas. The war will never stop. As long as there are disputes, there will always be sacrifices," Uchiha Madara said coldly. Chapter 48. Relax, this is just a small talk. As long as there are wars, people will always continue to sacrifice. This sentence, like a curse, kept echoing in Uchiha Obito's mind. He has never thought about such a thing, never considered such a long-term thing. At this time, he turned his head blankly and looked at Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara continued, "Whether you, your friends and companions, there will be countless people like you in the future who will lose their loved ones or even their own lives because of the war. But... The young Uchiha Obito couldn't see through Uchiha Madara's routine at this moment. He was a little confused by what he said. "But even if the war will continue, I still have to rescue my comrades. That's Lin, she's me." When Uchiha Obito said this, he stopped talking. All this was watched silently by Uchiha Madara. "I had already guessed the boy's feelings for the little girl, but at this moment, my judgment was further confirmed." In an instant, a plan for the Uchiha kid in front of him was also brewing and completed in his heart. "If you want to go out, you should heal your injuries here. When you can really move freely, I will naturally let you leave." After saying that, Uchiha Madara turned around and disappeared into the darkness. Namikaze Minato escorted Hiruzen Sarutobi and left the Leaf Village to the capital of the Fire Country to meet the daimyo. On the one hand, it is to participate in the peace talks between the five major powers in order to completely end this war that has lasted for many years and caused serious losses to all parties. On the other hand, it was to report to the Fire Country daimyo. Although the Konoha ninja village is powerful, their economy needs to be highly dependent on the support of the Fire Country's daimyo prefecture. In fact, the same is true for other ninja villages. Without the financial assistance provided by the Daiming Prefecture, not to mention other ninja villages, even Konoha would not be able to maintain normal operations. Therefore, in theory, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who is a Hokage, also has to take orders from the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Even the daimyo has the power to appoint Hokage. This is also one of the important reasons why Sarutobi Hiruzen took Namikaze Minato to meet the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Two people were walking side by side on the road. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "Years of war have seriously affected everything in Konoha village. Now the village is in dire need. Minato, where do you think we should start to quickly restore the vitality of the village?" "Recover." Namikaze Minato was stunned for a moment by the sudden question, frowned and thought carefully, and then answered without thinking, "Now that the war is over, we can reasonably relax the control restrictions of the village and encourage more business travelers to come to Konoha to do business. Business and promote economic recovery and development. On the other hand, we must do a good job in the aftermath of the sacrifices and injured ninjas in the village, so that the people who have begun to waver can quickly settle down. In addition, we must encourage villagers to have children and further expand the scale of ninja schools so that more children can receive good tolerance education and add enough fresh blood to our village." Namikaze Minato made many suggestions in succession. These are his thoughts after careful consideration. And from the perspective of becoming a Hokage, he puts himself in his shoes so that Konoha can truly get out of the predicament and regain its strength. After hearing his answer, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with great satisfaction. What do you think about dealing with issues between the village and various ethnic groups? Suddenly Sarutobi Hiruzen asked again. This issue is one of the more sensitive ones. Namikaze Minato's heart moved slightly when he heard this. The first thing that comes to mind is Uchiha. In the entire Konoha village, if there is any famous family that makes the village feel fearful and defensive, it must be the Uchiha family. Not only are they one of the most powerful and famous ninja clan in Konoha village, but they also seem to have certain ambitions. So over the years, Konoha village has continuously raised its defense level against their clan. So, is this question, third generation Sama, hinting at something to me? Namikaze Minato quickly came to his senses from his thoughts, and countless thoughts quickly flashed through his mind. He immediately replied, it is the responsibility of every Konoha ninja to protect the Konoha ninja village so that the people in the village can live and work in peace and contentment and survive in a peaceful and stable environment. At the same time, this is also the responsibility of every ninja who takes root in Konoha and regards this land as his hometown. Ha 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 ha. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly laughed, then reached out and patted Namikaze Minato's shoulder gently. It seems that Jiraiya has educated you very well, Minato, but relax, you don't have to be so serious. We were just chatting. Yes, Lord Third Generation. Namikaze Minato still looked meticulous. In fact, how could he not hear the meaning behind Hiruzen Sarutobi's question? Take yourself to the Daiming capital to participate in the peace negotiations between the 5 major countries. Not only can I take this opportunity to learn a lot, but I can also show my face in front of the leaders of various countries and the famous names of the Fire Country. At this moment, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but think of the huge bet between himself and Uchiha. Did he really guess it right? Lord Third Generation plans to let me succeed the Hokage. Namikaze Minato had some suspicions in his heart, but at this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly asked, I heard Jiraiya say a long time ago that your ideal since childhood is to become a Hokage, but, Minato, do you know that the 2 Hokages? What does this word mean to a ninja? Hearing this question, Namikaze Minato immediately became energetic. He has wanted to be a Hokage since he was a child, and Namikaze Minato has thought about this issue and similar derivative issues seriously and deeply more than once. This time he really didn't think about it and answered immediately, the word Hokage means responsibility. Kage is not only the strongest person in a ninja village, but also the most prestigious person who can best represent the interests of all villagers. In order to protect the village and the villagers, they can even sacrifice themselves when necessary. So if you want to become the shadow of a village, you must first be a great and selfless person. The quality of a person is first important, and the second most important is their strength and ability to deal with problems. Namikaze Minato's serious answer once again spoke deeply into Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. This disciple of his beloved disciple Jiraiya can be regarded as his disciple. Whether it was in terms of friendliness or the results of the verbal assessment, it was obvious that Namikaze Minato was the successor he had always wanted to find. Chapter 49 Uchiha is not fit to lead Konoha. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already secretly inspected every outstanding ninja in the village for a long time. Naturally, this includes Minato Namikaze, as well as his direct disciple and his favorite disciple of all time, Orochimaru. So far, Sarutobi Hiruzen's most promising Hokage candidates are only Namikaze Minato and his disciple Orochimaru. And to choose the most suitable one among these 2 people, there is no doubt that it is Namikaze Minato. Whether in terms of strength, character, or conduct, Namikaze Minato is stronger than his beloved disciple Orochimaru. After Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded with satisfaction and smiled, he suddenly looked sideways at Minato Namikaze's face half-jokingly, and asked tentatively, Minato, if you are asked to be a Hokage now, what will you do? Third generation Sama, what did you say? Namikaze Minato's eyes widened in surprise, thinking that Sarutobi Hiruzen was joking with him. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed twice, then explained seriously, I am getting older. It's time to retire and take care of yourself. These words made Namikaze Minato's heart sink slightly. Naturally, he didn't believe that Sarutobi Hiruzen would be so easily resigned to old age. At the age of 50 or 60, do you think you are old and want to take care of yourself? Just looking at the energetic and vigorous appearance of Hiruzen Sarutobi, it does not look like he is in a failing state. There must be other reasons that lead to this result. However, Namikaze Minato didn't ask. If Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to say something, he would naturally tell him. Third generation Sama, What Namikaze Minato was thinking about at this moment was the bet between him and Uchiha Daki. At this moment, he just felt that the man seemed to have the ability to predict the future. He actually guessed it right. Lord Third Generation really planned to pass the Hokage's position to me, but I made a big bet with Uchiha and lost that game. The condition put forward by the other party is that if he might become a Hokage in the future, he must give up this opportunity. Namikaze Minato's mood was extremely complicated. He didn't expect that everything would develop like this. What's wrong? Minato. Do you have something to say to me? Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed something was wrong with Namikaze Minato's expression. He stopped and turned to look at the other person with his hands behind his back. At this time, Namikaze Minato had no choice but to bite the bullet and asked, Third Generation Sama, what you just said was not serious, right? What? Don't you want to be a Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face instantly became serious, his tone was full of majesty, and he seemed a little unhappy. He also felt puzzled. Namikaze Minato had never been so coy and hesitant before. What caused him to look like this? Under the sharp gaze of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato had no choice but to tell the truth. Third Generation Sama, actually, I made an agreement with someone. If you really plan to give up Hokage's position to me, I'm afraid I can't accept this. Oh. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly realized, but then his brows furrowed deeply. He stared at the embarrassed Minato Namikaze for a while, then took a deep breath and asked calmly, who made the agreement with you that made you willing to give up the opportunity to become a Hokage? Minato. If it was you who made the decision, I believe it's definitely not a child's play. But you have to think clearly. I will tell you the truth. I am very optimistic about you. Currently, there is no one in the entire Konoha village who is more suitable to take over this position than you. I hope you won't disappoint me. These words brought very strong psychological pressure to Namikaze Minato. He could only bite the bullet and further elaborate on the bet that looked back now, very ridiculous. Soon, Namikaze Minato told the whole story. After listening to his explanation, Sarutobi Hiruzen's frown deepened. He never expected that the majestic Konoha Golden Shine would actually lose to an Uchiha clansman in a bet on the battlefield. What Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't even imagine was that it would be such a small thing that made Namikaze Minato voluntarily give up his position as Hokage. But what made Sarutobi Hiruzen even more unexpected was that Uchiha was so powerful that he also wanted to get involved in Hokage's position. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel strongly vigilant in his heart. A man can't keep his word. Minato, you and Uchiha made a big bet and lost the game. You promised to voluntarily give up the position of Hokage. Of course you need to keep your promise. Only. When Sarutobi Hiruzen said this, he paused deliberately. Sure enough, Namikaze Minato raised his eyes and looked at him. Those clear eyes, filled with embarrassment and shame, revealed a trace of desire. It's obvious that he really wants to be a Hokage. Although I don't know why, with your intelligence and ability, you would fall into such an obvious trap, but, Minato, even if you make a choice against your will and give up being a Hokage for the sake of your promise, I can't take my position. It will only be passed on to you. The Uchiha clan is not suitable to lead Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words made Namikaze Minato's eyes gleam slightly. He has lived in Konoha for more than 20 years. Growing up, although I had heard about the conflicts between the Uchiha clan and the village, it was mostly hearsay. No elder, especially a person with such a high status as Hokage, has ever said something like this to himself. Name and surname, directly targeting the Uchiha clan. This is the first time I encountered it. For a moment, Namikaze Minato didn't know how to answer the call, and could only stand there and look at Sarutobi Hiruzen at a loss. You shouldn't be surprised, Minato. In the future, you will understand why I said this. Forget the promise between you and Uchiha Dali. Electing you to be the fourth Hokage is not my intention alone. You should have noticed it, right? Village, the attitude of the people there towards you. Looking at the entire Konoha, no one's reputation can match yours now. The absolute support of the villagers is also one of the essential conditions for becoming a Hokage. Otherwise, it will cause big trouble. What Sarutobi Hiruzen said is indeed very heartwarming. What's more, Namikaze Minato himself really wanted to be a Hokage. But after much thought, he still chose to refuse and shook his head. Namikaze Minato said seriously, "Third generation Sama, I know the pros and cons of this, but since I agreed to Uchiha Dali, I made a bet with him, and I lost the game. Then I can't break my promise. This is not only a matter of my personal credibility, but also a matter of tolerance that I must adhere to." Chapter 50. The achievements were hidden. Sarutobi Hiruzen never expected that despite his earnest persuasion, Namikaze Minato would still make such a choice. He looked deeply at Namikaze Minato. In my heart, I recognized and appreciated Namikaze Minato's behavior and quality of adhering to principles and keeping his promises, but at the same time, I also felt a little pity. This kid is good in every aspect, but he looks a bit off. It shouldn't be. With Minato's intelligence, how could he be tricked by that boy Uchiha Daiki? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it over and over, but couldn't figure out this problem. It seems that today's conversation between each other will not produce any substantive results. I can only find another time to have a good chat with him. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and sighed, "Okay, Minato, since you have said so, let's discuss this matter another day. Now, let's go to the Daiming capital to complete the most important thing at the moment." After saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around, put his hands behind his back and continued walking forward slowly as if nothing had happened. Konoha Ninja Village. Under the leadership of Uchiha Fugaku, all the Uchiha tribesmen who participated in this war and survived returned to the village one after another. As the victor in this war, Konoha defeated many powerful enemies with 1-4 and won the victory, ending the war. The residents of the village naturally lined the streets to welcome and celebrate the triumph of each hero. However, along the way, what puzzled the Uchiha clan was that the people in the village had no different attitude towards such a great hero like them. Although there were cheers and applause, all ninjas who returned to the village from outside received the same treatment. It seems that the Uchiha clan and other ordinary ninjas are treated equally by the villagers. If it's just like this, it doesn't matter. However, some people can receive higher standards of treatment and enjoy more enthusiastic cheers and congratulations from the villagers. For example, the Hyuga clan, the Akamichi clan, the Yamanaka clan, the Abarame clan, etc. When these ninjas from Konoha's famous clans return from outside the village, it is obvious that the villagers on both sides of the road will burst into cheers and cheers that are far greater than those for ordinary ninjas. In addition to the differences in attitudes towards different ninja families, the treatment of individuals is also obviously different. Among the villagers, the one who cheered the loudest was Namikaze Minato. Next is Orochimaru. Then there are the various ninjas who are not as famous as Uchiha. What's even more outrageous is that someone actually made doll statues of Namikaze Minato and Orochimaru and placed them on the roadside to express their welcome to the two. Such behavior makes the Uchiha family feel puzzled and unhappy. Chief, what's going on? The villagers don't seem to know our heroic deeds on the battlefield. Uchiha Yashiro came over with some doubts and complaints, and whispered in Uchiha Fugaku's ear. That's right, I thought we could get more congratulations. At least we have two geniuses in our clan, and as the main force in repelling the enemy, we have completely helped the village get out of the quagmire of the war. Are you treating us like this? Uchiha Inari also complained. It's a good thing that the two of them didn't say these words. The other Uchiha people just felt unhappy inside and didn't express it. But as the two of them complained, more Uchiha people suddenly felt strongly that they had been treated unfairly. Lord Fugaku, did the village deliberately hide our heroic achievements on the battlefield? Otherwise, why didn't everyone have any special reaction to us at all? The proud and arrogant Uchiha people really can't stand this bird's breath. The honor was earned by their clan with blood and tears, and by fighting to the death on the battlefield. But what I should get now is not obtained at all. No one can bear this. Uchiha Fugaku looked ugly and said nothing. Uchiha Shisui whispered to other clan members, don't make random guesses. Maybe the village hasn't had time to sort out the battle deeds of each family. In short, we try not to destroy this rare harmony. At least now everyone welcomes us with a smile. His words left Uchiha Dali on the side speechless. After silently staring at Uchiha Shisui for a few times, Uchiha couldn't help but sneered. Sure enough, Uchiha Shisui immediately looked at him curiously. Uchiha said angrily, if the villagers don't know the performance of each ninja family on the battlefield, why are they treated differently now? The Golden Flash, Sunin, Hyuga clan. Take a closer look at the status of these families and ninjas in the eyes of the villagers, and then compare it with us. Ha! If this sentence were said by ordinary people, Uchiha Shisui might have something else to say. But it was Uchiha Dali who said these words at this moment. As an Uchiha genius who made the greatest military exploits on the battlefield of the Third Ninja World War, single-handedly defeating the enemies on the battlefields of Kirigakuer, Kumigakuer, and Iwagakuer. At this moment, the treatment Uchiha received was obviously different from the treatment received by other Konoha ninjas. In time, how Uchiha Shisui comforts himself in his heart, it is easy to see the problem here. So, he had nothing to say for a while. But at this moment, suddenly, on both sides of the road behind them, the villagers burst into earth-shattering cheers. Some even shouted loudly. Everyone looked back and saw a tall, thin figure with long black hair walking towards them. Orochimaru-sama. It's Master Orochimaru, one of the Sunin. He's finally back. I heard that in the western battlefield, it was only Orochimaru-sama who was able to defeat the allied siege of Tsunagakuer village this time. It's so awesome, you deserve to be a Sunin. The surprising and exciting cheers from the surrounding villagers reached the ears of the Uchiha clan one after another. This time there is no need for any explanation at all, and the truth can already be known. Obviously, even for a being like Orochimaru, his performance on the battlefield has been spread throughout the Konoha village. On the contrary, no one knows about existences like Uchiha Toki, who is slightly better than Namikaze Minato in terms of actual record and strength. Any normal person can guess the reason. Do you still think that it's because the village didn't have time to do statistics that everyone doesn't know about the achievements of our Uchiha clan? Uchiha looked at Uchiha Shisui with a half-smile and asked.